Good evening, folks, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 14th of May 2022. I am joined tonight by Discordia and Bleach Demon, and Trim is being late and gay.
Hello.
And
He
filthy.
is late and gay. Much late and gay. And stinky.
Yes, he's
But
very stinky.
Probably less stinky by the time he gets here.
Hopefully.
Yeah, you can never tell.
Yeah, it looks like it's good timing. Everyone's just rocked up back from what they're doing. We've got art party, students of history, Missy Wabi Dewan, and Callum Dayton. Okay, he says not to breed kids, as per usual. Student of history says he's acutely late and gay.
He is. And I've just realised that I have misplaced my phone.
Oh, we have him with the crow. Howdy, crow.
Hello, sorry. Mate.
Oh.
Crow is both late and gay.
Oh. But is he dirty?
I don't know. Crow, are you dirty?
I think crows can preen themselves, so he's probably less dirty than Trim.
Yeah, he probably had a bird bath or something.
At least rolled in some dirt or something.
Okay.
Ah, yes, those naturally occurring oils.
How do you think I keep my black coat so sheeny?
Exactly. Oh dear. Well, it's probably for the best that Trim isn't here, because we're going to talk about pedophiles again.
Oh.
And on
What
this
a
edition
treat.
of Black Pills with Bezic, more pedophiles. Start the wood chippers, folks.
Welcome
We're getting
to
in.
more knots hunting with the Sultans. Please collect your black pill on the way in the door.
Yep, black pills on the left and blackjacks on the right. Wood chipper down the center.
please form an orderly queue for the wood chipper viewing later.
And remember, safety first. Put those goggles on.
The more money you donate, the slower the wood chipper goes.
If you donate enough, you might even get to help.
Yeah, press the button, yeah.
Parties in chat like, God damn it, already!
Also, you could make it so part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation could be to come and kill a pedo.
I mean,
I'm
I'd
so-
donate if they
suddenly
did
I'm in-
that.
I'm a small, sickly child all of a sudden.
You know, no, we could make it event, sell tickets. You know, the standard tickets you just get to come and watch. The, slightly more premium ticket is you get to stand where you're close enough to
Oh, they
to
have to
really
give you
see
a
what's
raincoat,
going
don't
on,
they?
or you need a raincoat and whatnot. And then
splash
if you
zone.
get the super premium, you get to press the button.
Well, yeah, it's like a dunking booth at county fairs. You just sell baseballs for like $100 a pop, and
What, you get to like throw the button?
yeah.
Oh dear. So the lighter seed has managed to squeak on this one before we did this time. So, the pedophiles at the Family Sex Show I'm at.
They're not in the wood chipper yet.
Apparently
Yet.
not.
It's still early.
Complaining about cancel culture, right?
I did see the Guardian
Right,
sticking
ah.
up for them, and I did see the Guardian getting ratioed for sticking up for them, even by their own goddamn audience. Like, their own goddamn audience was like, why are you trying to say that anti-nonce is a right-wing thing? Like,
Yeah.
don't paint anti-noncery as just a right thing.
Yeah, it's like,
All leftists are pro-noncery, yes, thank you.
I mean, they're not wrong, but some of the leftists were offended by it, like that.
Well, when you get called out as a groomer on the left, they kind of take it personally. A little
Oh,
too
I see.
personally.
But, oh dear, that's a special kind of stupid from the Guardian. Like, we knew they were
Guardian.
idiots.
Who
but...
are they the guardian of? Apparently nonces.
Well, like, what is their actual, like, because when they come up on other things, they're the observer, but then they're the Guardian. That always confuses me. Are they Guardian or observing?
Well, they observe the right and they guard pedophiles.
They'll have a new one where they're called the participation.
What's
And then
their-
we've got to
what's the
real be
ratio
careful when
like
they
now,
start defending
Visit?
noncery, because,
What is? They are defending nursery. They
No,
are.
no, when they call themselves the participant.
No.
Oh.
What's
You like
the
CNN all
ratio
over
like
again.
now?
Yeah, non-sympathizers go in the chipper too.
Like that
That's right.
professor from Old Dominion University. I was like, oh no, it's okay if they don't act on it. No, it's not.
It's still not okay. They need therapy to make sure they never act on it. And if they do act on it, into the chipper.
They should be implanted with little explosive devices in their brains that if they get too close to a kid, they're just gone. Might not have the majesty of a wood chipper, though.
But the effect when you see, ghouls surrounded by like headless corpses of pedos, kind of works.
You just have kids playing a game of Pop the Pedo.
Yes. This egg, that's right, that's the pedophiles that are actually responsible for it. So we can have a really good look. Because we don't have things like deadlines, we can have a look. So, someone says, you've confused parents who don't want their young children seeing pegging or doing web searches about animal masturbation with right-wing activists. It's easily done.
Wait, these are the same picture.
Some pedo sympathizer says, really important that you get the chance to live this show. Someone's like, yes, ideally in Tehran.
Whoops.
To live this show.
They don't realise that the problem wasn't the show. It was that it was aimed towards 5-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted to take that and make it, adult only, or at least, like, PG-13 or whatever. Like, you can come as a teenager, but with your mom and dad. But, like, no, like, 5-year-olds, yeah, let's set the limit of 5. One younger than 5, that would be a bit funny. No! Gross. In the chipper.
Yes, very disgusting. Just doing some quick shilling.
I'm trying to find... Oh, yeah, I should probably shield on the...
Pop the Pedo sounds like a fun carnival game.
Oh, you can make it into a song. Like they all get out. Pop goes the Weasel song. Like Pop goes the Weasel.
It fits the rhyme scheme perfectly. Oh, hello.
Oh, look, the filthy vote chef is here.
Are you less stinky now?
Managed to fucking shower properly.
Are you less stinky?
All I heard was managed to shower properly, and I'm very confused.
How do you manage to shower improperly, Trim? Is this something you failed at before?
Failed at before? Well, I don't know. How do you add 5 liters of soup spilled over you?
I mean, that doesn't sound like a very effective shower. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Well,
why are you
No,
showering
that was what led to the shower, mind you. I kind of hope that you guys are clever enough to understand that was the
Trim, we've
crux
met you
of
before.
the
We
reason
can't
to
be
take a shower.
sure.
Yeah, we got
Well, good faith isn't part of this house, I see.
There's a
maybe
distinct
Trim's just
difference.
like this pot of soup's
There's a
already
distinct-
warm. I like a
There's
warm
a
shower.
distinct
I'm just
difference
going to
between the
say this,
smelling.
that every goddamn joke here about me either fornicating with food or using food for anything else but eating has been started by a wee little Scottish girl. Just saying. Oh, sorry, woman.
She's make
it so easy,
so
Trim.
short I can't hardly tell.
Look, I do like a bit of low-hanging fruit, Trim, okay?
Balls.
Now, see, Trim, I want to give you a basic little hint here. Soup is spelled with a U. Soap is spelled with an A. They're not interchangeable.
Really?
Okay. Just saying.
Shit. Whoop.
Was it
Maybe
leaking
that-
potato soup? Because that's my favorite.
Maybe that got lost in translation, Bleach.
Perhaps.
I don't speak your fairy language.
Arden
You
Party
ought
says
to.
Trim Leighton gay.
I speak the other fairy language. Of the other million of fairy languages here, apparently.
Oh dear. Well,
I mean, at least it wasn't 5 liters of bleach again.
well, should we move on from teasing Trim to traumatizing Trim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You'll need another shower by the time you go.
Why is it always traumatization hour when we start the first one here?
Because it's always
Oh,
non-swatch.
Oh right. Do we just fucking rename our entire podcast to from Sultans of Shadilay to just non-swatchers?
I mean, one of these days I really need to do a fancy theme tune for it. Oh dear, student of history.
News intro.
Yeah, with with intentionally bad animation and everything. Student of history says if someone wants to have an audience participation, all-inclusive orgy in an event, I do not care as long as there's ID checks at the damn door.
That's one way.
I like Arden Party. Someone asked me what my stance was on the map question. My response was that I prefer a slightly shoulder-width stance, 1 foot on their neck and 1 on their balls.
Well, that's it. You place your feet slightly more than shoulder width apart as you swing with the golf club.
Teeing up.
I miss
Hasn't
when
been needed.
map actually was just a goddamn map. Just a piece of paper with a crude drawing of telling you where the fuck you're supposed to be and where the fuck you are.
I bet cartographers all over are rolling in their graves.
Yeah, pretty much. No, we don't want to be associated, please.
I didn't touch children, I swear!
Oh,
Maybe
dear.
my cousin did, but he's my cousin. He was not a cartographer. He was a dancer.
Oh,
And a
dear.
Frenchman. Oh, all right. Well, probably should turn on the screen then.
Be the horrors.
Do you share the thing?
I am sharing it now.
There we go. Hey,
So, yeah, and what else have we got?
can I actually watch this with the crappy boat internet?
We'll never know.
Give it a whirl.
Some cuck from Men Against Violence says, we completely condemn any abuse or personal attacks you've received over this. We do think that you could have been more careful over certain aspects of your work. For example, you can mention that animals masturbate without asking children to Google masturbating animals.
What?
But if you don't see it, does
Okay.
it really exist?
Unfortunately.
If a tree falls
You
in
gotta
the
see
woods,
to believe. You know?
if a tree falls
You
in the
gotta see
woods
to believe
and
it.
kills
That's
a
why I
pedo,
don't believe that dolphins use pufferfish as pocket pussies.
I like that. They're
Until
men
I saw
against
it.
violence, yet they have the Ukrainian flag as if they're supporting one side of a war. It doesn't make any sense.
It's
an
almost-
oxymoron.
It's just ridiculous. Anyone who thinks that they're not supporting violence by supporting Ukraine. Like, you are supporting violence.
You're just supporting
Yeah.
one side of the violence, that's all. Always go both ways, but people don't
Mhm.
seem to understand that. Oh, but the Russia was the
Pacifists-
No, but it's the
aggressors.
good guys versus bad guys. It's a big evil country versus a small innocent country that wouldn't even hurt a
Have you
fly.
noticed that the Ukrainian flag matches the same colors as the European Union flag, though? Blue and yellow.
Yep.
and just about the same shades.
Blue and yellow.
Mhm.
Disgusting.
See, I really want to see the pacifists for genocide movement start up.
Yeah, we don't want to do it ourselves, but
Hey, let's start it. Pacifists for genocide. Ho!
Yeah. Oh dear. Someone
And I
else.
just know the kind of person to add to that list, and they are usually map related. Not cartographers.
Yeah. So someone else says your play was shut down by concerned parents. It was a safeguarding issue, not a political issue. I mean, then again, if they want to say that anyone against nonsense is right wing, I mean, go on.
Like I said, these are the
Right
same
wing I
picture.
am, I guess.
I'm trying to find the comment, like, because there was a on the actual Guardian's own post of it, which I can't even find anymore. I think they might have like quietly
Oh, they
taking
probably
it off
edited
of
it out.
Twitter. Well, they
Just
can't
a,
edit on Twitter,
just a
but they-
cheeky little delete.
yeah, they probably deleted it off Twitter. But the like top response, and this is from the Guardian's own kind of audience, saying like, what the hell? Like, I would be very careful about saying that anti-noncery is a right-wing position. Like, as a left-wing person, that's not the case. And like, this had a lot of likes on it. It's like, you carry on digging, Guardian. You fucking carry on digging.
I mean, I used to consider myself.
I want to see your
as a classic
grave
liberal.
9 feet deep.
As a classic liberal, I used to consider myself center left leaning, and now I'm like, no, definitely right, definitely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine how
No,
many
more to the right,
centrists
more to the right.
that one article just pushed to the right wing.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's because I'm the same crow. Like, I was kind of like center left, and it's like the left is actively like repelling, repelling everyone
yeah.
over the line rather than coming more into agreement with right wing people. We're just being repelled over the line.
I mean, I saw a post where it basically is the left side, the hyper left wing people pushing the Overton window so far left that everybody, like the center point is so far like left of normal people now that everyone is right wing.
Everyone who isn't a filthy commie is now right-wing evil Nazi.
Pretty much.
Yep, and
just-
everyone's like, well, fuck it, fine.
Did you see the commie in the dis?
I mean,
in the
as long as I don't
chat
have to have children touched inappropriately, then fine.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you for Trim.
We
Sorry.
had
I
a
think
commie
Trim
in
might
the
have a
chat
little bit of
yesterday.
lag again. A commie in which chat?
Lotus Eaters chat.
I don't know. Pete was
Seriously?
in the chat yesterday.
Yeah, we had some person called Farah going on and telling everybody that it was our fault for being consumerists that we are getting all these bad things like inflation, and everyone's just ripping the shit out of them. It's pretty funny.
You
Oh,
came
look,
to the
a
wrong
song for-
neighborhood.
They
Song
can't
for
start
Trent to
telling
sing.
everybody that on the chat that they should be on a watch
What?
list, which I don't necessarily disagree with. So
But not for that reason.
yeah, no, other reasons.
Oh dear. Let me see if I can find the Guardian article. Oh,
So
sorry, the Guardian
just
tweet.
went defense for these guys, creatures, monsters,
Yes.
abominations.
Ugh.
These look like complete failures of individuals, don't you think? Like, oh look, we can't be famous actors, so we're going to create our own show, so we don't have to actually work hard in the acting industry. And we're going to incorporate our sort of very theatrical gayness to everything, and see if we can just push this on like young children who won't know any better.
These are the people that look like they failed at acting, but are so blinded by. But no, it's not
Oh
me.
no,
it's...
I'm a good actor, I swear.
Yeah.
You should have seen my performance of Hamlet.
Sadly, when they say
denial
Hamlet,
in
they mean
human
a
form.
small piece of pork.
One of my friends sent me a link to a video where it was basically drunk Shakespeare, and every night one of the crew members of the entire show gets completely fucking blasted, to the point that they're just completely unable to function on stage, and everybody else has to just carry on like normal. It's really funny.
Does sound
That
funny.
sounds more like art than
No,
this.
I think I found the original one. Yeah, I did.
Horatio, I fuck it. Horatio.
Where's Bethany? There's Bethany. There is the original post. And this is the tweet that I'm talking about, which has more fucking likes than the many times more likes than the original post. The
Yes.
original post has 51 likes, and her post, or I assume her post, has 1,700 likes.
Well,
Oh
the
my God,
post
they're getting
itself, the
destroyed.
Guardian post itself has 699 replies. Like, holy
Only
ratio,
51
Batman.
51 likes, and this person's response 1,700 likes.
That is
Jesus.
a disgusting ratio.
Wow.
Yeah.
I find it beautiful in its brutality.
Yep. So this Ukrainian reporter, Ukrainian sympathizer, mentally ill, radical feminist, says every single
Likes to
person.
endure.
Yeah,
What a description. I'm delightfully impure. Fuck off.
yeah.
But this is the thing, like this is their own audience. Like this is not that like right wing people have jumped on there to tell them off. This is their own audience being like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
They're like, I might be a degenerate, but I still don't want to fuck kids, okay?
I draw the line at 5-year-olds, okay, family tech show?
Yeah. So their tweet, every single person I know who complained about this safeguarding nightmare, myself included, is left wing. Yes, because you leftists only talk to each other. So everyone you know is left wing. You ought to
I'm
think.
waiting for
Are they can they really be friends though? We know that leftists is gonna sacrifice one another the first chance they get to get clout.
No, they didn't say friends. They said person they know. But anyway, you ought to think very carefully as a left-wing paper about suggesting that not wanting naked adults to talk about sex acts like fisting to 5-year-olds is a right-wing opinion.
So how long do you think it's going to take?
Holy
for the
shit! Listen to
Guardian
this
to release-
right-wing person.
How long do you think it takes for the Guardian to release an article saying pedophiles and why they're a good thing?
You mean they haven't
A
already?
month?
I wouldn't be
Have
surprised.
we
at
been
this
through
point.
their archive? Like, have you been through their opinion section?
I have not
Have you
yet.
actually been through their opinion
Well,
section? Because we used to go through their opinion
have
section every
you?
couple of weeks. We've got yes, because we used to do laughing at the Guardian. Oh, I used to do laughing at the Guardian. I think Harry still does it, but like every couple of weeks we would go through just 10 or 20 of these opinion pieces from the Guardian, and they are fucking bonkers. I've heard about how democracy is basically rape. I've heard about just all sorts of things, and you sit there and you're reading them and you're like, these people are insane. Like, these people are insane. So it wouldn't
This is
surprise
what
me.
happened to the mental institutions. They just turned into newspapers. Well, this inpatient was writing some interesting articles, so I thought I'd publish them. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right. So a reply
No,
to
if you're ever bored and you can't find any, entertainment, honestly, go to the Guardian's opinion section and just start poking through it, because it is like The Onion, but they're being serious.
Wow.
That is not a good fucking thing to hear.
Mm-hmm. So a reply to this that tweet we just read. This one has 696 likes. Yes, what does the Guardian think will be the outcome of calling us all right wing? Because I'm not going to suddenly think Family Sex Show is great just because you've called me a Tory.
Oh, dear.
And of course our what do they call themselves? Delightfully impure idiot says, have they actually stopped to think about the message? You're only left wing if you want small children to see naked adults stimulating sex acts.
I mean, I'm quite happy for the Guardian to keep digging this hole that it's digging, because, if they're looking at the left-wing outlets and they're going, that's gross, why are you saying that, I'd have to be right-wing to not want, like this kind of noncery, and the right-wing people are coming over and going, it's okay, you come over here, like, we
I like that this.
you shouldn't nonce kids.
They're
Like,
not gonna
you're just
force
recruiting
you
for
to
the
look at
right at that
child
point,
porn.
aren't you?
Yeah,
It's like, oh, well, if you agree you shouldn't nonce kids, then you're probably right wing, aren't you? And just carry on with that line and see how many of them are like, yeah, well, I don't want to nonce kids, so maybe I should consider myself right wing.
yeah. Meanwhile, the right wing's like, wow, yes, if you're right wing for not wanting to nonce kids, what about this and this and this and oh, look at that.
They're doing themselves so much damage, because they've been trying to paint the right as a monster, like, oh, right wings are basically Nazis and all this blah 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 blah, and then they're like, and only right wingers don't want to nonce kids, and half of the leftists are well, wait a minute, why is that painted as a bad thing? Like, what other bad things are they against over here?
You have the right people going.
It's sort of like those cartoons
Yep,
where
wait,
you have a guy who just freaks out and... Oh, sorry.
It's like, wait, only the right wing are against noncing kids. Well, what else are only the right wing against?
I was going to suggest.
It kind of reminds me of those cartoons where me versus you. Sorry.
Carry on.
It's one of those cartoons where people just go around and I have a guy speaking in public, everybody just cheers him on, and then he just says one thing where everybody stays quiet, and then he backpedals, like, yeah, but the thing, yay! Have you seen
you'll have-
Super Best Smiling Friends?
No, I don't think I have.
Ah, shit.
I was
It
going to
just
say,
reminds me
what
of that habit is people just stop. I was like, wait, what did you say?
I feel
I
like
was gonna say, what
Tristan-
might
Immediately have to backpedal and cover.
But this fucking lag is insane. I can't tell when you're going to start talking or not.
Yeah, I'm
We
sorry.
need a
it's
talking stick.
fucked.
I think we could just.
Yeah, I was going to say with the people on the right, they're like, oh well, what else do you think the left wing have caused? Well, maybe all these paedophiles, by encouraging them that children need to be sexualized more and that relationships, have to be broken down and destroyed. Maybe we should start looking at this a bit more detail.
Maybe we, now that we've got some of them a bit worked up about noncery, maybe we could go over and talk to them and be like, how do we feel about mutilating children?
Yeah.
Can we take an opinion poll on that, guys?
Do you think children grow up better in, productive environments with two parents that care about them rather than two parents who want to nonce them?
Yes, it's like, so now that we've established that noncing kids is bad, would you like to start at the bottom of this slippery slope and work your way back up and see what else is in line here? What else the right wing was about?
Be careful not to slip.
Yeah. It's like the old Starship Troopers thing. Would you like to know more?
People just spamming yes.
Here we go. So, someone says that Christ on a bike, this is getting into PIE territory now, at the editor-in-chief of The Guardian, the organiser's website advised parents that a child that might otherwise be flagged for precocious knowledge of sexual activity could dismiss safeguarding concerns by confirming they'd attended this show. Well, there you go. It's exactly what we were thinking the whole fucking time.
So, all of the warning signs that the child has been groomed would be dismissed because they were groomed by this show instead of as an individual
You're
adult.
kidding.
Yep, exactly. When Billy Joe's teacher at school is like, why the fuck is this kid talking about googling animal masturbation? And reports it to the appropriate concerns. The appropriate concerns go, why does this kid know that? Oh, I took them to this play. We're going to need a bigger chipper, aren't we?
The entire audience
Please
needs to
follow
go
us
into
through
the
this
chipper.
door and don't mind the fall. It'll be over soon.
But-
Remember, feet first.
It's literally, as Disco said, it's literally disguising child abuse. What's that? Your kid's the kid looks and it sounds like it's been groomed. Oh, don't worry, it went to this totally appropriate play, and that's why it sounds like it knows an awful lot about penises and animal masturbation.
What's PIE territory?
I have no idea.
Do we want to know?
Not
I
really.
don't really want to Google
Penis
it.
Seems
Like
Incorporated?
everything. Penis seems like everything territory. Yeah.
Probably. Let's go with that.
Penis Incorporated Entrepreneurs.
Pedophile information exchange.
Oh yes, that was it. I thought I recognized it, but I couldn't remember what it was.
Why is this why is this a thing? The Pedophile
1980s,
Information
wasn't it?
Exchange was a British pro-pedophile activist group founded in October 1974 and officially disbanded in 1984. The group campaigned for the abolition of the age of consent. It was described by the BBC in 2007 as an international organisation of people who trade obscene material. Oh, so the BBC admitting that there is an international organisation of pedophiles.
So
Just
also,
because
what you
Klaus
find
Schwab
is-
resigned doesn't mean they are any less of a threat.
what you'll find is now the BBC is PIE.
Ooh.
Oh boy. They took over.
They always do,
Well, I
it
mean,
seems.
when was the last time did you see the BBC come out against the PIE or something similar?
Yeah.
Crickets?
Just trying.
But just all they did is waited. Oh well, it's 1970s. We can wait maybe 30 years, see if they're up for it in a few decades time. Bit more
Sadly,
subversion and we'll get their
Pedo
children.
is a patient predator. It lies waiting for years.
Oh, Sir Peter Heyman, British diplomat, intelligence operative, and a member of the Pedophile Information Exchange. So there really is a global organization of elite pedophiles out to molest your kids and destroy the world.
Jesus. Was there one in
Jeffrey
America as
Toobin.
well?
Okay. Probably.
Nambla or something,
Nambla?
wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nambla. Jesus fucking Christ. Too many pedos.
Yeah, one is too many. What was that
Yeah.
Obama said about gun control? If we can just stop one more tragedy, isn't it worth it? Well, fire up the wood chippers.
Yeah.
It'll be like a French Revolution, except we'll just have wood chippers instead of like fucking guillotines.
Instead of guillotines.
Oh,
Can you
here we
hear
go.
the pedos freak?
Government funding. In March 2014, evidence emerged the Pedophile Information Exchange had received grants totaling £70,000 from the Home Office.
Good God.
What?
Government-funded paedophilia, yeah.
Yep.
What
There
the
was,
fuck,
uh,
what the
wonder
fuck
they're
do
happening.
these guys have on the government? Do they have like blackmail material of fucking god tier quality?
No,
No, they
it's
probably
the
just
government
work there.
Why do you think the government has not dealt with the grooming scandals? They're on board. They're like, this is our thing. How else are we going to get our kicks off?
Yep. Speaking of, whilst PIU was affiliated with it, the National Council for Civil Liberties, now Liberty, oh, we've heard of them, we've heard this name before. They keep popping up in pro-noncery. They argued that photographs of undressed children should not be considered indecent and therefore illegal unless it could be proven that the subject has suffered harm, or an inference into the effect could reasonably be drawn by the from the images.
Wait. What? Repeat that for me.
Which part? All of it?
So the photos existing aren't a problem, and the photos being shared around aren't a problem.
No. The photos are fine unless the child's actively being molested in the photo.
But, like, I mean, would you want pictures of you naked being passed around? Because I'm pretty sure I would consider that harm. Like,
Well,
if not physical harm, then
Trauma
there would be
doesn't count,
psychological
Disco.
harm.
Trauma doesn't count.
You know, imagine growing up and finding out that there's pictures of
Jesus.
your, like, childhood body being, like, have been passed around a bunch of fucking nonsense. Like, that would be kind of like, no.
Okay, Disco, you might want to take some notes to take back to work. A document penned on the organisation's behalf by Harriet Harman, later deputy leader of the Labour Party,
Of course.
working as a legal officer at the time, placed the onus of proving harm on prosecutors and warned of the dangers of increasing censorship, although it did also argue that it is nonetheless justified to restrain activities by photographers which involve placing children under the age of 14, or arguably 16, or 18, you fucking pedophiles, in sexual situations.
I mean, to be fair,
Boy,
in
is this
16
is this the
over
British
16, so
answer
that-
to
16 would
the
make sense
diversity
there.
hire?
I couldn't hear any of that because Trim was talking over himself and Disco. One at a time, Trim.
Fuck it. Disco first. Well, I just
Yeah.
want to ask that.
Well, one of you fucking go at a time. Trim, go.
Fuck it, you. All right, but basically, I was gonna ask: is this bitch basically the English equivalent of that British chick, of that American diversity hire?
I have no idea.
Because she seemed really okay with pedophilia too.
Well, she's a member of the Labour Party.
It's going to turn out they're
And
called
the
the Labour
diversity
Party.
hire.
It's going to turn out they're
Yeah,
not called the Labour Party
ignore
to
it.
represent the Labour working class, but because they want people to get pregnant in order to have babies so they can rape them.
Jesus,
Confirmed.
Sounds about right.
Wouldn't put it past them.
seems like it.
Yeah.
And Disco.
Oh, I forgot what I wanted to say. I just wanted to quickly correct something Bezic had said.
All right.
Meanwhile, at the spring 1977 NCCL conference, then General Secretary Patricia Stewart, who is a member of the British Labour Party, then Secretary of State for Health, said that public hostility to pedophilia was such that it damaged the cause of gay rights for the gay movement to be associated with it. But why do they keep fucking associating themselves with pedophiles?
It wouldn't be a hard thing to
I
say.
don't know.
"No,
Maybe
we're
they
against
like him
this."
young. They like him young, maybe?
Well, yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to just ratchet it up gently, slowly, and not very quietly. It's like they're grooming the public into accepting this.
Good luck.
I just want a James Bond film where he goes and just murders a bunch of pedophiles. That'd be great.
No,
Yeah.
There's probably a
no.
mod for that.
Kingsman sequel, where they just murder
I'm not
pedophiles.
sure it would be a good sell with Elliot Page as James Bond.
Elliot Page is James Bond now.
I don't know if he Susan
It.
is but there was definitely rumors of it.
Oh, sure. Why the hell not? I mean,
Well, that will fucking flop in the cinema, and everyone will be like, "We told you, fuck off."
I don't know what you're talking
And
about.
they'll be like, "Oh,
Elliot Page is the pinnacle of manliness.
a woman is the only person who
Elliot
can
Page
accurately play a
makes me
man."
look like Arnold Schwarzenegger from the 80s.
Sorry, Mr. Crow, but that's hate speech. Susan!
More hate speech, please.
Well, I'm going to be banned from life now, so
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So,
I'm going to bring back
groups.
crow hunting laws.
Here we go. Groups supporting PIE. The Albany Trust. Yep, registered charity to complement the Homosexual Law Reform Society. The Campaign for Homosexual Equality. The Gay Left. And Spartacus International Gay Guide. And they wonder why people associate homosexuals with pedophiles. Because all the homosexual organizations support pedophiles. Like,
They associate themselves with pedos. Fuck's sake.
like, if you want us to stop going, you're a pedophile, get in the chipper, maybe stop hanging out with pedophiles.
One thing, I see this Spartacus thing, and it's like, that reminds me of the communist organization back in 1919 in Germany that staged part of the communist uprisings.
Look,
Coincidence?
maybe we should
Possibly.
we should borrow some language from left and be like, it's not enough to just not be a nonce. You need to be actively anti-nonce.
Based.
Base.
Yes.
Yeah, here we go. Labour suspends pedophilia rights campaigner Tom O'Carroll. Like, guys, can you stop
Only
being
suspend.
pedophiles for 5 minutes?
It spins him from what? A short rope? A high
being
bridge?
pedophile
I mean,
for a
what?
second. We need you to carry on being anti-Semitic. Come on.
Is that why they're against killing Jewish children?
To be
They
fair,
want to
would
use
really
them
win
for
the
other
Muslim-
purposes.
They'd probably really win the Muslim vote if they were pro-pedo and pro-anti-Semitic. Yeah.
That is fucking true.
Well, they do seem to be pro all those
I'm waiting for
things.
the police to bang on my door now.
Yeah, we're all going to get in trouble for telling the truth.
Yeah, make sure you leave your microphone on, Carl. You know, it'll be amazing.
Yes, make sure you
Silver
yell
string.
yell out the names, ID.
Catch a fucking bird! What? How's a bird talking? Their fucking minds melt with just like the sheer horror of it. Turns out I am actually just an eldritch horror.
Oh dear. So speaking of pedophiles, back to the Guardian.
I had to turn off screen share because you guys started roboting
Ah dear.
for me. Shit. Wi-Fi
I mean, I could
on
turn on
this
my robot
goddamn
filter.
boat. Sorry.
Oh, they've got a picture from one of the rehearsals.
Oh yes, these people look like talented actors.
And the
Whoa! What the
They all
fuck
look
is
like a
that?
bunch of
That's
blow-up
it.
dolls. They all look like blow-up dolls. What's wrong with them? I thought they wanted diversity, but no.
Oh, no. There's a dude taking it up the arse and something in a wheelchair. And there's a black woman.
Do I want to know what the hell you're talking about?
No, you don't.
You don't. You really don't. So,
Yeah.
the person posting the picture says, I
Thank you,
objected
shitty
and I'm
Wi-Fi.
not right wing. This has been marketed to kids 6-year-olds old and up. Someone else says, welcome to the right wing, hon. All you had to do was stand still.
That's great.
Oh my god, we need that on a t-shirt.
That's the picture. That's the
Can we
picture.
get that on a t-shirt? Like, welcome to the right wing. All you needed to do was stand still. That needs to be on a t-shirt.
That actually
Yes,
is
we'll put
funny.
that on a t-shirt. We'll put it on an official
We'll buy
Sultans
that.
t-shirt.
Oh my that.
Yes.
Hold on, I need to send this to the quote to Trim so I can pick it up later and stick it on a shirt.
Yeah. More shirts coming soon.
Someone says, I've been to the left of Labour all my life. There's a left of Labour?
Wait, there's a no.
Oh,
The SNP.
No,
No, well,
no.
I
The
suspect they're talking
SNP.
about,
just
like,
labor.
I suspect they're talking like, older Labour, because I guess in the last few years Labour has just run off in the direction of the left, and everybody's like, still
Remember,
stood there
the
like, where'd they
SNP.
go?
I think scampered is a better way to classify that rather than run.
Hold on, what was the word that they used in the furry word search? Pranced?
Minced.
Yeah,
They
like a
minced
fruit.
further left.
They nonced further left.
Yeah. Ballet danced.
Yeah. So,
Right, no.
the-
What kind of dancing do they do? Interpretive dancing. There we go. Interpretive dance all the way to the left. Hey.
yeah. So this communist says, I've been to the left of Labour all my life, but this play was a safeguarding red flag, and you need to check the hard drive of anyone who thought it was suitable for children. Fucking oath.
Yes.
Callum Dayton says SMP or Scottish Nose Pickers. No, it's the Scottish Nazi Party.
Yeah. I really want to.
Scottish Nuns Party.
Just chuck her in the sea. But Trim won't let me in case she like winds up there or something.
I think she's. I think Sturgeon is only interested in tiny fish, though.
Yeah.
You know, Sturgeon.
Oh dear. So another one's like, yeah, I mean, this is the worst Poor Me Roast I've seen. It was a show with lots of red flags for pedophilia, and therefore many people have left, right, and centre against the show, especially when children were being told to Google masturbating animals.
What is wrong?
These people and smack them.
Yep.
Real good.
Someone else who's also an indoctrinated lefty because they've got the Ukrainian flag. Cobblers, did no editor think to look at either safeguarding principles or what the show involved before approving that self-exculpatory BS? Plenty of left-wing people objected, e.g. to the accompanying websites now deleted suggestion that kids search online for masturbating animals. Yeah, it's funny how they deleted that. I thought they were doing nothing wrong.
I'm quite happy for them to make this mistake. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it worked in Virginia with Loudoun County, so.
Yeah.
We stopped the actual show, which is good because we don't want actual noncery happening. But if the Guardian being pro it and sticking up for it, let them do it.
Maybe there's a hyper-based guy in the Guardian who's like, I will take you down from the inside,
No, they
even
probably
if I have
fired
to
him.
go myself.
Something tells me no.
Yeah. Someone says, I'm left wing and against sexualizing children. Can you understand that now it's in capitals?
Stunning and brave.
That is stunning and
But I'm
brave. He's gonna be
sorry.
cancelled pretty
I'm
soon.
sorry, madam. You're or ma'am or sir. I don't know. I didn't check the pronouns. Sorry, don't cancel me, Susan.
It's
You're left
ma'am!
A helicopter? Creature of unspecified shape or
You are
origin?
no longer on the left. You have been labeled a right-wing Nazi for being against.
Yep.
You can't disagree with the left on anything, or you're a right-wing Nazi.
Yep,
So,
welcome to the
sorry,
right
you're
wing.
now a right-wing Nazi.
Oh,
We got coffee on the left.
Chipper's on the right.
Yep.
Doc is a centrist with you?
Someone else says,
To the left of
so
me,
objecting to-
Chipper's on the right, here I am. There we go.
Stuck in the right wing with you.
that was really good, and I've clipped that.
I feel another
new
quartet
idea for
coming
the
on.
quartet. Yes. Write it down.
Also,
So this person says, so objecting to really young children being exposed to sexually explicit material is right wing now? If that's the case, who would ever want to be associated with the left?
I mean, who wants to be associated with the left anyway, given how much they fucked everything up?
Yep.
Well, if this is the thing that's gonna like open a few pairs of eyes, then
Oh, we'll be
Good.
lucky.
Well, here's the thing. You hit the right wording. They've fucked everything up.
Yep.
Yeah, always do.
Gross.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't need to know that.
Tickle their nuts in the wrong hole.
Oh dear, these absolute fucking pedophiles. So let's have a
Yeah,
look at the
oh, we-
article.
We've got a comment, Earthman Brick. What's the bet Sturgeon tries to legitimize ethical, air quotes, CP in an effort to virtue signal to her voter base?
well, then I hope somebody gets the wood chipper.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, let's have a look at the cast. We have black woman, mentally ill people, possibly a woman, a really
Yeah.
fat
Question mark?
creature, and something in a wheelchair.
What's that thing with the tie? Is that it from the movie? of the
Bessie,
same
could
name?
you DM me that image so I can see? Because you described just a gaggle of what? Monsters?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe that is Jabba the Slut.
Oh,
But
Oh, look, they've got rainbow flags on their really fat t-shirt. And I wonder why people associate the left and the guys with pedophiles. It's because all the pedophiles seem to be part of the left-wing gay account.
oh God. That's just horrible.
Earthman Brick's like, they're like the discount version of the village people in that pic. No. The village people was hundreds of times less gay than this.
What is that? What is that being that weird creature to the bottom right of the picture?
Bottom right of the picture.
No, I zoomed in wrong. The one between the black blonde chick and the construction worker, who's totally heterosexual guy.
Yeah, the one on the right, you wouldn't let near children even if he was on the left. Or in this play.
Is it a he or a she? I mean, none of these creatures are allowed near children.
Well, it's hard to tell. It's got short hair and tits. It could be a woman or it could be a dude on estrogen.
At the very least, they all need to be on a watch list.
yeah,
No, I think this
Wood
counts.
chipper list, sorry.
Like, well, if we're allowed to put people in prison for planning a murder, can we put people in prison for planning a nonsense? Because I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there
Actually
goes.
planning, because then you're going beyond like thought crowding, because you need to be careful not to go down that slippery slope. But if you're actually planning it, then
And
that's beyond just thinking of it.
if you've secured funding and booked the building for your nonce event, I think it's reasonable to say that you're going to go ahead at it.
Yeah, that would not be entrapment at
Then
that
you
stage.
just and then you just pump the building full of some kind of crazy guy's drugs, and you end up having a wonderful recreation of the best scene in all of Kingsman.
Oh, please, do
Free
you
burn,
think
too.
any of these things are physically fit enough to do that?
I remember
I mean,
going to
when they're
bloody,
all on the same bottom line, someone in there should be able to do the whole taekwondo scene.
I
Maybe
remember as a
spray
kid,
some sharp objects here and there.
I remember as a kid going to pantomimes and being completely fucking freaked out by the cross-dressing men.
And that was still less gay than this?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to traumatize my kids by taking them to something like this. It doesn't they wouldn't understand what's going on anyway.
Yeah, but the cross-dressing men in pantomimes, it was clearly supposed to be over the top and silly. Like there was nothing
yeah.
sexual about it. Like it wasn't you wouldn't even necessarily call it drag. Like what were they called, dames or something, pantomime dames?
Yeah.
Because it was supposed to be over the top and like obviously silly and supposed to almost
I
kind of be a
was a
comic
really
relief
young kid.
character.
And even as a young kid, I still found it freaky. I was like, what's with this person? Why do they look so fucking weird? That's pretty much how I felt. Like they invited me on stage once because they invited a bunch of kids on the stage to dance with them. And there was like these people on there dancing, and I was like, no, fuck no, I'm not going with you. I don't know you.
You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind.
But if you're a nonce,
you're against
you're no friend of
pedophiles.
mine.
Okay.
Oh dear, I'm just scrolling through the article to see if there's anything in it that the boys didn't cover on the live seeders. How about a link to Vice?
For a show that's supposed to be like, a sex show, I look at this picture at the top and the last thing on my mind is sex. It's like...
Yeah, that's like this moment of, suddenly I think I'm sterile just from this picture.
So, Vice has decided that The Guardian didn't go far enough. How a global hard-right Christian group helped cancel a sex education play. So you're not just right, you're hard-right Christian globalists. Fuck it!
Okay.
I mean, if that's what I gotta
That's
be to
better
be
than
against
me.
non-sorry, I sign me up, I guess.
Dice Vault,
Round
motherfuckers.
2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yep, Dice Vault, motherfuckers.
A crusade against nonces.
Amen.
Yep.
A woman. Sorry.
We should absolutely be concerned about the infiltration of ultra-conservative networks into British politics. Counter-extremism experts told Vice World News. Well, if they name those experts, we'll have a look at who they are and see if they've shown up here before.
So, wait a minute. So the anti-nonce position needs looked at by
Nonsense,
anti-extremists. What? Check those people's hard drives.
Extremist expert is a new way to say pedo. It's what it seems to me at
They are
least.
ruining the word expert, aren't they? This year.
They're also dead set on ruining the word
Experts in
extremist.
pedophilia.
Well, that's why when they say they're experts on child abuse, that's not they don't mean what they think they mean.
I'm an expert on child abuse.
Get in the
How?
chipper.
I actually abuse children.
Get in there, chipper. Right, so, when a UK
Yeah.
production company announced its sex education play, the family sex show was being cancelled. It cited violent and illegal threats and abuse directed at the company and venues by a small group of people with extremist views. Extremist views such as don't molest children.
How is that now an extremist view?
I mean, it's such a terrorizing thought, isn't it? Not being able to molest
Stop
children.
noncing
Oh.
that child. Why are you so extreme?
Don't molest
Oh my
kids!
But didn't you know that not
Right-wing
pedos-
Christians
Don't you guys know
here!
that not wanting pedos to be not wanting kids to be nonced is the same as blowing up a football stadium full of people.
Pretty much, yeah. That's the way they sound.
Yeah.
Well, no. Blowing up a football stadium is a righteous act of religious tolerance.
I guess.
Let
Let me
Yeah.
guess.
All the
Let me
child
guess,
corpses.
Vice. The line of logic here. That, we're gonna add the P on the end of the alphabet soup. And we're gonna be like, we're oppressing people's identities.
Good.
It's
Must oppress
intolerant.
harder.
These extremists on the right are so intolerant of our sexuality.
and that's their plan. That's why they're adding all these things to LGB. They've added all this crap, and now they want to add pedophiles, so that when sane people turn around and go, you know what, oppressing pedophiles is a good thing, they're like, oh, they're oppressing diverse people of alphabets.
Rainbow.
I mean, it's my. I
Give me back the
identify as a
Bifrost.
woodchipper,
You're
and
not
it's my
allowed to use the
duty-
rainbow anymore.
I identify as a
Dookie.
woodchipper, and it's my duty to kill pedophiles. I think it's impressing me if I'm not allowed to carry out my religious beliefs.
We need
A
to.
trans wood chipper here, people. Support this poor man. I mean, poor wood chipper and his dream to chip pedos.
Remember,
Instead of I identify as an attack helicopter, I identify as a woodchipper. That's gonna be the new one.
and your pronouns are Husk Varna.
Ah, dear.
Ah,
What is
dear.
that picture? Oh,
Could you be more specific?
We'll get to that later. Okay.
And a picture.
Oh,
Do I
God.
already know?
No.
Let's see. How much is a wood chipper? $32,000. Okay, folks. Remember, donate to Sultans of Shadilay's wood chipper budget.
We've got fundraising goals, people.
Yeah, we have. It looks like Essex Trans Texan have to wait. We got wood chippers to get.
Okay, so the play was featured in the national press, as was a petition shared internationally as well as in the UK. It was signed by over 40,000 people. While the petition website looked similar to groups like Change.org or Avaz, it was hosted by a controversial Spain-based advocacy group with links to the extreme Christian right in the US and Eastern Europe. By which do you mean that they don't just ban the right? Whose intentions are to roll back legislation on abortion and LGBT rights. This sounds like, what is it, like 6 degrees of bacon or something. Oh, this person's related to this person, who's 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 on the far right.
Huh. Well, in the end,
Yeah, that's not the first time they've done stuff like that. I don't know if you've ever seen the kind of web thing that they did where they linked all these fucking channels and media things together. It's like, yeah, this is related to this. It's like, this is insane.
It's like
Thanks for the new
internet
content to watch.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
what's with the sex education as a postcode lottery thing? Making it into a postcode lottery sounds like there's a prize.
Postcode lottery for
sex
young
education.
people. I have a feeling that they're going to wind that different locations molest children at a different rate. We'll have a look at that later.
Yeah.
But who wins the postcode lottery? I mean,
The pedophiles.
The ones that don't get nonced. They're the ones that win.
No, it's like the Hunger Games, only it's with nonces. The pedo games, perhaps?
be in your favor.
Right, so Susan Go was founded in 2013 by the same people behind Has Tior, an advocacy group also headquartered in Madrid that garnered fame for its bus campaign against transgender children. And the problem is...
They're against mutilation of kids.
Yeah, and apparently that offends Vice.
Well,
We
are we
must
really
always
shocked?
join
where
the
Vice
children.
stands.
You know, it's almost like Vice advocates for Vice.
So Vice and nonsense.
Weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so a report in 2021 from the European Parliamentary Forum for Child Sexual Abuse, for sexual and reproductive rights, which again, a network of members of parliaments from across the continent. Right, let's have a look at their computers. This is Susan Go as one of the
I
main.
don't want to.
This is Susan Go as one of the main religious extremist actors in anti-gender activism between 2009 and 2018 in Europe, having spent nearly 33 million on funding ranging from activities like sponsoring anti-gender network meetings to supporting like-minded groups. Again, what's bad about it?
So, my question is, where is Hunter Biden stationed on this board?
Apparently in Ukraine, because they've now managed to tie it to Russia. That's right, this is now Russian.
Ruski Babuski.
Yeah, because it found that Susan Go had historically received funding from the now sanctioned Russian oligarch Konstantin Molofeev, described by the US as Putin's right arm for operations of political interference in Europe. Oh, boo-hoo, fuck off.
I mean, it's suddenly like, yeah, I support Russia on things. Okay, you've pushed me there too.
If Ukraine is for noncery and Russia is against noncery, I think this discussion is going to be pretty easy.
Like, yeah, if Ukraine is pro-pedophile and Russia is anti-pedophile, I mean, that changes things.
A
So,
lot.
we should absolutely be concerned about the infiltration of ultra-conservative networks into British politics. Pedophiles Carter Berlin and Lukas Janilowokajiki, who fucking cares, they're probably nonsense, at the Institute of Strategic Noncing, a think tank fighting children, told Vice World News. They were especially concerned about the material consequences for women and sexual minorities due to the organisation masking their insidious policies. They're just talking about Citizen Go, they're not talking about the fucking story. Yeah, they've got completely fucking distracted from it. This entire article, it spends like 2 sentences talking about the fucking family molestations, you know.
The family incest show.
Well, that seems to be what they're encouraging. So let's have a look at who these people, who these so-called experts are.
Experts in what? Because I don't want no experts in nonsense.
Oh, well, guess what you're gonna get.
Well, they're experts
always
in
told me-
extremism, apparently. A policy analyst, CEE in EU. No, is that him? Maybe. Oh,
My
here we
dad
go.
always told me experts were
A
have-been
research
gripped by
associate,
depression.
Global Europe Centre, University of Kent. London-based analyst and political scientist specialising in Polish foreign policy and the Central and Eastern European region. And
Okay,
what
so
the
why
fuck
does
does that
this
have to
guy
do with
think-
this?
Why does this guy think that being anti-nonce is an extremist position? This is what I want to know. How has he come to that conclusion?
Well, I don't think Vice asked him that question. Because I think Vice...
Well, why would they?
This is like the ultimate Mott and Bailey, where you put a bright pink sheet over the Mott and the Bailey, and then you go, look over there, it's the right-wing terrorists.
Right.
Because the entire fucking Vice article was just talking about the so-called hard right organization. It mentions, like, there's one sentence mentioning the show and another one, and then it just starts talking about this other organization, and it never comes back to the show.
So basically, what I'm hearing is there was a lot of people against this nonce show, but also this more like right-wing organization was also against the nonce show, and so they're like, okay, well, everybody who's against the nonce show must be affiliated with these people who were against it, who are, I don't know, potentially a bit extremist. I guess that's what they're
It's
trying
just
to
such
do.
a big self-report, isn't it? Really.
Oh, so you're pro-Russia.
Yeah. So in the
Ooh,
Stage,
good
a
boy,
trade
cool.
newspaper about theatre, associate pedophile Lynn Garner wrote that she had seen the show in an early development stage and thought it was a thoughtful and inspiring piece of Grooming,
Sorry?
Nonstory?
designed to be shared by parents, carers, and children together.
Have we
No.
checked her hard drive?
Pans.
No, apparently not.
Pans, like in pansexuals.
What?
What?
Hmm?
The fuck you on about, Trent?
All I heard
No, it
was
sounded like you said. It sounded like you said pans, and I was like, oh, pansexuals. You know the other word. for
No
pedo?
one said pansexual, Streetman.
I thought he was
Alright.
saying pants, as in trousers.
Ah,
He heard pan and thought of food again.
Soup flashbacks.
Oh, here we go. Other recent campaigns from Citizen Go in the UK include no drag queens in primary schools. And you've got a problem
Okay.
with that, do you? You fucking
I'm
pedophiles.
suddenly more on board.
Again, that's the thing as well. Like, drag is a sexual thing. Like, it is. We're not
I have seen people argue
talking
against
about
that, and it's just
dames.
so
We're
dumb.
talking about drag. Like, no, don't put drag queens in primary school.
Oh, it's not sexual. It's about my identity.
No, it's not. Like, no, it's not.
No, resist.
No. I'm not seeing any, pantomime dames waddling into fucking primary schools. I'm seeing hyper-sexualized drag that you would see in very kind of adult places. We should stay in adult places.
Yeah, it's like
rainbow
trying to
dildo
make
butt monkeys.
make elementary schools burlesque shows. It's just no.
No. Just no. Never. There's going to be a burning of several buildings if that is allowed.
I mean, I suspect, let's say you had a pantomime on, and one of the stars from the pantomime, like the pantomime dame, was offering to like go around schools. Like, you would probably have less of an outcry because they're normally dressed like, old kind of
Humans.
mumsy women.
But they're also
They're
not
not.
announcing your kids. It's clear that it's a man dressing up
Yeah.
as a woman for the show. There's nothing sexual about it.
Sadly, it's the drag queens are a little too much like a man in women's clothing.
I hate
I mean-
this. This person is an expert on influence operations, disinformation, conspiracy theories, and hate speech online. Hate speech online. Fuck off. And you're talking about conspiracy theories.
Okay, I've just looked up some pantomime
Lovely.
dames and now I'm amused.
Disco's got a thing for
Discordia
the
has
They're
discovered a new
fucking-
fetish.
No, just
Yeah.
I'm amused. Like, they're funny.
He is amused.
Look at the funny. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Look at the
Because they're
funny
meant
thing.
to be. Like, they're meant to be funny. Like, they're not
Yeah,
meant
but then you
to
get
be
drag
sexual.
queens who actually base their
Yeah.
whole personality on
But
what they
this
feel
woman,
day.
who's apparently one of the experts that they consulted. Issues: anti-Semitism, climate disinformation, conspiracy networks, disinformation, election disinformation, extremism, far-right extremism, Islamophobia, LGBTQ, misogyny, polarization, and hate. Really, bitch.
Can you
okay.
stick a few more buzzwords in there? Just a few?
She's trying to get on the new disinformation ministry.
The Ministry of
okay.
Truth.
It's just,
hire me, please.
Oh God, I regret googling.
Oh, look, she works for an NGO.
Meet the
Oh,
four
fucking
drag
figure.
queens redefining what a gamer looks like.
Oh God, fuck off.
I
What?
regret. I regret clicking on this.
Oh,
and whose fault is that, Disco?
This girl's going down her own sort of path right now. Like, the stream's still fine at the moment. Everyone else is fine, but
so let's have a look at some of the research this silly bitch has done. How about climate change reporting in Hungary? The evolving nature of messaging among government-affiliated media and pundits. No, don't care. How about youth attitudes on politics and democracy in Central Europe? Nah, no, don't give a fuck. Ooh, 100 years after Trianon, the far right in today's Hungary. Oh, the main narratives about COVID-19 in the V4 countries.
oh no, why have you sent this to me, Disco?
I had to see it. Now you do too.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Oh,
God, that actually makes me
oh.
vomit.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
everyone said.
gee, what the hell is
this
going on?
this other article that was
Ah.
linked that Crow wanted to look at: sex education is a postcode lottery for young people. Freedom information data reveals that schools are missing out on vast support from local services depending on where they're located in England. Someone want to read that while I go grab a coffee?
Exclusive data gathered by Vice shows that a quarter of local authorities in England are not commissioning specialist training for secondary school teachers to deliver.
Can you lean a bit
ridiculous
closer to the mic?
education. Sorry, I forget that I'm quiet. Over a year after it was made compulsory for all pupils, just over a quarter, 13, of the 51 local authorities that responded to Vice, World News offered zero funding for specialist RSE training for teachers from experienced professionals in sexual health. Yes, experienced professionals in sexual health, that's what we need. Okay.
Boy.
Well, you can't teach it if you haven't experienced it.
Yeah. And you can't experience it without being taught it. I mean, since 2013,
God damn
local
it.
authorities have been responsible for sexual health services in England using funding from the government's public health grant. As part of this work, they are expected to commission services that support young people's sexual health and well-being, often including resources, signposting, and active involvement with local schools, which spans anything from in-person workshops and lesson plans to the provision of leaflets and digital links for directing to local services. Okay, so
In-person
Another
sex workshops in schools.
yeah, that's what I'm wondering about.
Disco, what the
We
hell
never
have you
had
sent
anything
me?
like that. We never had anything like that. Like literally, the school nurse came in one day and was like, "Right, slams the fucking dildo down on one of the desks, and it's like,
Basically,
who knows how condoms work?" And everybody just kind of disappeared to the back of the class.
yeah.
That was it. Like we didn't have no fucking sex workshops.
I spent the entire time during my sex education asking stupid questions like, do condoms make good balloons and that kind of thing? And everyone in the class was obviously laughing their ass off, and I was sat there straight faced, just like, yeah, I know I made a stupid joke.
We turned them into water balloons. That was fun.
Fucking condoms hurt as water balloons.
Yeah, they do. But they're fun.
But like, who's running sex workshops for children?
Not to mention, signposting and active involvement sounds really dodgy to me.
Yeah.
Oof.
It does.
Who
Just wait a
are
peanut
who
down.
are
I'm sorry
these
for not listening that much,
experts?
but oh, damn it. Oh, Christ.
Like,
Also, Disco, what the hell did you send me?
Yeah, that's what I was coughing about earlier.
Shouldn't
What is this abomination?
They continue with the article. While local authorities only have control over locally maintained schools, which form about 35% of all state secondary schools, the public health grant is supposed to support the health of everybody in the local area. So this is where the lottery part comes in. They're saying, oh, only 35% are getting all this extra money to help them with teaching children about sex. What about all of them? We need them all to be taught sex.
So, yeah, it's a postcode lottery. Like some of the kids don't get announced.
Yeah, we're really disappointed that we're not able to nonce more of your kids. Only 35%, you know?
yeah, what was I saying earlier? It was specialist training for secondary school teachers to deliver relationships and sex education. Yeah, here's your specialist. Here's your specialist education. Don't fuck the kids.
Hang on. You see, I really want. How is my hard drive definitely sus now?
Because Trim and Crow are screaming about the things you're sending them.
Yeah, I sent them a Vogue article that says, "Meet 4 drag queens redefining what a gamer looks like."
Oh, I didn't even read the title. That makes it even worse.
Don't be fucking trying to make me out to be a nonce.
This just
I'll
pushes
hit
me
you with
further
my
into
spanner.
becoming a furry. I might as well become a furry because at least, I wouldn't be that. Fuck this. I'm going to get myself a fucking full-on crow fursuit, feathers and all.
Wait. Would that make you a furry or a feathery?
I think a feathery is a subdivision of furry.
Yes.
Like scalies.
Yes, they're all subdivisions of furries.
And then fucking Disco, you're going to carry on.
So you don't know this because some fat, pink-haired loser pedophile nonce didn't come to your school and teach you about fairies.
Just for
Funnily
I
enough,
see the one's comment, I'm actually gonna put the link in the goddamn chat and Scar chat too.
yeah, go for it. I will
Oh,
say,
God.
Yes,
I am
and because
very
Disco's a
Run,
mod,
chat, run!
because Disco's a mod on the channel, YouTube's not going to
Oh,
eat the link.
One
Evil.
thing I'm
Pure-
very happy with is that my parents, when I asked them questions about sex in general, they just told me the straight fucking facts, the biological facts, then and there. Like, yeah, you want to know, this is what it is. Done. I didn't have any other questions. I was just like, oh, okay, moved on. No fucking bullshit, no fucking indoctrination, no fucking trying to be like, oh, well, maybe you're a woman, maybe you're trans, maybe I should put my dick inside you. I don't know.
My mom
Fucking
literally handed me a fucking like just a book, and she was like, "If you have any questions when you're done,
Mythos.
then I guess let me know."
Mythos telling me that I'm going to become a true goth. It's like as if I haven't already been a goth. Fucking hell.
Been there,
Used to
done
dress in
that,
goth
came
clothes all
back
I
the
see
again.
the
time.
pictures.
I've got
Visigoth
new
or
rock.
Ostrogoth?
I have
Like
Scar's
corporate
student of
goth
history.
generally.
Oh.
You click the link.
He did click the link. He's like, "Damn it, Disco!
Definitely
Those
click the link.
demons!"
It's worth watching. Normal goth is not true goth. I didn't say normal goth. I said corporate goth.
Orgo?
Although I do sort of metalhead sort of appearance now. I don't really go goth anymore. It's too costly wearing all that fucking makeup. And then you lose your eyeliner.
What I'm
and
saying,
it's like, oh,
being
okay.
goth is just 5 depths of makeup away from being a drag queen.
No, Billy Wugs, you don't need to smash your hard drive, but you may need some eye bleach.
Yes. Let's see.
Not me.
Disco, send kitty pics.
Too late.
I'm waiting for Billy to tell us that he can't access the Discord.
Oh, he's already done that. He still hasn't figured out how. Billy Blogs
He's
is
already
actually.
in there.
Yeah, but he can't log in because he's a robot and he can't pass the capture.
I see.
So, local authorities that did provide these services meant young people were able to access everything from an LGBTQ educational program to sessions on contraception. Also known as the only fucking thing they need to know. No, you teach all the kids that they need to stick a condom on it, and that's it. Condoms are great because they also prevent STDs.
I mean, you're missing part of the sex education there with,
Yeah, I
female
think the
stuff.
sex education of that age should be you don't have sex because that's an adult thing. But if you're gonna ignore me and do it anyway, just better use a goddamn condom.
Yes. And of course,
If I become a grandfather before 40, I'm kicking your ass, son.
Vice, Disco, Vice has a topic called Slut Ever. What if sex ed focused on teaching pleasure? Yeah, we call that grooming. Fuck off, you fucking pedophiles.
Like, learning
second
pleasure.
one didn't
Learning
write
Pleasure is
down.
what you do with someone you care about, with someone you love. That's where you learn about pleasure. You don't do that by being, oh yes, well this is how you make it feel really good. Like, I
Oh
don't
my
want my
God.
fucking nurse who's
Yeah.
40 years old and looks like fucking plank has hit around the head 3 times. I
So-
don't want to find out that from her.
What, you don't want her to sit at the front of the class on a desk, spread her legs and go, "Hey, Jonathan, come up here and I'll show you how to find the clitoris."
Look at my nasher, would ya?
Where is the clitoris? The internet says it's at the crest of the labia.
Well,
does that
second,
mean?
you'll find out once you get married.
Yeah, that's okay.
Honestly,
Seriously,
that
what-
scenario, Bez, it just
We
sounds
need
like
a-
something from fucking Friday the 13th. Like, what's his face? Freddy Krueger would do.
We need a fucking like pedo corner or whatever pedo watch thing. Like intro, right? We need to get fucking that song from Dora the Explorer or whatever, where it's like, I'm the map.
We can probably get Crow to sing that, whack it through auto-tune, turn it into a girl's voice.
Oh,
and add
okay.
like a
We should do a
Oh, I see
quartet
how it
about
is.
it.
I suppose you want to do a full falsetto sing.
Well, I
Right,
mean, that's
yeah.
not required, but you've probably got the best voice to
sound
just
like,
import into something and tune.
I'll do something like Oliver, Where Is Love kind of thing. You know, really high pitch. Oh,
Student
scared of
history,
Peach. Jesus.
student history says, "Stop! I'm just picturing the slug lady voice on some ancient landwire." What, you don't want the slug lady sitting at the front of the class going, "Look at me snatch! I'll show you how to find the clitoris."
I'll
The thing is, like, I bet it's not even the 40-year-old nurse anymore. It'll be some blue-haired, non-binary, gender-queer, pronouns
20-year-old
unknown
man pretending to be a
creature
woman.
that comes in and is like,
And
"Let
then
me teach you about sexual pleasure."
Let me show you my female penis.
And my masculine boobs. My boobs have hair on them, don't you know?
I've completely destroyed Ardent Party.
Oh god, this fucking thing.
It'll just be like some sort of Slanesh horror. That's what it'll be.
Yeah, that's basically the left.
Imagine the
Oh,
kids going
God,
home
it's
and be
still
like,
too-
"Mommy,
it's still
Mommy,
a
I
half
learned
an
about
hour-
the
1.5
feminine
hour to
penis
work."
today."
The feminine what?
My teacher showed
And
me her
tomorrow we'll
penis.
talk
Wait,
about
what?
the masculine vagina.
The baby's stored in the bowls, Disco.
You pee it out like a kidney stone.
Well,
You know the womb
well,
is where
that's
the
what they were
baby is.
teaching those fucking midwives, Trim. They were actually
Okay,
teaching
look.
that to midwives.
You can store the baby in
Ah,
your balls,
fucking
but you've
hell.
got to have a natural birth.
Again, isn't that what the midwives were talking about? We covered that. What was it, 2 weeks ago now? The midwives being taught
I
that.
remember that. Oh,
Oh, why did I have to remember that now? Christ. Can
Oh, God,
the
you
clock go faster so I can go to work? That'd be
you
nice
guys
right
also
now.
remember? You guys also remember that like fucking clip or whatever where there was that like trans woman or whatever who was having, you know, the baby breastfeeding. It's like you don't have
Oh,
mammary
God, no.
glands. It's so
They
fucking
just saw
weird.
Peter
Oh, that's
Griffin and thought it
disgusting.
was an instructional video.
Oh,
God.
Stewie's reaction to that one is fucking perfect.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Wait.
The thing is, I wonder
Is
how many of
this-
these people that are trying to advocate for this stuff have been traumatized by abuse themselves in their own lives. I bet most of them.
Almost
Not-
certainly.
Excuse them abusing children.
No. But it would explain a lot.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is,
Why is there
We
a
s-
fucking banana peel? What the fuck?
Yeah, and even if it
Because you
does
stick
come
your
from,
vagina
like,
up your bum.
you know, a cycle of abuse, the fact that
we're supposed to break it.
it's
not
all but, you know, the fact that it's all but illegal to actually stop them from doing it, and they can do it so publicly, and, you know, you're the bad guy for calling it out, is like, no, you're supposed to be able to stop this at some point, not excuse it. Like, even if it does come from that.
Notice how it says School of Sexuality Education and not Sexual Education.
Good
Like it is
point.
an obvious diversion.
You're right.
Oh.
But we'll actually get to that because this is an article that was linked from the Lotus Eaters that they didn't actually cover. So, safeguarding children is not moral panic. Thoughts on the family sex show and the blurring of boundaries. So, the family sex...
Do not blur boundaries. They must be clear and defined and visible from space at this point.
Yep, so the family sex show had been popping up on my... This is by Millie Hill, by the way. The family sex show had been popping up on my Twitter feed for a few weeks, but wasn't until the show got cancelled after 38,000 people signed a petition that the page dropped for me. I'd heard of their consultants, the School of Sexuality Education, before. There is a long backstory to the publication of my third book, A Puberty Guide for Preteen Girls, My Period, that is only suitable to be told over several drinks, could be wine, but preferably expensive cocktails with you paying. Okay. Suffice to say that in the run-up to the publication, there were some extended debates about inclusivity, and at one point a sensitivity reader was suggesting, yep, you've guessed correctly, it was the School of Sexuality Education, or as I affectionately termed them, the Banana Clip Brigade.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be
Why?
something to do with shoving a banana up their ass and then learning how to peel it.
Look, those women, they've
Banana
got
with your
clits
ass.
like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Okay, they've got clits like you wouldn't believe. They're banana clits. Okay, their clits
They're
are
so
more
long.
prominent. They're more prominent than a Jew's nose. Okay.
The next bit's ridiculous. Who wants to read it out?
I don't want to read
By
any
Donald
of this.
Rump.
So, well, if you don't want to hear it in a sexy voice, you'll have to suffer through this in my voice.
Who's got the sexy voice? Trim?
You in second. Then again, second has several sexy voices.
Ooh. Okay.
Jordan Peterson. Do it, Jordan Peterson. Use your true voice.
A one true voice.
Oh, wait, okay, yeah. And you know, after they were put forward, I went to their website for a look around and immediately found one of their most recent blog posts entitled, "Why is Everyone Being Mean to J.K. Rowling? A comprehensive guide to understanding and arguing against trans exclusive arguments." Now, you may think that's a simple question, but it is not. It is a complicated issue. You know, identity is complex. How do you deal with that? Well, certainly not by this self-identification nonsense. It's socially negotiated. So what do you do about that?
You don't molest children.
Yeah, that's
That much is simple, I hope.
Yeah. So she then says, I highly recommend you read the whole thing, but just to give you a flavour, they state psychological and scientific academia, yep, because we trust them anymore, has widely proved that gender and sex are socially constructed. And that even the link we've made between penis and male sex and vagina and female sex is constructed.
Oh my god.
What?
No.
What?
What?
No.
Constructed
No,
by whom?
Served.
Apparent by the surgeons that are cutting their clits off and turning them into penises.
The whole article is an absolute hotbed
Seems
of
like it.
inaccuracy and misinformation on everything from biology to women's refuges to sports, but perhaps one of the most worrying statements, given that this piece is aimed at teens and young people, is that surgery to make the penis into a vagina is a really cool medical procedure. Yes. Great. Really cool medical procedure. Yeah, we'll make your penis into a vagina. It's pretty cool. You'll be really cool with all the other kids. All the kids want to fuck you, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that actually
God.
written?
Come on, little Billy. You don't want a really cool vagina. Not that nasty old
I
penis
saw you
got
tucking
there.
your
You
penis
can have a
between your
cool
legs
vagina.
So they've deleted it,
Fuck's
but
sake.
we can see.
Thank God.
Oh, apparently your
No, wait,
genitals
that's not a
don't...
good thing. We gotta show them if they're monsters.
Here's something that's just popped out. But lots of trans women don't get surgery and they're still women because your genitals don't signify what gender you are. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Literally what they do. It's like
I've heard
it's
people
like their
arguing that-
second primary purpose.
I've heard people arguing that your actual chromosomes don't matter. I'm like, you're a fucking liar. You're just living in fantasy land now. Fuck off.
Or just deluded.
The problem is, like, obviously we have the wood chipping idea of these people. When you get all the blood and stuff, you spray it on the fields, and you end up with fucking gay flowers and gay plants and gay fucking crops. It's fucking annoying. Crops.
That's
wanna
why
fuck
we
children
just
for them.
salt the earth where we do it. No worries. We
Yes.
salt the earth.
Right, so they actually say, so a trans woman is a woman? No. Some trans women get gender-affirming surgery where the penis is made into a vagina. It's a really cool medical procedure and can be super affirming for some people.
Really cool medical procedure. No.
Totally
you're the fucking
reversible, we
chipper.
promise.
I've seen I've seen the infographic video. It don't look very cool.
How the sausage is made? No,
Not
that's
how
the
the
opposite
sausage
one.
is made.
Yeah.
How the sausage is mutilated.
Yeah.
How the sausage is mutilated, how the sausage is made, and how the clam is just being folded and.
It's almost like the Pain Olympics.
It's actually worse than Pain Olympics in some ways.
Yeah, I mean,
Because at least Pain Olympics
Oh.
is made by a bunch of crazies who mutilate themselves. This is made by actual professional people who do it willfully and purposefully.
Here's an argument. If trans women are allowed in women's bathrooms, it will endanger cis women. Their answer, trans women are not the problem. Also logic. Go fuck yourselves. Trans women competing in sport isn't fair. Answer, buckle up, let's unpack this. Just shut up. And they just sit here whining for days on end. So let's go back to the article. So the piece is no longer in there, slightly above... What?
I just want to ask if Second got the whole part where we almost everyone converted to Christianity en masse.
Well, was that the one where they're like, not molesting children is hard right Christian extremism?
Yeah.
And we're like,
Yeah.
fuck
We're
it,
like, well, I
fine.
guess we're all fucking hard right Christians now then.
Everybody's
Even I-
second Baptist.
I,
Baptist
I
again.
fucking hate Christian and like religious stuff, but even I can see the benefits of it now. You know, it's like fuck.
Well, if you put it like that.
It's like, it's,
Christians of Shadilay we are.
I mean, if it's like be an atheist pedophile or be a hard right Christian anti-pedophile,
You just
Yeah,
get some
every
kind
time.
of shuffling into the church,
Oh,
like,
God,
well, I
my
guess
son.
this is where we gotta be now.
I'll learn all my
Yeah,
songs.
yeah. Trim sent me something like really based, where it was like a trad Catholics like chasing off these weird like fucking Marxist queers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
They didn't even chase them off. They just walked ahead and the fucking Marxists just ran away in sheer panic, fearing the light of God.
Oh, I posted one of the like best transgenderism tweets I've ever seen in live shows. It's beautiful.
I'm going to see if I can find it.
I'll
This
put it
shit
on
wanna
stream.
load.
So some silly bint says trans women are women, trans women are women, trans women are women when they do all the stuff they do. This includes when they do athletics. So someone else replies, seahorses are horses, seahorses are horses, seahorses are horses when they do all the stuff they do. This includes when they do equestrian events.
IMO Aquinism has to be intersectional
Oh.
and seahorse inclusive.
I love
Dear.
how that just
Nice.
completely takes their own fucking bullshit and like makes it more
So-
obvious.
Second, do you think the Pope would be up for blessing my wood chipper?
Are
And
you going to become the pedo crusader?
look, if the Pope isn't up for blessing the wood chipper, he goes in the wood chipper. These are his choices.
Against the pedos.
But just keep
Well, I
going
don't-
through
I don't-
popes until we
I don't
find
have a
one
line
that
of
will.
communication to the Pope, but I have an uncle who's a priest. So...
I thought your line of communication went up then down to the Pope. Like, isn't that how it's
To be
supposed to
fair.
work?
You just
To
go
be
through
fair,
the
I'd
big guy,
be
you know?
all on board for a holy
Look,
war against
just
pedophiles. That would be a crusade I could back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, second, just call up the Pope's boss and tell him to get the Pope over here to anoint the wood chipper.
With his own blood. I mean,
Well, that's his choices. He can either anoint it with holy water or he can anoint it with his blood from the inside.
like either you're with the chipper or against it.
Yeah, we're gonna need
Or
you to
inside
pass that
it.
message on, quote for quote. Second.
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
If you're not with the chipper, you're in the chipper.
Only a pedo speaks in absolute. Nah, only a right wing speaks in absolute.
Yes, Trim got it.
Oh dear.
Star Wars references. I love them.
Okay, so where were we? The group, funded by the lottery and several others, is leading RSC workshops in schools across the UK, and according to their website, have so far molested 67,332 young people.
It's so fucking ironic, that phrase about absolute, because it is an absolute as a phrase.
Yes, it is. Where are we? So, handwritten feedbacks reads, I really liked how the workshops remained inclusive and it was acknowledged that not all people with boobs/vaginas are female, or that penis equals male.
I like that. Boob. Slash. That's another name for vagina. Slash. Why not?
Yeah.
Like, sure, not all people
It is
with
now.
not all people with boobs are female. This is true. Fat men have boobs too.
Hello.
However, penis definitively does mean male.
Wait, does that mean I'm kind of a pre-op tranny in that case? Because I got my boobs.
The pedo side of the Force is a path to many things that some would consider to be unnatural. Unlimited child porn.
UCYIB1 says the pedo side of the Force is a path to many things that some would consider unnatural. This is.
Yeah, it's just like
Oh,
he's there,
fuck.
like pulls out his female penis and tells what's his face to suck his penis. Like, do it. Suck the penis. It is feminine. Do it.
Oh dear.
Join the dark side.
So
Unlimited penis.
welcome to the dark side.
And he
We have
stands there in a
children.
fucking burqa too. The transition of my gender and race has left me scarred and deformed, but I assure you,
Sorry, I can't use these quotes without thinking of the goddamn pencil edits anymore.
never been stronger.
They caught me off guard totally, but it so fits.
I think I did one of those for the Lotus Eaters once.
Oh my.
That should be a go-tier comment. It really ought to be. Oh
And I
god.
think I actually did that once. I think I did that once a few years ago.
Oh, I can see it. Oh god.
I need to pull this along with many other of these things out of the fucking recording and just be like, but I have a job for you.
Oh my god.
The
Oh, yes.
first intersectional empire.
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear any of these quotes anymore and not think of the goddamn pencil video.
Oh.
Getting fucking penciled into these
The
clips.
Death Star is just a gender reassignment beam. It just doesn't blow up planets. It just changes everybody's gender on the planet instead.
Oh dear. Moving on. In case it goes without saying, I didn't allow the School of Sexuality Education anywhere near my book, but they are indeed the safeguarding and education specialists advising the now cancelled Family Sex Show. What is a safeguarding and educational specialist? Are there any boundaries around who may give themselves such a title? No. Could I say that I was such an expert? Absolutely, and so could you. Well, I reckon I'd do a better fucking job. That sounds like pedophilia. Get in the chipper. Ah, dear.
I mean, I don't get this stuff.
The fucking family sex
Trust
show.
me, I'm an expert. I know what I'm doing to your children.
Don't worry, I'm an
You
expert
might
in those.
not.
I mean, in safeguarding.
Safeguarding the Mons Empire. I
What-
mean,
Yep, these child grooming experts. It's like, step away from the children.
No, I meant an expert in preventing child grooming. Yes, I forgot that word.
Oh, all right. Okay, fine. Here, have the room alone with little Timmy. Do you need something lubricating?
Time for sex beyond labels. Fuck that, no.
God, I had to do like a course.
Wait,
last
Peter
week about-
Tatchell, didn't he show up in this in the British Pedophile Institute?
British
Wait,
Pedophile
what?
Institute.
PIE,
Yeah.
Institute of
Oh.
Pedophile Institute of EU, I guess.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can get that back up, because I swear his name showed up in that.
I need a drink. I'll be back.
Alcoholic, I assume.
I've had
Or
too
tea.
many. I've
Watch your liver.
I had too many last night. I mean,
Did you get hit by a car again?
no.
Good.
Callum Dayton's like, can we go 1 week or podcast without pedos popping up? Apparently not. They're fucking everywhere.
No, they're
Stop
everywhere.
being open pedos! Jesus fucking Christ, I can't stand this shit. Just 1 week, please.
your children. They're coming.
And they'll end up in a chipper. Swear to God. Sorry, just oh boy.
Yeah, Peter Tatchell on Bird Blocks is like, yeah, something dodgy about it. Gee, do you think it might be the fact that he's in favour of fucking young boys?
What? Oh God.
Oh no.
He has his own fucking foundation. Peter Tatchell Foundation.
That isn't just another nonce advocacy group.
Balk Kriegman says Hans Jürgen the Flammenwerfers.
Oh dear, this is just
Oh,
ridiculous.
they've got like looks like a damage control article. Peter Tatchell Foundation.
Oh, they're good with those.
What Peter Tatchell really said about child sex abuse.
Is that he's very, very good at it. He's an
He's
expert,
had
one
many
might
years
say.
of practice.
He's got many years of experience in child sexual exploitation.
Oh, I'm gonna send you this article because this seems dodgy to me. Looks just like damage control to me.
Well, let's have a look at the nonce damage control. Why,
Yeah, but
Pete?
when left does damage control, they tend to just fucking dig a deeper grave.
Oh, there we go. What Peter Tatchell really said about child sex abuse. Oh, this is apparently from 2020. Okay. So Peter Tatchell says, first let me say I condemn without reservation child sex abuse, the rape of children and adults having sex with kids. That's not true, you fucking liar. Young people should not have sex at an early age. They should wait until they are over 16. Their consent should remain at 16, because saying sex involving teens under 16 should not be prosecuted, blah, 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 blah. So basically, it's just a pedophile pretending he's not a pedophile.
I'm not, I swear. This is why I have a foundation that was going to advocate for everything I say is true about myself.
I don't trust anyone who describes themselves as queer. Okay, you know, there's
I don't trust anyone who has to
and
write
then
a whole
there's
fucking
fucking
article
queer.
telling us why they're not a pedo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss the times
should
when
just
queer
be
meant
able
weird.
to know that about you. I shouldn't have to read an article to believe that you're not pedo.
Did anyone see
Here,
Mr.
let me explain to you
Earl's
why
review
I'm
of
not a
movies?
pedo. Well, no, I should just, I shouldn't suspect it in the first place, really. Your
10
actions
reasons
made me
I'm not
suspect
trying
it.
to nonce your children. Number 1.
While noncing your children.
Number 1, is it
Don't believe your
technically
lying
noncing
eyes.
if I
He
do
is
this
not
thing?
putting his penis on your kid.
I promise I'm not
You're right.
molesting these children.
But sir, your penis is halfway in the bum.
Oh
I'm
dear.
just checking his prostate to make sure he's healthy. It's nothing
He's
scary about that.
6! He is fine! His prostate is fine!
I was trying to use him as a hand puppet. I'm sorry.
You.
Is getting dark. We've started making really fucking dark jokes now just to cope with this shit.
Yeah, I feel like I need to like open a game just to cope with this fucking black pill.
How about we watch
Yeah.
how about we watch something funny instead?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
for the love
going
of
to.
God.
Yes, please.
Something that's
Keeping good little kids.
completely not politics and is just fucking hilarious.
Yes, please.
How about we watch some stupid host set a kitchen on fire?
I've seen that.
Oh yes.
I have not seen.
Is this a
is
streamer?
exciting.
Yeah, it's some Twitch
He's
thought.
lucky it wasn't worse.
Buy me new kitchen.
So it
So
already.
this is a Twitch thought. Oh
She's
my
too
God.
busy like playing up for the camera and not busy enough actually watching what she's fucking doing.
Well, it starts off with the room already full of smoke, with the just
Yeah.
billowing out of the pan. Gee, you
Like,
wonder
if
how
you
that's
watch-
fucking gonna go.
Like if you like see any kind of cooking shows and whatnot, like sure they will address the camera sometimes,
Oh.
but their priority attention is on what they're doing. Like they may even sort of have their back to the camera or not be looking directly into the camera because they're busy watching what it is that they're doing. She's clearly more interested in the chat and the camera and the
They're fucking
audience,
goals.
and the cooking is a secondary thing.
There are fucking goals on here. Fucking body painting, name on body, handstand challenge, whipped cream challenge. I mean, come on. Like, you're obviously just a slut trying to pretend to cook.
Yeah, this is just a skank. Like, 1 sub, name on circles. 5 subs, dance party. 10 subs, pole spin.
Pole spin.
Oh, birthday sub goals. 50, movie night. Marshmallow challenge, cosplay outfit, which totally won't just be you being a whore.
Oh, yeah. Play Twister as if we don't understand where you're going to angle the camera.
Yeah. Oh, body painting. Uh-huh.
Delaware
That's
shorts.
something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, also, let's talk about what she's wearing. Or specifically not. She's not wearing a shirt under that apron.
It's literally just an apron, isn't it? Yeah.
I think there's a bra strap.
I
But
think
it's one of
a
those
bra strap.
super
I
skinny-
really don't understand this. You know, like
I-
make if you want to stream, that's fine. Like I wouldn't necessarily say like anybody who tries to make an entertaining stream is like, you know, kind of whoring themselves. But like, just make something entertaining, and if people want to subscribe and donate, they will, and then
I
you
mean-
know show appreciation for it. But this is centered around like you need to give me money, and then I'll do things.
Yeah.
Is
No,
this
just
streamed
be
on Twitch?
entertaining.
Yeah, this is
It's
from
probably-
Twitch.
See, this is what I don't like. If this was a cam site like Chatterbait or My Free Cams or whatever, fine, burn your kitchen down. I don't care. You're in the right location where it's acceptable, but you're on a platform with kids. Fuck
Yeah.
off.
Well, it's like these hot tub streamers. It's like, yeah, sure, you've got a nice body, but get your fucking whore ass off Twitch. Like, go over to Chatterbait and I might pop by and watch you being a whore for a bit. But get the fuck off Twitch.
If you were like literally on a fucking slot website or whatever, but it just seems totally the wrong way around. Just to be entertaining, and if people want to support it, they will. Don't say give me money and then I'll be entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Like pay me to be entertaining. It
Yes,
doesn't
be
work like that.
entertaining,
People who-
then people will pay. In fact, be good at something, then people will pay you. Like, for example, Trim, who is going to get more commissions thanks to Disco shilling the fuck out of him.
Mm. But even
Oh,
streaming wise,
Jesus.
like even if you are just streaming something, just be entertaining, and if people like it, they'll donate or they'll become a member or whatever.
Yep. Though apparently,
Yes, Trim probably will get some commissions.
apparently the easiest way to get donations though is to acquire a cat, hold cat next to the microphone, and go meow, you bastard.
I mean, literally, though, like George is my little super chat generator.
It just annoys me because these people are like the same people who go on TikTok
you're
and they'll
lucky
start.
that Black is so infatuated with George. Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Can you know this?
Thank you,
It's
we're
like
a
these
bit
people on
behind Trim.
TikTok, though. They get their tits out or they dress in a sexy way on TikTok, knowing that it's an app aimed at kids, and then they like get banned and they're like, "Oh, I don't understand why they banned me. Oh, I wasn't doing
That's
anything.
not what
Oh,
they
my
say.
boobs aren't sexual."
That's not what they said. They're like, this is oppression. It was sexism. I got banned because I was a woman on there who was
Yeah,
popular.
exactly.
It's like, no, you got
Hey,
banned because you
it's
did
Chinese oppression.
Well, the thing that
Do
kicks
that Chinese-sounding violin thing.
the thing that kicks all these boob gamers in the ass is like, okay, you've got the game in a tiny little window in the top corner, and then your tits
when the
taking
game
up
is
the
on.
rest of the screen. Yeah, when the game is on.
That's when the game's even on.
But like your tits are the entire
fuck.
fucking screen. You've got a tiny bit of the game up in the top corner, so you can argue to Twitch that it's a gaming stream. And you're like, oh, I'm so oppressed that people are screaming about me because I'm a woman. Flip side, fucking VTubers who have their little avatar in the corner and are actually playing the game. Yeah, they might be shit at it, but at least they're playing the fucking game.
I like the fact that so many people lost their shit when Belle Delphine came back because they're like, "Oh no, my simps." Brilliant. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go shortly, so let's watch this video. And then
All
can
right,
bugger off
I
and not
should
bother
be.
anyone.
Yeah, this would be giving out sound on that end, and let me double check. Okay, yeah, should be putting out sound everywhere I want it to. Let's play.
That shit won't load.
Oh, no, she is
Oh, there it
Oh
is.
my
actually.
god.
She is actually wearing something.
Is it
Oh,
that
it's on fire.
already?
And then she puts it in water.
No!
She puts
And
the
then
oil
puts it
fire
back on
in
the
water.
stove.
Yeah, puts on the hot stove. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do.
Help!
Just put it in the oven. It'll suffocate it.
Help! Help!
Help, help, help. I'm an idiot.
Help.
Guys, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Yes, you're too fucking stupid to understand basic fire safety.
Does she not have
Oh.
baking soda in the house?
Have you guys seen that video where that this is an old one, but have you guys seen that video where that like firefighter like is giving a demonstration and throws like flaming gasoline onto the people watching?
Oh shit.
Oh, I have. Yeah, that was fucking great. I mean, not for the people watching, but it was really funny.
Yeah. Like, what a stupid hope. Like, a fire blanket, a full-size fire blanket is $20 at your local hardware store. Like, 10 fucking quid.
Like, scratch that.
No, but
has an
she
oven
needs it
there.
for her makeup.
Oh, no, wait.
You literally just put the pan in the oven and close the door, and it will burn out all the oxygen and suffocate itself.
Mm-hmm. Or, alternatively, you just
Baking
pick
soda.
up the lid and put the lid on the pot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that too.
Yeah.
But you know
Hell,
what?
this isn't as smart, but it's smarter than what she did. Just take the cutting board and put it over.
Actually,
You gotta throw the fucking cutting board
if the
afterwards.
cutting board is bigger than the pan, yeah, it won't even burn the cutting board because it'll immediately suffocate the flames.
And I'm
It's
I'm
just
willing to
amazing
bet
that
if
she
I think
somebody
that once
poured
it
it down
worked
the sink.
perfectly.
Yeah.
She doesn't just pour the oil down the sink, but she then spins around, puts it back on the hot stove, and then spreads fire around the thing like she's trying to burn her place down.
and the best part is she put it back
And
on
then
the
she
burner it
ran on.
started on.
Help! Help! God, fucking
Actually,
stupid.
shouting help, help, help is probably the smartest thing she did in that clip.
Yeah.
Because then she might have actually got a fucking adult in there.
But she's like, shut, I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do.
All
Okay,
I'm
I'm
good
just
at
gonna
is
put
pouring
this.
myself
If
out.
there was
I've
an
never learned
adult-
basic
No,
fire
no, no.
safety.
She's like, please, guys, super chat how to put this fire out.
I'm literally dying here.
Billy Blogs suggests a damp towel or CO2 fire extinguisher.
Yeah, we've got one.
Do not use a fire extinguisher on a pan fire. That is how you end up with burning oil on your wall.
Depends on the fire extinguisher. CS2 fire extinguisher is different from a normal one.
I know, but you need most kitchens aren't big enough for you to get enough gap. The pressure of the CO2 will just pick up the flaming oil and just stick it across the entire backdrop of the kitchen.
The
Well,
best is the fire blankets. Yeah, I have to have one because we have a kiln that goes up to 999,000 degrees in my kitchen, for like melting fucking enamel and stuff. So we have one.
Yeah,
quite useful.
I mean, they're a great idea, but like for a kitchen, just you've got the pan. It comes with a fucking lid. You put the lid on.
Like Billy's repeating, CO2.
Yeah. Like, CO2, yeah, pretty good for a kitchen fire, but you need to be really, really careful, because if you come in at a low angle, which is about where most people hold a fire extinguisher, and you're too close, you can pick up the burning oil before it has a chance to be suffocated, and just spread it across the entire wall behind the oven. Suboptimal.
I'd actually like to see that in this case.
The CO2 is recommended for flammable liquids, and deep fat fryers it isn't recommended for, but electrical equipment it is.
Yes,
Deep fat fryers, they tend to like a wet chemical fire extinguisher.
Yeah, you want something that'll sit on top of it for longer, because they hold the fats.
Some powders are pretty good for that.
Hold on, let me see if I can get...
You can easily get these full-on guides. Like, the best one is dry powder, usually. The only thing it can't deal with is deep fat fryers.
Yeah.
At which point, I just walk out and throw the pan outside my Juliet balcony and just cover everybody there in hot oil. I'm like, this is my castle.
God.
Don't storm the gates of Crow Castle. You'll burn to death.
This is just... I can't believe it's stupid. I mean, the worst part is how goddamn smoky that area is. It's just the proof that there was no adult there because it was already smoking so bad.
Yeah, she's
that
just...
if there was anyone with a brain cell in there. Jesus. I got nothing.
But, like, basically, anything other than what she did would have been a better option.
Oh, I don't know. I could see this this chick like, being told to put baking soda on, and it's like, oh, well, here's flour. It's white, and throws it on there and just explodes.
Oh, yeah, a combustible fine dispersed powder. That sounds like a fantastic idea.
It's really surprising she didn't do the whole pour water on technique that most people end up doing. And
well, she actually put it into the sink, which is why it flared up.
Yeah,
the sink with water in it.
I think she didn't. I think she was
I didn't think
trying
she
to get
added
the
water.
tap on, but she must have water in the sink because it did flare up. But I think she was trying to turn the tap on, but it kind of like as she kind of put in the sink, it came
Yeah.
up, so she didn't get the tap on, which is probably fucking lucky that she didn't.
Why she's still alive?
Basically.
Do you call this living?
I mean, she's probably
Not as
making more
much.
money than I am, knowing my luck.
Yeah, true.
Or me.
Well,
She's gonna need it now to replace the kitchen.
You won't get rid of that smoke stench for a while.
She'll just move out.
All right,
That's
guys. I'm gonna get
ultimately
myself
what's going.
all right,
and I will
man.
chat to you guys again soon.
We'll see you
Have
later.
a nice stream.
Later, man.
Good having you on,
Cheers,
Crow.
Aaron.
Yeah. Peace out, my dude.
Bye-bye, bird. Bye-bye.
I just realized I thought I was disconnecting. It's just like stop watching stream. I'm like, oh no, I'm still connected. Fuck.
You can never leave.
Must watch now.
You can put out every time you want, but you can never leave.
I wonder what the stance of that, like, Twitch streamer... I wonder what stance she takes on the filioque.
Soliloquy?
Hold on, this idiot's like everyone. Use salt, use a wet towel, use flour. Me, fire extinguisher. Yeah, anyone saying to use flour's an idiot.
They want you to die if they do.
Using salt. No, that's not going to work in the slightest. You'll be well seasoned as you burn to death, but...
I knew someone who used a mortar simunition that they home built, and instead of using baking soda, they used flour.
Oh, fuck.
So there were these literal fire bombs coming out of the air in their backyard. It's like, what moron are you? Oh. That kind.
Yeah.
America.
Yep.
Is it a gender reveal party?
It should have been. Just remember, every forest fire is a gender
What are
reveal.
these? Why are these idiots like put a ton of salt in? The salt will just dissolve.
Yeah, it might be so much that it can't continue burning, but that's just stupid.
Yeah, they're like, oh, baking soda, it smells the fire. Yeah, sure, but like the primary one is the best option is always to just smother it with a covering of some kind. Lid, fire blanket. Lid's better.
Yeah.
Oven.
The thing about oil fire, it's the scariest fucking fire that exists, but it's also the one that's easiest to deal with if you have the proper tool, which is, as Bezic said, a fucking lid.
Well, that's it. Trimmer the chef would know very well. Day one of kitchen safety. If you see an oil fire and your first thought is water, we'll shoot you.
We'll
Actually,
throw you
yes.
off the boat.
We
Yeah,
have
you get straight off the
we
boat
have
with the
goddamn
fire.
tours for the first people aboard. We have tours like every first traveler who work there. They have a special tour with the head engineer where he goes through point by point over the boat to say tell different security, and every time they get to deep fryer is that if you see this on fire and you try to add water, we're gonna throw you off the boat if that doesn't kill you.
If you survive, I'll kill you myself.
We're actually allowed to hurt people who try that shit.
Yeah,
Now I want to work
like
on a boat.
here we have the steps from an actual fire department. If your pan catches fire, turn off the stove and use the lid to cover the flame. Really?
Not run around shouting help, chat.
Chat, send quick.
Help!
Send donations now.
Super chat me that now,
Chat, please. Whoever has the highest donation, I'll listen to how they tell me to deal with it.
Send super
Nobody
chats because I'm
fucking
not
has
getting an
super chat
insurance
if he dies.
payout for this.
Oh,
Oh,
god.
fuck.
Stupid. Fucks.
Well, they always say to call your local emergency number. I'm like, every time I see that, I'm like, but the fire is extinguished. It's not secretly hiding in the fucking wall, but smoldering. It was there on a pile of metal.
I don't necessarily think these are a sequence of like instructions. Like,
Not
these are
on
things
this
that
one
you
specifically,
can do.
but I
Okay,
have heard
the
them.
first, the most ideal thing to do would be this one. If you can't do this, do this one. If you can't do any of these, then do this one.
Yeah, but like
I think that's what they're trying to say.
I have heard them say in the procedures that if it catches fire and you extinguish it, you should you still call the fire department. I'm like, no, that sounds like a waste of
The fire
everyone's fucking time. Like the fire is completely extinguished. Like if the
Like,
smoke
it was
alarm
on
in your
fire.
apartment building goes off, yeah, sure, give them a call and be like, hey, yeah, look, I'm an idiot and I set my kitchen on fire. You can just slow the roll on the trucks.
Yeah.
I mean, there's another rule in every kitchen I know of, at least, that if you're gonna cook something with oil on a pan, you either make sure you have a lid, or you have a blanket that works for suffocating fires.
Or better yet, both.
Yeah,
Like,
either or both would be best.
and the thing is, it's not difficult. This isn't the 1940s. Anyone can buy a fire blanket.
Well, even if when you go back to open hearth cooking, women would still wear wool skirts at that time because wool does not really burn; it smolders, but
Yeah.
it does not just ignite.
Yeah, it smolders for a longer time. It doesn't ignite, and most importantly, unlike polymers, it doesn't melt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Student of History's like, not secretly hiding in the wall. Well, depending on how good the fire is, the fire department might go looking for it, lol. Yeah, but like this, in this case, it's on metal. There's ceramic backing. It's under metal. Pretty sure it's not hiding in the walls.
You know who's really
I mean, it
behind
could
this
have gone
fire?
behind the stove at
Patriarchy.
this point with that idiot.
Well, you know who really was behind this fire?
Patriarchy.
Putin.
Ah, fucking, of course, Putin.
Oh,
It was just
shit.
because chat
Yes.
didn't donate enough.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow, that
no,
explains.
listen,
was a
listen,
chat
hear me out.
hazard.
Hear me out. If they had donated more, she would have already moved on to the body painting by that point and wouldn't have set the kitchen on fire.
I
So
see.
it's really the chat's fault. I didn't swim hard enough.
Of course.
Now,
It's the
kitchen
male
fires-
gaze.
Kitchen
Male.
fires are bad, obviously. But why did the fires start? Well, we know why. According to the Biden administration, the fire was caused by Vladimir Putin.
Ardent Party says, I can see a fire blanket being a bad idea because people will stand back and throw it and probably cause a spill. Which is it? And how in any way is that worse than what these idiots are doing? Like, fire blankets are the easiest
I
thing
mean-
to use in the world. Like, I've done the fire safety demonstrations. Been there, done that.
What if they're dumb enough to try and wrap themselves in the fire blanket? Oh, this is my blanket. It will keep me
Well, to
safe.
be fair,
But
if you
then we'll
buy a
burn
fire
them.
blanket, if you do go out to buy a fire blanket, you shouldn't cheap out and get the $10 1 meter by 1 meter one. You should always get the 2 meter long one, in case you do have to wrap some idiot in a fire blanket.
Oh, but where's the fun in
I
that?
mean, yeah.
Oh yeah, Student History says, I'm not saying from the video information,
I mean,
it was, but if it happened to get that bad, don't be surprised if one room is burned and the rest have holes in all. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, if there's any possibility that it got into the walls, the fire department will rip them to pieces. Though nowadays, if the well-funded fire departments have fancy thermal cameras, so they don't have to punch a hole in the wall.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that?
just like the Kool-Aid man.
Well,
oh yeah.
I'm not a fan of patching drywall. It's fucking awful.
All right, I'll give you that.
It's not my favorite thing in the world. Oh dear.
Apparently, apparently the internet can't agree on the pronunciation of Filioque, huh?
Well,
The little-
So, what now?
it's some batshit thing anyway, I'm sure.
It's somewhat.
Some batshit old word.
Well, it's the term for the idea that the Holy Spirit also proceeds from the Son.
Oh,
Soliloquy?
It was actually like the major cause of the split between the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox.
Huh.
Ah,
see, God is in the sun. That's why he burns your eyes when you look on him.
yeah, okay, let's have a look at some examples of what could have gone wrong for this bitch.
I'm gonna drop out for a bit. I'll be back shortly.
Right. Well, fire in
this
a
goes
commercial
to
kitchen.
set fire to.
Oh, I think I've seen this one before. Idiot's just sitting there
Burnt oil.
staring at the fire going, maybe, should I tell someone?
Wait, have we watched the video I linked yet?
Not yet.
Okay, we gotta get to that at some point.
So
Oh,
he's just staring there, looking at a fire.
dear. Yep, he's just looking at it. Like, not doing anything.
I can't, how?
We need the
Why?
we need the fucking kitchen nightmare sound effect. You know the
Oh god, here he comes with the water. Fucking retard! Holy fireball, Batman!
Motherfucker!
Holy shit!
That's
You're
Are-
kidding.
Now there's a fucking fireball!
With that,
and that's how terrorist charges were leveled on this man.
Like, it rolls across the entire ceiling of the room. What? What an absolute
that's impressive.
fucking idiot.
That's one way to smoke your food
Yeah.
and flambe it.
I just on this topic, I was driving around last night, and there was an automobile fire in the middle of the rain, and there were just streams of automotive oil burning on the interstate.
Yeah, people are a special kind of stupid. But, like, it's a fucking kitchen. There's probably a fire extinguisher somewhere nearby. Hell, it might even be the red thing mounted to the wall. Oh, dear.
Looking at that has a fire suppression system.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it does have one mounted to the thing for probably this exact scenario.
Yeah, because the red thing is attached to a pressure line that goes into the hood. So,
so that's probably some kind of that's either a
Fire oppression system.
It's either going to be a liquid extinguisher or a dry powder. One or the other.
it would be nice if it was just a halon system, so it just kills these people by accident by their stupidity.
Yeah. Worst fire safety demo ever.
Here we go.
I don't know if there's any music in it, so I'll just play it without audio.
I don't think there is, no.
Here we go. Yep, just pouring gasoline on it.
Oh, it gets worse.
Hit it. And that
Oh, God.
is why you don't use a fire extinguisher on a liquid fire.
It gets much worse.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, shit.
Flaring! Fucking hell!
There's not music. Well, okay, there's not music, so I'll play it again for everyone with the sound on.
Bordeaux, Turkey.
That did not just happen.
Hundreds watch a fire safety exhibition. The first demonstration.
There's gonna be an exhibition.
But that is why I'm saying you shouldn't use a fire extinguisher on a oil fire.
Luckily, nobody gets hurt. Not yet.
What a fucking idiot.
Man, you just fucking need that people.
Chaos.
Throwing fireballs like
There's too much fuel.
Yep.
The firefighter strikes a match. He's in go.
Mamma mia!
He tries to shake the flames off his arm.
And just...
Fire on the spectators.
Well, the good news is the spectator looks like the fire chief.
This is just so awful.
Crews extinguish
God.
the flames. Incredibly,
This is just fucking stupid.
Yeah, the guy set on fire was the fire chief. Not the guy in red, but the guy that he
What?
threw the burning liquid onto. Looks like he was the fire chief. The guy we see at the start running the demonstration. Yeah, this guy.
fire
And
safety exhibition.
suddenly the entire fire department was relieved of duty from this day on.
Yep. But I stand vindicated on why you don't use a fire extinguisher on liquid fires.
Luckily, nobody gets hurt.
They are
Yep.
fucking
Yep.
dangerous.
There's the fire chief again and another camera guy. And straight onto the fire chief's pants.
I mean, if the fire chief actually allowed this shit then and didn't intervene, he deserved it. Just
Yeah, he
saying.
does. What absolute fucking retards.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah.
You know, these are the kind of people who will end up in charge of, I don't know, government disinformation boards.
Yep. Oh dear.
Well, we need the government disinformation board. because the Biden administration wants to prevent the spread of disinformation.
Well, the easiest way for the Biden administration to prevent the spread of misinformation is to tell Biden to shut the fuck up.
I mean, he would have been hired on the spot to be Biden's fire hazard analyzer.
Well, if you want to be able to have a biscuit, then you gotta kill Vladimir Putin.
It's Putin's fault we don't have biscuits on the shelves.
I'm in. You son of a bitch, I'm in.
But the most important thing is I was fucking right. Fire extinguishers on oil fires are a fucking stupid idea. all it did was just spread the fire further. And most people, when they use a fire extinguisher, don't have a fire truck staying next to them.
I think that's really what makes that so much better.
So this is like, oh god, the chief got torched? If he didn't get ejected, that demonstrators will go for life. But yeah, the guy who cops it is this dude here in the fancy suit, who I assume is like the fire chief or station chief or something. I don't know how they organise their department, but this is probably like the station chief or something.
Maybe it was the attempt by a guy lower in the ranks to be like, yes, I shall finally take over his place if I light him on fire. It's all just a coup.
This video was uploaded in 2007. Fuck me. One of the comments is like, no one in that town dared to accidentally leave the stove on after this, in fear that the fire department would send this man to help extinguish fires.
That was really it. Just a threat against fires.
Here we go. Here's another example of why you don't use water to put out a grease fire. This looks like Europe somewhere. No shit.
Oh, it looks Dutch or maybe Flemish.
Oh, welcome back.
He takes a sip of water, then puts it in the thingy. Yep, I'm familiar with this demonstration.
I think that's...
Oh, he turns up the fire. Or he might have been turning the gas supply off, one or the other.
Kind of looks like he's like fucking roast, like roasting marshmallows.
Ah, dearie me.
I think this has moved to charred pills with Bezic.
Yeah, everybody's just been watching fire since I left.
I mean,
yeah.
I can go find some more nonsense.
I mean,
for
with
you.
all the pedo talk, you know, just
yes, this
cleansing
is
fire.
This is quite topical to pedos.
The only way to handle them outside of a wood chipper.
We'll stick with fire. It's fine.
Yeah, we set the wood chipper on fire, and then we try to use the pedos to douse it. Save the chipper.
Oh dear.
Oh, Disco,
Well, catch you save the nipple, but no, free the nipple.
What have I done now? What did I do?
Vegan-based food for beginners.
What?
Oh, in memes. Everyone's
Yeah.
memes channel. Yeah. It looks like a poo.
Well, I mean, it's gonna start the way it ends.
Oh dear. Here's something that Pond
Okay,
Knight
now we
brought us
gotta
the
watch
other
this.
day. Russian doctor murders, dismembers, and cooks woman after realizing while they had sex that she was a man.
You know what would have saved that tranny's life? The family
Transphobia.
I think a lot about cleansing fire, the purity of it. Boom, the end. Start again.
Art
The
parties
world may
like
plead
pedos
for a
and
new
fire
man to
connection?
rebuild.
Yes, they are excellent kindling, from what I've heard. Why is there a shit on a sandwich? Discordia, why did you send me this?
Apparently it's not. Although I'm not sure I believe that.
I
Vegan
refuse to
burger.
believe that it.
A vegan burger.
Yeah,
I
did
refuse
you
to
send me the...
believe that this is an honest attempt for a burger. This is just someone taking the Mickey, to quote British. This
Ew,
has to be a joke.
ew.
It
It's
even has fucking
nasty.
in it. You. Oh
Like,
no! Just
you're really selling the whole. They're really selling the whole vegan thing to me, you know.
that has to be a
You
joke.
re-
That has to be a joke. I refuse to believe that is an honest attempt. That is someone just joking at him because vegan food is shit. We do that. We do this joke every single time we go around for a round trip here. It's like, haha, someone has a vegan burger. Should I go to the door and take a shit? This is literally that. I refuse to believe that this is an actual vegan burger. I refuse to. I deny it.
Oh dear.
I still love like Sargon's like rants with the Michaela Peterson veganism debate where he's just like, look at them, look at the physiognomy of those people. They're all manlets and like skinny and weak.
I mean, if you have to eat literal shit, of course you'd be gangly and weak.
Triggered the chat.
Oh, yes, guy, leave the chat line.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I can see it now.
You know,
I'm
during
here to ruin chat's
now
day.
now you know, Disco. Now you know why I am a liability on your streams, because this is what you do to us. I'm merely paying back.
This
I'm
isn't
not
going...
trying to get your channel
That's
taken
not going to be
down.
what gets us taken down, Jim.
If you were to
Jesus.
just come on my channel and tease the chat, I wouldn't mind, Trim. It's saying things that are gonna get Susan's ban hammer that gets you in trouble.
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
We need to get Spoon in here.
Sorry, I'm still looking at the image. Sorry.
Moving... Speaking of cooking, a Russian doctor has confessed to murdering and dismembering a woman he dated when he discovered she had undergone sex change surgery. The medic, Mikhail Tikhonov, 27, cooked some of his body parts in his oven and flushed his remains down the toilet. He told police.
Like, this is why, people like Blair White, they always, she always advocates for trans people being upfront and honest before they get into these sexual situations. Because
not only is it the right thing to do, it's also not going to get you murdered.
Not to condone, murdering anyone, but people do have, like, emotional reactions, and that can lead to a dangerous situation like this. But what I don't understand is that how he then got from an emotional reaction to cooking the body.
I think he was...
I don't understand how he...
I guess he had a lot of repressed emotions.
I think he was burning the bones, trying to burn the bones so that he could break them down and flush them down the loo.
Maybe.
So
but this is why people should be honest before they get in a situation where they're having sex with someone.
Mm-hmm.
Misogyny right there.
So he'd been on a night out with this dude before going back to his flat. The pair were having sex when he realised that she was transsexual and had undergone surgery. He immediately strangled her on the bed and then, to hide the murder, dismembered the corpse. He told police interrogators.
Okay, that's a little different from the headlines where like, and then cooked, and like, wait, cooked?
Yeah.
Clickbait.
So not full
Unfortunately,
Dahmer.
some people are gonna have very violent emotional reactions. Like,
It's damn good.
Oh, dearing me. So let's see, what else? So he was detained and questioned after Nina went missing and the mother called the police to investigate. The police report into the incident said that Nina invited him to her flat. They continued to drink alcohol and began to have sex. He noticed his partner had previously been a man. She tried to continue the sex, but at that moment he grabbed her by the neck and squeezed tight. He stopped only when she had no more signs of life.
I don't think
Emotional
I'm
reactions.
not surprised to hear it happening.
Especially not considering that the dude tried to continue.
Yeah,
Hey, don't
that's
worry
what
about
makes
it,
it
bruh.
go into the realm of more than just one mistake was made.
Yeah, like it was bad enough, and then when he's like, "What the fuck is this?" They're like, "Oh, come back." It's like,
You're a bigot if you don't continue.
well, fuck you. I'm gonna kill you instead, then.
Which is why people like Blair White are always like, no, you need to be upfront about this, because it's a dangerous situation if someone finds out afterwards or halfway through and has this kind of violent fucking reaction.
Not only is it just the right thing to do, it's also got. It could also get you killed if you don't. It's like, come on, for fuck's sake, you silly
They'll
people.
be martyrs for the great cause.
Yeah. Right, so he then decided to get rid of the body and took the corpse to the bathroom, where he cut out the internal organs and chopped them into small pieces, which he flushed down the toilet. He then carved off the flesh, which he put into the oven, roasting it to evaporate excess liquid. He denied he was a cannibal and told police he had flushed the cooked human meat down the toilet. He then put the head and limbs into a suitcase and took them to his flat. Using a rasp, he sawed off limbs and ribs and threw them into rubbish bins. At this point, police came to detain him. They found the macabre side of the head still attached to the spine, which he had covered in salt to get rid of the smell.
Damn.
Nina,
boy.
formerly still male, had been registered as female by the Russian authorities.
It's just a fucking tragic situation all around, really.
It is.
It
Like,
is.
holy
It
shit.
didn't need to happen. It didn't need to fucking happen.
Had he only been honest, then it would have been avoided.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
sorry,
they'd rather
it's
lie
human.
and catfish someone,
Yeah.
and then when it goes wrong, like, yeah, like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? But also, have you considered not?
Confused Pikachu face. No, surprise Pikachu face, that is. Is it? Fuck, I don't know.
Fuck.
Yeah,
I
usually
am-
be the
I'm
one.
too
I think there's a
hungover to
lot of
look at
people
that
who don't
vegan
care if
burger.
someone's trans, but if you're already having sex with them, when you find out, it changes the context a little. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
then you've got, I mean, in their mind, you've got deception as well. You've deceived them, you tricked them.
Yes, you've deceived them into doing something that would be repulsive. Like, when straight people, like, even when straight people look at gay, like, there was a study, like, when straight men look at gay men kissing, like, it's the same level of revulsion as, like, cockroaches and shit and things like that. Okay, now take that innate reaction and now give that to someone after they've been making out with you for a couple of hours. While you're still trying to fuck them.
I think it was more than just making out.
Well, yeah, like, they were clearly probably... It sounds like they were in the foreplay stages, and Wayne's like, let me have a look up here. Oh, God, what's that? Yes, student of history points it out. It was maggots specifically. So that feeling of revulsion that you get when you look at maggots, straight men get when they look at gay men. Like, regardless of where... in the article, they're like, it's like indoctrination, they were raised this way. It's like, no, it's innate to men for obvious reproductive reasons that's not the thing. So you've lied to someone, you've betrayed them, and now that they have a feeling of revulsion that's equivalent to looking at maggots.
Yeah,
like-
and that's just-
And now you want to know why they're reacting violently?
Little medicines.
I just give up at this point.
Yeah. As Soon History says, gay men making out specifically, not just ew, a gay. But yeah, like
I
men.
don't know. Well, it kind of depends on the gay man, honestly. Like, if they're just like a normal dude who wants to like fuck.
Oh
dudes,
no, you're
that's fine.
talking
But,
about gays versus queers, aren't you?
right. Looking at like a man, gay or straight, who's like obviously hyper effeminate. I've hit that point where it's like the male version of Thought Patrol, like, you know, Beta Patrol, he him patrol. Like, you're not a man, you're a he him. Fucking be a man. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. But like when you combine all these things and then they're like, oh, it's transphobia when they react violently. No, it's not. It's not terribly hard to understand why they're reacting violently. Yes, they shouldn't react violently, but it's understandable that they do.
Yeah, and just that, you're
I don't know
in
who
that
to follow.
vulnerable state, and then it's like, hey, surprise! Guess what?
And so yeah,
I'm a dude!
so you put all these emotions through them, and then you're like, and then like 5 minutes later they realize, oh shit, I've got my hands around this thing's neck, and oh fuck, it's dead. Better cut up the body and dispose of it.
Yeah, that person wasn't in his clear mind regardless, but
Yeah. Like he's going.
You can't fault him too much.
They reckon he's got faces up to 20 years in jail. And here's the thing: if he'd just called the police, if he'd called for like an ambulance, chances are he would have got less of a sentence. I'm
not sure on that one. In normal circumstances, maybe, because then you could have been like, look, it was a highly emotional situation. I tried to like help her afterwards and whatnot. The problem being is that hate crimes then come into it.
I don't think Russia has hate crimes.
Laws. you end up with these politically charged situations where, oh well, this person, it's worse when you do it to this person than when you do it to this person.
Yeah, hate laws are just stupid. But like in general circumstances, like he could turn around and be like, yeah, clearly it like plead down to manslaughter and maybe do 5 to 10 years, something like that. Instead,
but trying to hide the body, then he looks.
Yeah, so not only have you
premeditated.
Yeah, not only have you won like first or second degree murder, or what it'd be in the States, you've also won interfering with the corpse and several other things as well.
And you look like a fucking cannibal.
Yes.
Okay, for the sake of my stomach, I'm gonna leave for a little while.
Understandable.
Bleach Demon can attest to the fact that I drank quite a bit last night.
Well, no, you had Four Loko. You didn't really have proper drink.
Okay. I'll be back in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Okay, moving on to a new article. So, my dipshit state government is going to make coercive control illegal. Now, we need to be very careful what we say about this, because let's have a look at what coercive control is.
It's going to be interesting.
Okay, we're moving on. I can roll with this.
Okay. Isolating a person from their friends and...
gaslighting?
Yeah, kind of. Well, that's one of them. So, coercive control, and they give the list of behaviours identified by the UK Home Office. So, this is what the examples of coercive control. Isolating a person from their friends and family, depriving them of their basic needs, monitoring their time, monitoring a person via online communication tools or using spyware, taking control over aspects of their everyday life, such as where they can go, who they can see, what they can wear, and when they can sleep, depriving them of access to support services, such as specialist support and medical services, repeatedly putting them down by statements such as telling them they are worthless, enforcing rules and activities that humiliate, degrade, or dehumanize the victim, forcing the victim to take part in criminal activities such as shoplifting, neglect, or abuse of children to encourage self-blame and prevent disclosure to authorities. Financial abuse, including control of finances, such as only allowing a person a punitive allowance, threats to hurt or kill, threats to a child, threats to reveal or publish private information. Assault, criminal damage, rape, preventing a person from having access to transport or from working. That's fucking rich!
Well, I'm glad they've got standards, huh?
Yeah, but it's okay when they do it.
Yeah, the government's only been doing, like, nearly all of those things for the last 2 years. Isolating a person from their friends and family, yep, that's a lockdown. Depriving them of their basic needs, yep, that's a lockdown. Monitoring their time, yep, that's a lockdown. Monitoring a person via online communication tools or using spyware, that's just the government constantly. Taking control over aspects of their everyday life, such as where they can go, 3 kilometer or 5 kilometer radius, who they can see. You can only see one other person in your social bubble. What they can wear, you must wear a face covering, and when they can sleep, which isn't specific. Depriving them of access to support services such as special support and medical services. Let's cancel preemptive cancer screenings for 2 years. Repeatedly putting them down by statements such as telling them that they are worthless. What was that about a winter of suffering and death?
Oh.
Can't possibly be something the government would do.
Oh my god.
No, of course not. They just want what's good for you.
Enforcing rules and activities that humiliate, degrade, or dehumanize the victim. Ooh, how about face coverings? How about social distancing? How about dehumanizing certain classes of people that haven't done a thing that the government is very, very much wants them to do, that we very specifically can't talk about?
You know what you need to solve this problem? A
Guns.
disinformation czar.
See, I thought what we needed was a Second Amendment, but clearly I'm not thinking like the government.
Nope, clearly.
Let's see. How about forcing the victim to take part in criminal activities such as shoplifting, neglect or abuse of children to encourage self-blame and prevent disclosure to authorities? What's that? You can't take your kid to the park. You can't let them see other kids. They can't go to school. They can't see friends. Sounds like child abuse to me.
Very much.
Yep. How about financial abuse, including control of finances, such as allowing a person a punitive allowance? What's that? Threats to hurt or kill, threats to a child, threats to reveal or publish private information. Oh, who was it who wanted to out the 5 million refuseniks in the UK? That sounds like threats to reveal or publish private information. Assault, everything the police did. Criminal damage, everything the police did. Rape, oh, what's that? An activity without consent? And preventing a person from having access to transport or from working. Well, are the second-class citizens in Canada allowed on the train yet? What's that? You can't work in Western Australia or Canada unless you've done this specific thing? Wow.
It's almost like it's part of a greater reset. Oops.
Indeed. I'm just going to have a look on
But
Twitter.
that is a conspiracy theory.
Let's see if Twitter had anything to say about this article. Just idiots sharing it. No one actually discussing what it is.
Ardent Party is telling us that no, still not allowed on train or plane.
So what you're telling me is that your government is engaging in coercive control against you by preventing you from having access to transport or from working? It's fucking rich. Like, how can they sit there and say this shit with a straight face?
it's there's just such a psychological disconnect between things. I mean, it's to me, it's almost like you have different textbooks that are completely unrelated, like a math versus, say, biology, and it's like, oh no, they're two unrelated things, but you have to study both. No, it doesn't work that way.
Of course.
Yes.
How dare you? That is bigoted of you.
It's like you have to believe in Scientology and Roman Catholicism. Both of these things are correct and true at the same time.
Ugh. It's just it's really just amazing how
And of course,
short-sighted these people are.
yeah, and of course, because YouTube is monitoring us via online communication tools, and scroll, enforcing rules that and activities that humiliate, degrade, or dehumanize victims, we can't actually talk about this in the detail we'd like to.
Which reminds me of an article I sent into live chats earlier this week.
Yes, I think you put a good one in there, but was it? Which one was it?
Let's see. Ooh, there's just so much in here.
Yes.
Oh,
more nonsense.
Period tracking app on npr.org. Here we go.
Ah, yeah. Well, let's bring this up. Okay. How period tracking apps and data privacy fit into a post-Roe v. Wade claim. In the wake of the leaked draft Supreme Court opinion that would overturn Roe v. Wade, privacy experts are increasingly concerned about how data collected from period tracking apps, among other applications, could potentially be used to penalise anyone seeking or considering abortion. Oh, now you care about data collection and data privacy.
Amazing, isn't it?
What are they trying to say? Like, they'll look at data from period tracking apps to be like, no, your dates are wrong.
Yeah.
Grant has.
That's the inference.
Yep.
Bigoted.
Like what came out the other week that the CDC was using? Was it the CDC that was using cell data to check whether people were complying with the restrictions?
I believe so, yeah.
But like, who's using all these fucking like apps? Like, I don't get that. Like,
Zoomer
I don't
women,
need an
probably.
app to track my period. Like, it has a general time when it comes, and that's that. I don't need to be sat there with a fucking app. Like, oh yes, it should start in 3.5 minutes.
Yes,
it's gonna do what it
PMS will
does.
begin in 3 minus 10 minutes.
And to be fair, I normally get some goddamn warning in the form of pain anyway. It's like, oh.
No. That's just the app pinging you.
Oh, it's that time again.
You don't need an app, your body will tell you.
Yes, quite painfully. It will tell me. It's like, guess what?
Yeah. But wait, it's more than just period apps. Evan Greer, director of the digital rights advocacy group Fight for the Future, says period apps aren't the only ways technology can be used to connect someone to an abortion. If someone is sitting in the waiting room of a clinic that offers abortion services and is playing a game on their phone, what? Fetus popper? That app might be collecting location data, she says. Any app that is collecting sensitive information about your health or your body should be given an additional level of scrutiny. What about an app where every time you go into a business, you have to scan a code next to the door that tells the government where you've been and who you were there with? No, that couldn't possibly be anything like this.
And where they tried to make me do it, I literally took out my phone's camera and just took a picture of the fucking thing and was like, oh, there we go.
Well, I found out that my state's app had a lovely offline feature, so I just blocked it in my phone's firewall. So it successfully checked in and gave the same screen. And I'm like, yeah, sure, here you go. Then walked away, cleared the app data on the phone so it couldn't upload it later.
And of course, you always had these contact tracing apps, but no. It's only when it comes to murdering children in the womb that they actually give a shit. Lovely.
Ah, dear. So, yes, but so basically, yeah, they're whining more about it. It's like, yes, you fucking idiots, well done. Also, why does a period tracking app need access to a server?
Or location data. Like, one would think it's pretty much just a calendar, right? That's what I would imagine. I mean, I've never used one of these things. That's what I'd imagine it to be. Okay, my last one was here, so if I'm on this many day cycle, my next one should be around here. Like, surely it's just a digital calendar. Why does it need location data? It doesn't change depending on your location. Oh, I went to the supermarket, so it's gonna be an hour late this month.
Yeah.
Oh, I went on a drive, so that means it's going to be showing up a day early. Yay!
Christ. Guys, it's nearing go time to me, so I have to leave now. I got 4 hours of work to do and 370 guests that needs food.
Bye,
No, they
Trim.
don't. Just throw soup on them.
Go. Yes, don't shower in soup. Let the guests have the soup.
I'm not allowed near the soup anymore for some reason. I feel called out.
As it should be.
Have a good day, folks. Thank you for letting me join.
History says your period tracking.
The period app is your thing. I might have mad tits, but I haven't gone this far in my transformation.
But what if you don't have a uterus and you're having...
I tried student of history. Tried.
What if you don't have a uterus and you're tracking your male period? Does that need to know your uterus's location, or is that transphobic?
No, it's we don't have a period tracker. We have something called a Monson calendar.
A monster calendar.
Yeah, it's a Norwegian joke because periods is called mensen in Norwegian, and then if you're having a bad mood, then some people be like, "Oh, you having Monson?"
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every English-speaking country has that joke with different words.
Superior language, Norway. Have a wonderful day, guys. Bye.
See you later, Dream.
See ya. Pea soup Trim.
You see why Obi-Wan says don't drop the soup. Seconds too late.
Yes, on cruise ships, they warn guests not to drop the soup because, well, it's like dropping the soap in jail.
Yes.
It's not, what about when it's not the guests, though?
Oh, it's the warders, yeah. Probably the same.
Here we go. Millions of people use apps to help track their menstrual cycles. Flow, which builds itself as the most popular period and cycle tracking app, has amassed 43 million active market research assistants. Sorry, users. Like, that app isn't fucking sitting there collecting their data and selling it to retailers.
Yeah, Sally, she's due for her period today. Let's send her a coupon in the mail.
I mean, I suppose you could kind of use
also,
it unironically for targeted advertisement and be like,
what's that? You'd like some period products this week?
Some period products, or like, oh, you'd really like some chocolate or something, like, right before your period where you're feeling kind of meh anyway. It's like, chocolate would make me feel better. Thank you, Google.
Or Jell-O.
Yep. And what's that? Since we're going to ask for your location data because somehow that's relevant to our period tracking app. What's
I
that?
need to know where this uterus is.
Yep. What's that? Oh, they prefer this Costco over this Costco. Single women in this area are looking for your Costco.
Yeah. Hey, guess who's got a sale on tampons?
But unironically, yeah, like targeted advertising. Like I guarantee this app uses fucking. Actually, can I look this app up? Because I bet it has ads. And because they're in-app ads, they're always targeted. It's available on Android and iOS.
Bezic, you're just going to fuck with the algorithm now, aren't you?
I mean, the shit I search for must really fuck with the algorithm. Let's see. Offers in-app purchases. Funny that.
Purchases. What? So right, so there's features that you can buy within this app. What features? What features could you buy in this app that would make it more useful? Like, do you get an alarm when it's time to go and get a tampon? It's time.
Yep. And
A
it'll
shopping list, like you've probably used your entire box of tampons by now. Put them on your shopping list. Like, what are the paid features in this? I'm actually kind of curious.
Oh, excellent! It will even tell you what your discharge. Teach you what your discharge is telling you. Maximize your chances of conception.
Okay, well, I guess I could see the point of a period tracker app for maximizing chances of conception, because
But you can also
it
see
should
how
be able
your
to tell you when you're ovulating. But just for general use, I don't know.
You can also
And why
see
would
how your
anyone at an
baby's
abortion clinic
growing.
be tracking their... But this is not a period tracker app. Then this is a
Conception tracker.
To get
They've got a
conception
community disco. What are your tips for masturbation? You can find out. Here we go. Health and well-being content from over 100 experts, such as mastering your orgasm.
Wait. Did one of those just say, "Are you feeling lonely"?
Yes. What to do if you're feeling lonely.
Oh god. Oh, and this will also turn into like some really weird dating app at some point. Hey, here's a sperm donor in your area.
The question is, like, okay, so this, for the most part, let's ignore some of the other stuff at the moment. Like, it sounds kind of like a kind of conception tool. So why would people using a conception tool then be going to an abortion clinic?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, if maximize your chances of getting pregnant, you know, this is the time of the month where you'd be most fertile, then, like, why would you then be going to the abortion clinic? Unless you're trying to get your extra stamps on your abortion pass or something.
Here we go. You can log ovulation test results. You can log pregnancy test results. Why the fuck would you need to log pregnancy test results? Like, how many fucking pregnancy tests are you taking? Like, after the first one, don't you stop?
Pregnant or not pregnant? Like, surely you can remember that result.
Clearly not. Track your.
I mean, the only time I could think that you would need to take more than one pregnancy test is if you tested too early. Like, if you were expecting to get a positive result and you tested before it like showed up.
Oh yeah, here we go. The app would like
you would need to track that. You just be like, okay, like, it said negative. I'm not gonna get confused and think that it might have said positive and like, did it say positive? No, you're gonna know.
Yeah. So the app has access to Wi-Fi connections and can receive data from the internet, view network connections, run its startup, full network access, and prevent device from sleeping.
What app is sleepy?
Oh, holy shit! In-app products from 99 cents to 99.99 per item.
What are they buying for $99.99?
Well, clearly this is where the sexual mood and drive tracker is being played up to.
Maybe.
Let's check out what it says on Apple. Do. Oh, yep, you can get your vaginal discharge color guide, Disco.
No, thank you. I'm gonna pass on that.
Would you like to know 9 early signs of pregnancy?
No. You wait, they're selling that?
It's an additional feature.
I mean, surely you could just Google that, right? You
Yep.
wouldn't need to fucking
How
pay
about
an
a
app.
lifestyle and fitness tracker? Log 70 plus symptoms and activities to get the most precise AI-based overview of your body's patterns. Keep a diary of your weight, water intake, physical activity, sex drives, moods, and PMS symptoms to monitor changes and receive accurate predictions.
Like, what it sounds like this app is trying to be lots of things that aren't necessarily a period tracker.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll just throw that in. Like, we could do some of that too. What about one of these things too? Like, just shove down and.
Fucking Jesus.
It's just. Oh, there's something just so comedic about this.
Okay,
It's
here we
sad.
go.
Like, I just don't get it. I'm sorry.
Secret chats. You can safely discuss intimate topics, ask questions anonymously, and get support from one of the largest female communities worldwide.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, they offer
Student of
a
history.
subscription plan that gives you a more personalized experience and unlimited access to the entire health and well-being content library.
Right. So they'll keep the chat secret, but the data that they gather about like everything about your life, that's fine. That can go anywhere. But the conversations you're having with other users, shh, like that's secret. That's private. Like, that's fine.
I mean, this is uterine grooming.
It's just weird. I don't get
Oh, it tells us what the subscriptions you can get are. You can get the ovulation tracker, the pregnancy calendar, and the fertility tracker Pro.
it. Yay.
Oh, and hey, at least the Flow pregnancy calendar is free trial.
Here we go. It's data used to track you, purchases, identifiers, location, usage data.
Why does a period app need your goddamn location? Why?
Well, you see, if you increase elevation, your flow rate will change.
I don't understand.
I just wonder if that's because they're trying to be some kind of fucking fitness app like Google Fit or something.
Well, actually, and then look at the data linked to you beside that.
Yep, health and fitness, location, user content, identifiers, sensitive info, purchases, contact info, search history, usage data, and diagnostics. And the age rating is 12 plus.
Yeah,
God.
thank you. And I bet
Hey,
it's only
congratulations,
12
you're
plus
pregnant.
because you need parental consent to hold data on under 12s. And so most places will put 12 plus, but
And
they
then not give a shit.
never fucking enforce it. They don't enforce it.
Yep.
There'll be a little age affirmation page somewhere, which does fuck all.
Nothing.
But
It's one of these things where I can see where it gets the contact data. It's like, hey, you're pregnant. Would you like to let everybody on your contact list know?
Would you like us to call the abortion clinic you've got on favorite?
On speed dial.
Would you like would you like to block the father?
Yeah, we've noticed you've been in close proximity to these other users. Would you like to let them know? Although I really hope their mascot is kind of like Clippy from old Windows.
Hey,
Only it's a coat hanger.
we've noticed.
Oh
no. We've noticed you and these other 7 women have the same man in your contacts, and you're all pregnant. Would you like to all sue him? Ah, fuck me dead. Women wouldn't need this shit if they'd stop being whores.
I mean, I don't even know necessarily that the base app is even about being a whore. Like, I just don't understand the need for having to have a digital thing like tell you when your period's gonna be.
Oh dear. B. Latvis is like, some men would probably buy a thrust card just to show off. Well, the next question is, how many steps did you wank today?
How much friction was used?
Well, you put that's the joke. Put your fancy Apple Watch on your wanking hand and see how many
calories were burnt.
how many miles did you wank?
Oh, did you get your heart rhythm up enough?
Oh dear. Oh dear. But now they fucking give a shit about privacy, huh?
Yeah.
Okay,
Only when they're worried that data might be used to prevent them getting abortions.
yeah. Characters with shames like the app idea itself isn't wrong, it's the unnecessary data collection that's wrong. Yeah. Why the fuck does it even need internet access? Like
it should literally, if it exists, and there's no reason why, like, if somebody really really wants to fucking track it on digitally, like, it really just needs to be a calendar, and then a little bit on like how long is your average cycle.
Like you could do,
That's
like
all it
you
needs to
don't
be.
need access to a massive bank of supercomputers to calculate this shit. Like you can record the first day of your period for like 3 months, and then even a basic fucking app should be able to do some simple fucking maths. Like there's probably 73 research papers that'll show you the math.
It doesn't need to be online. It doesn't need to collect any data. Like, literally, it just needs to calculate the most probable time when your next one would be.
Oh, but that would be reasonable and wouldn't get the left all sorts of excited.
Ah, dearie me.
It's weird.
Oh,
and all these extra features are weird.
But
What makes you say that?
Handmaid's Tale.
Do not want.
That's the other something I thought we'd have a look at, since the guys cover, since people have been talking about how in Europe the abortion laws are actually more restrictive than in America. So I thought we'd have a quick look at some other countries like the United Kingdom. So let's say in Britain, abortion is permitted, blah 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 blah, obvious grounds, and then. Yeah, so risk to the life of the pregnant woman, preventing grave permanent injury to her physical or mental health, risk of injury to the physical or mental health of the pregnant woman or any existing children of her family, up to a term length of 24 weeks, or substantial risk that if the child were born here, she would suffer, blah, 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 blah. So,
I would think
clearly they're all being used on the mental health one.
See, I would think that the most worrying thing about this would be that by the time they figure out that it's a danger to the woman's health, the kid's already starting high school because the NHS is so goddamn slow.
Oh dear. Okay, so in Ireland, the law permits abortion in the first 12 weeks of a pregnancy for any reason. So basically, it's exactly what Texas is proposing. You can have it up to 12 weeks, but you can have it past that if it's actually necessary.
But that's an abortion. Oh no.
How about, let's see, does it have some links so we can look at other countries? Because I wanted to look at Australia as well. Where is Oceania? Let's have a look. And then I also wanted to have a look at Saudi Arabia, just for shits and giggles.
Saudi Arabia have any legislation on there?
I mean, they probably ban it, but I want to check it out later.
Huh. You want an abortion? Well, society is going to abort you with stones.
Okay, so abortion in Australia. Surgical abortions are readily available on request within the first 16 to 24 weeks of pregnancy, although with no limit on gestational term in the ACT. Yeah, no wonder with all the politicians fucking their secretaries. Late-term abortions generally require the approval of 2 doctors, though are heavily restricted in Western Australia after 20 weeks. And there we go. So again, like, what Texas is proposing isn't ridiculously restrictive.
No, I think this is just a red herring for the election.
It
the
is.
US.
It's the only thing they've got against the Conservatives.
Yep. And then when you get, Ralph Northam of Virginia and California passing, well, just birth the baby, and then if you feel like killing it later, well, that's fine too.
Like, how is that even a my body, my choice argument? Like, 'cause it's literally not in your body at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even make that argument. It's like, okay, well, at that point, how about instead of, like, murdering it, we just say, okay, well, you're no longer the mother. Like, you tried to get rid of it, you're no longer the mother. Like, it's nothing to do with you anymore. And we'll find a family that does want it.
Yeah. Because there are tons of infertile families out there that would love to have these kids. That's what boggles my mind.
Like, you say, okay, you're trying to abort it late term, like, you couldn't. We're not killing it now that it's out, for sure. Like, so we've just cut all ties to you. Like, you don't have a baby.
Yeah. So, Saudi Arabia. Abortion is legal only in cases of risk to a woman's life, physical impairment, or to protect her physical and mental health. Pregnancy arising from incest or rape also qualify for a legal abortion under the mental health exemption.
I'm doubting on that one, because do they not stone women who are raped?
I don't think
abort the fetus too.
I don't think Saudi Arabia does, but they're not very far off from doing it. Like, they could very easily change that.
If you mother to death, technically that's an abortion too.
Yeah.
It's a permanent abortion of everyone involved.
So let's have a look at at Texas. So, as of September 1st, 2021, it's illegal once a fetal heartbeat can be detected.
And when's that? I guess that's
as early as 6 weeks, like they're saying, but that's obviously to throw shade on it. It's usually like 12.
Right.
So let's see. So basically, wine. Because God forbid that Wikipedia be impartial.
I'm angry. They're gonna take away a woman's right to choose. Now, eat my recipes from Pow Wow Chow.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Okay, so yeah, so heartbeat in an embryo can be detected via transvaginal ultrasound beginning at around 6 weeks of pregnancy. The Act defines an unborn child as a human fetus or embryo at any stage of gestation. Well, there you go.
It's true.
Yes. It's incredible that you have to put that into law.
It's just that, how far has the left gone off the rails? Oh, that's right, this far.
The Act contains exceptions in the case of medical emergency, such as if the mother is at risk of death or severe irreversible bodily harm. It makes no exceptions for rape or incest. That seems odd.
The thing is, they wouldn't be happy if it did. Like,
Yeah.
they could come in and be like, okay, like, let's say we do the heartbeat thing. Like, can we put in some exceptions here in the case of rape or incest? In which case, you come and you then find a compromise, but they'll push with the rape thing. And then that won't be enough. Even if they're like, all right, yeah, it's right here. Look, here's the exceptions for those things. I'll be like, yeah, but my money, my choice now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
My conversation's over.
I half wonder if that's why it's relatively harsh. Is
yeah, it's
screw it.
It's the pendulum swinging back.
And that's the problem though, because knee-jerk laws can be dangerous.
Yeah, which this
Indeed.
looks like it could potentially be. So let's have a look. So, on September 7th, 2021, Governor Abbott has said that the Act does not force straight women to carry pregnancies to term because the state would work tirelessly to make sure that we eliminate all rapists from the streets of Texas by aggressively going out and arresting them and prosecuting them and getting them off the streets.
Well,
That
doesn't
doesn't
really answer the
sound
question.
right, but I am pro
Like,
arresting
sure,
rapists.
that's fine. Arresting rapists is fine, but that doesn't actually answer the question of people who are
No.
already raped before you get all the rapists. So
Yeah.
that's a kind of an avoidance of the question, although it's not a bad goal to have. It does avoid the question.
Yeah, that doesn't sound quite right.
But that's the problem. With, like, you push so hard in one way, now you're gonna get knee jerk.
Yep. Da, 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 da. Yeah, it's just straight up knee-jerk reactions, which is not great.
Not typically, no.
And we can thank the left for this, because
Yep.
they've just taken the piss and taken the piss and taken the piss, and now people have come in with these laws, like just snap decisions, haven't thought about kind of
Yep.
edge cases or
You know what? Fuck you.
you need to
6
think of the
weeks done.
exceptions.
Yeah, like the exceptions shouldn't make the rule, but we should
They should be
include the
accounted for.
exceptions in the rule.
Mm-hmm.
Because the problem is, you could say, oh, well, we'll deal with the exceptions when we come to them. It's like, no, because doctors are going to be terrified to deal with those exceptions, even though they know medically the right thing to do would be to help the mother, who probably wouldn't be able to carry some of these exceptions to term anyway, but may go to jail if they try and help it. So they're going to be like, sorry, it's not worth me going to jail. You're on your own hand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. Like, you get these laws that are just drafted so fucking quickly, just because they've had the opportunity to do it now.
Honestly, though,
Yeah.
like given the split in what abortions are for, it's not ideal. But I'll take erring on that side over erring on the other side.
I mean,
yeah, and
sure,
that's
but the problem being, it's
no.
not going to be one of these blue-haired fucking lunatics that's going to pay the price. It's going to be some fucking Texan mother that already has 2 kids who's now got a dangerous pregnancy that she can't get help for. That's going to pay the price.
Yeah. Well, potentially some woman who was raped, and it's now 7 weeks after she was raped.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like, definitely needs an exception for rape or incest.
I think that's one of those. Unfortunately, the knee-jerk stuff has come as a result of the left's just constant drumming.
Yeah. We really need to sit down and write up a video on the pendulum disco.
Yeah, we do. We need to do that at some point.
There's so much. Dear. But yes, I mean, detectable heartbeat? Don't disagree with that. No exception for rape or incest? Not a fan. But, yeah, that's what you get when you say that we should murder the baby up until the moment it's popping its head out the vagina.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this whole "that's what you get" thing, or "you get what you fucking deserve" thing. It only works to an extent, because probably most of the women in Texas who this is gonna apply to are not the ones who have been doing that.
No. And yeah, that's not really what I meant. It's more
So
of like,
it's
well done, you've
consequences of
pushed the
actions
pendulum.
for someone else.
Yeah.
Well, but that's been the left's game for decades and generations now. It's like, oh well, elections have consequences. Like, yes, but you never suffer them.
Yeah. Well, that's what the left's been doing for so long to gain their power. They poke the right, and then when the right turns around and slaps them, they go, "Ah, oppression!" And then they get a little bit more right, and then they're like poking the right again, and the left, and they get slapped, and slowly creeps, but it slowly pushes and pushes and pushes until the right's like gets poked once more, then turns around and fucking hits him across the face with a sledgehammer. And that's what
And
this is.
everybody
This
else
is the
who
yeah.
happens to be in the AOE.
Well, that's it. Everyone staying next to him just gets sledgehammered, and this is the sledgehammer. These
And then it's like, look at how evil the right is. It's like, wait, what?
It's like, no, you caused this. Like, if you'd sat down, like, sane people for 5 fucking seconds and been like, okay, can we start with an exemption for rape victims? Like, the right would if they'd...
We already had these, though, with the safe, legal, and rare thing. It's like, okay, you can have them up to a certain point. Like, it's legal in these cases, but no, they're just like, rare? What's that? Celebrate my abortion.
Yep. What's
that?
that?
Okay, you got rid of the rare part. Well, now everybody's having a bit of a funny look at the legal part. And it's just like, okay, but, there are times where it is a necessary evil.
Yes, and that was precisely the point. It was... that's how I used to... I definitely used to phrase it this way, and I don't know if I do now. It's an evil, but sometimes it's a necessary evil. Which is why I think that the people who say that abortion is murder are idiots. No, murder is specifically defined as the unlawful killing of a human.
That's not a fan of that argument.
Yes, but it's correct. You don't have to like it, but it's correct.
Well, I mean, like, that's the point being made is not whether it's legal or illegal.
Yes, which is why it's a bad argument when they make
I mean, like, most people, when they, like, say if, like, the government legalized people unjustly killing other people, like, on a moral level, that would still be referred to by most people as murder, even though it's legal. So that's not really...
Yes, but it's, the argument's not... It's not a helpful
like
argument.
The euthanasia argument. Like, if you get somebody whose quality of life is so poor that you're considering that letting them go with some dignity, you wouldn't necessarily, in most places, call that murder. You would call it assisted suicide or euthanasia, because it has a different...
Yeah, well, what I was going to continue to say is, it's not murder by the definition of murder. However, when they also go when the left then turns around and says it's not a child, that's like, yes, it is, you fucking idiot. Like, all abortion is killing a child. However, abortion is also not technically murder. Like, most people, at like the really young ages, don't consider it to be at really young stage of gestation, don't consider it to be murder. Like, when you're starting to get to, like, towards the end of the 3rd trimester, I don't think you'd be able to find anyone outside the extreme far left who wouldn't be willing to agree that that's murder. But no, arguing that it's not a child just because it hasn't popped out of the vagina yet, I don't think that holds water with anyone who's ever, seen a baby.
Even past a certain stage, like, they can, at least with a little bit of help,
it's also like,
survive outside of the womb.
I wonder how many of these, like, pro-choice people who say, oh, it's not a child, it's just a clump of cells, like, how many of the women who say that are actually going to act like that when they have a wanted pregnancy.
Yeah. Well,
They're not, oh no, it's not a child yet. It's just a clump of cells.
Yeah, the
that
thing
will
is,
be
if they have that many that many abortions, they probably won't have a wanted
Yeah.
pregnancy because it scars.
But
Abortions
also,
scar.
if it's just a clump of cells, why is it a crime to cause a woman to miscarriage?
The
Or
only
yeah,
difference is that they want it.
But yes, the clump of cells argument also means they don't understand biology. You're a clump of cells, you stupid leftist. Get in the chipper.
It's never too late to abort a leftist.
Does the magic or does the vaginal canal magically confer personage?
And how does that work for cesareans?
Mm-hmm. But that does seem to be their argument. It's not a child until it pops out of the woman, either through the vagina or through an incision.
Well, but
Or
even
through the
then,
penis.
like, they still want
Or-
to be able to, if it comes, if they have like a failed abortion, which is a
Yeah.
thing, where it comes out alive, they can still kill it because it wasn't wanted, even though it's out now. So no, that doesn't even hold. water with
And
that
that's
argument.
like that's insane. Like it
It's
should
like just
all you
waive
need.
their parental rights at that
Yeah,
point.
like just insert another line into the consent form that says, if by some chance the poor kid survives, you hereby
It's not yours
waive all parental rights responsibilities immediately, without knowledge of whether it survived or not, to the clinic.
Yep. Like, it's not yours. Like, it's as if you aborted it. Like, you don't get it. You can
Yep.
go to someone else. Like, but no, they have to kill it. Like, but it's alive and it's out, and it's like it's no responsibility of hers anymore. But no, the only difference between, like, potentially sort of miscarrying or whatever you would call it at that stage, where they do save it and it's premature, and they run off with it and they put it on whatever machines, and that is one person saying, I don't want it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like the leftists also argue, it's reliant on the mother's body to survive. Like, does that mean that the woman can squirt the baby out of her vagina, and then, as long as the umbilical cord's still attached, beat it to death with a hammer?
Essentially, yeah, that's the Northam argument. They're going to make the child comfortable and then decide.
Yeah, what
That's
a
just
fucking,
that's insane.
like,
Yeah, it's
what a
ludicrous.
fucking cringe demon.
Like
These
everyone,
people are demons.
everyone except the absolute psychopaths on the left can agree that after the child pops out of the vagina, it's alive and you can't kill it. What specifically makes it not a child 24 hours ago? And if the argument is that it's... It does seem to be the case, but the argument does seem to be that if it's inside the woman's body, just at any time it's fine.
Weird.
Yeah, but be Latvis, the fetus cannot survive.
Yeah, but
separate
when
from
does
the
it
body, then
cease
it's
to be a
not
fetus
independent.
and start being a child?
But,
What about if
we
they're
have
overdue?
premature children, almost a month now that can survive outside the womb?
I think it's
thought
like
it was more
even
than that.
earlier. It's something
It
ridiculous.
probably
Like
is.
I think it's like 22 weeks.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
obviously they do need assistance of, like, medical assistance at that age, but I think it is like 20 odd weeks.
Yeah, I think it was something ridiculous like 22 or something. Yeah. From the last time we looked. We've got the youngest premature baby. Like, here's one born in 1987. And he was 128 days early at 21 weeks gestation. And this is in 1987. Here's another one. This is one from 2021. Be like this, it starts being a child after it has autonomy? Like, define autonomy. A baby kicks in the womb. Is that autonomy? Or is it autonomy when we send it off to primary school? Or when it turns 18? Like, come on.
And yeah, then it's like, okay, so you get someone, elderly. Now they don't have autonomy. Are they not a person anymore? I mean, this is like the Soylent Green trail to go down. It's just, no.
And, okay, so Be Like This is now saying bodily autonomy. Right, so the second it pops out, when does it attain bodily autonomy? 21 weeks? 22 weeks? The second that the feet come out of the vagina? Like, we're going... These are words that need very specific definitions. Yeah, let's see. The world's most premature baby to survive from 2020, June 5th, 2020, 4 months before the due date. Like, holy shit.
21 weeks and 2 days.
That's... Came into the world at 340 grams.
So the left would definitely say she's not a person.
Could fit into a single palm of a hand. This is apparently Richard. So Richard, a boy, well, they'd just kill him at any point because he's a boy.
But how does that work in their head for like overdue babies? If they can kill up until like right before it comes out, and it's a week overdue or something, like, is it still not a baby?
Yeah, like they say that he was very, very sick.
I think he was.
So he's considered a microprem. He had lung problems and was on a ventilator for 8 weeks. Okay, so was that independent? He was on a ventilator. He needed the ventilator to survive, so he couldn't survive on his own. Does that mean it was legal to kill him?
Yeah, I mean that's. I think it's just not a sound argument to make of whether they're inside or outside the womb at what time. It really has to come down to how much of the human body is formed so that it could function with assistance outside outside anything.
And then take into consideration some exceptions for like severe disabilities. They're gonna have an awful time and not live very long or whatever.
Yeah, at like whatever state, like it's common in Scandinavia, like they've got the pre-birth testing for Down syndrome, and they nearly always abort. Like, that's really shitty thing, but like I think it's probably better than the suffering of everyone involved.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
I'm not too
it's
sure
just one of
Down
those.
syndrome. Like, I don't know how much suffering is involved in Down syndrome, and I know that some live
I don't
fine
think
lives, but I'm thinking like more kind of severe physical problems, or they'll come out and they might not see their first birthday, and they're gonna spend the entire time being operated on. It's like, is at that point, like, what kind of life are you giving to them?
Yeah, and like just the whole what's a child thing is a useless argument, because we've got a picture of the little fella at his first birthday having a really good time with the cake. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of kids, and that's adorable.
That cake, you can just tell that cake went everywhere. That kid was wearing that cake by the time he was finished with it.
And be like this pops in. No offense, but I believe in bodily autonomy. Yes, so do we. And the Europeans didn't free the slaves; it was the English. But like, at his first birthday, so a year after he was born premature, is he a child? Was he a child 365 days before? Like, at 1 year old, he's a child. And then you go back every day. The day before, he's a child. The day before that, he's a child. How far back do you go when he stops being a child? Like,
or do you go back to the time where he was supposed to be born, like his original due date?
Yeah, like he was born at 21 weeks and 2 days. Well, at 21 weeks and 3 days, was he a child? Yes. At 21 weeks and 2 days, was he a child? Yes. At 21 weeks and 1 day, was he a child? How would he not be? Like, I don't think it's a reasonable argument to suggest that 24 hours makes the difference between whether something's a child or a clump of cells.
Yeah.
Like, if they want to say that a zygote is a clump of cells, yeah, sure, fine, fuck it, okay. But when you can look at an MRI or something and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers, yeah, that's not a clump of cells anymore.
So what would you go, rather than by date, you would go with, right, we'll do a scan and we'll see how developed it is.
I think that would be more reasonable.
Well, that's why they keep going heartbeat. Well, it's like, well, what part of what makes a human alive is having a heartbeat, so we'll consider it alive when it has a heartbeat.
Because surely that's the thing as well. Like, I know they can do tests to see how much of the hormone in that is there to get a rough idea, but a lot of the dates are going to be reliant on patient telling you, like, when their missed period was, when did they sleep with someone.
Well, that especially
not even to say that they're lying, but you can be mistaken.
Yeah. Also, maybe false presentation at certain times of certain, indicators of pregnancy. But I think, a scan of some sort would be a much more solid way of determining what the development stage is.
Lactus says, no, the fetus is dependent on the woman's womb. Okay, and at what point does it stop being dependent on the woman? After it's weaned off breastfeeding? Like, if the baby's breastfeeding, can we kill it?
I also wonder if they were to get a scan before an abortion, how many of them would change their minds?
Probably far more than the left would like.
Actually, pretty sure that's the reason why Planned Parenthood doesn't like showing them the scans.
Yes.
So, I do wonder how much that's
why
there is from the act, when they're just like, it's just a clump of cells, it's basically nothing, and if they were to actually be shown, if they actually had to get a scan and see that this thing is actually there, I wonder how many of them would have second thoughts, or at least rethink their actions.
There are places in America where, one of the requirements to get an abortion is a waiting period, and you have to see the scan, and you have to see a video, and then they're left to sit there and whine about it.
It's like, oh, you don't want them to have informed decisions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, but they won't go through with it after they've been traumatized. Yes, that's the fucking point!
And they won't want to. That's the thing. You're like, oh, but her body, her choice. Yeah, but what if she makes a different choice after getting all of the information? Oh, no, you can't do that. Right, then you just want abortions.
Yep, because they're not pro-choice, they're pro-abortion. And anyone who's pro-abortion is evil. Abortions are not a good thing. They are at best a necessary evil.
Yep. Yeah, I think what bothers me so much with the topic is it's just dehumanizing people so they're disposable to such an extent where human life matters only when some outside organization tells you it matters. Where it's going to end up.
The experts TM.
Yeah. Oh, Fauci, is this a baby? No, that's not.
I'm not a biologist.
But they're 5 years old.
Well, that's
again, the only time
that's the stupidest thing about the clump of cells argument.
The only time where I'd say don't show them this, don't force them to sort of sit through the scan is in the instances of rape or incest, because at that point you could say that's cruel.
Yeah.
But in most cases, where it's just like, oh, I was careless. I seem to be pregnant again. this month. Like, it's like, all right,
It's
we're
a-
gonna do a scan.
Yeah,
We're gonna
but
see how
like,
far along you are, just how
the
developed you are.
yeah, the argument that it's dependent on the mother's body. Sorry, please explain how with Biden's baby formula shortage, kids up to like what 4 months aren't dependent on the mother's body. Like, what do you think 1-day-old babies eat?
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a hint. It comes from a woman's body. It's produced, in fact, it's produced by the woman for the baby. It's called breast milk, you fucking perverts.
Oh, sorry, I got really distracted there. But yeah, it's like, I don't know,
Hey,
we're
no,
animals.
no,
We
shut
have
up.
biological functions where things get
no, it's
fulfilled for
not-
certain reasons.
No, it's not breast milk. It's chest milk, you fucking bigot.
Except
No,
except
second,
men
you
have
cannot
breasts.
You cannot feed babies with your man nipples. I'm drawing a line.
What, you mean we can't
that's
dope him up
just
on
so for meat
estrogen
pills.
and let him be a wet nurse?
No. Draw a line.
That is such a bigoted line. I'm disappointed.
So B.
You can't do it
Latvis,
either, Bleach.
B. Latvis says, no, it is
Hey.
not. It is objectively one being. Every action and choices depend on the mother. You're applying a free will to something literally unable to. Please explain to me what free will a 1-day-old baby has.
Okay, folks. So if I'm in a coma, can you stab me with a knife?
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Like, I'll turn your life support off, no worries. But, like, every action and choices depend on the mother. A 1-day-old baby cannot roll over on its own. All of its movement is dependent on another human, usually the mother, picking it up and going, you smell like shit. Let's do something about
Just
that.
look at the story that came out yesterday, where, and it's a fucking awful story as well, about the clot shot, where a woman had the clot shot and then later on fainted while she was bathing her 4-month-old baby, and the baby drowned
Yeah.
because the mother couldn't look after the child for that few minutes while she was on the floor.
Yeah.
That the baby couldn't even sit up to get itself out of an inch of water.
Yeah. Lee Lapis is like, no, you're having another human pick it up. Yes, and what autonomy does the baby have in that? So you're a religious extremist. Sorry, there's only one religious person here.
Well, no, there's
We
two.
got one of them, but it's not basic.
I may be an extremist.
Second's like, you called?
Yes, I have been summoned. Deus Volts.
Yeah, it's what a specious argument. Oh, it can't survive outside of. Well, you know what? Humans can't survive outside of other systems of humans. Typically, it's rare. It does happen, but without being able to live in a larger society, that means we're all dependent. So we're all abortable. They're happy.
Yeah.
Atheist is an extreme. Okay, so you're not arguing in good faith. Well done. But yeah, no. 1-day-old baby can't do anything on its own. Like, if you take a 1-day-old baby, you sit it on a rock, and then watch it from 100 meters away while the eagles eat it.
It wouldn't even be able to sit on the rock. They can't
This
sit
is suddenly very Greek sounding.
That
up.
was
Don't
intentional.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. But like, you like, you can do this experiment if you're ever left unattended with a baby. No, wait, this isn't going the way I want. If you ever have a baby that you're allowed to possess, and you take said baby and put it on a nice, comfortable, clean surface, and then watch it for an hour, how far do you think it will move? Like, come on. Good faith, laughable. The absolute rejection of faith, says B. Lavis. No, that's not what atheism means. It's not rejection of anything. More than a fetus. How is it more than a fucking fetus? Like, what different... like, you're saying that... between when it... in the 24-hour period in which it goes from the womb, out the vagina, and starts floating around in free air with the umbilical cord cut, that magically makes it a different living being. A baby would move more than a fetus on tape. Right. Cool.
But what they're saying
And
is
this
the difference
fetus
between
and
a
this
baby and a
baby
fetus
was
is it
21.
coming through the-
This baby was 21 weeks and 2 days old. If it was still in the womb, it'd be a fetus. But because it's magically popped out, it's a baby, is it?
I love how Bezik's just arguing with Lapis in the
With
chat.
chat, yeah.
Like, fuck's sake. Like, this baby could survive outside of the mother's body at 22 weeks. So, but other babies aren't autonomous?
The point is, it's not black and white. It's not just a hard line of,
Yeah.
well, it popped out, now it's a baby.
Exactly. Like, using definitions of child and fetus, the whole point of this is that these definitions are completely fucking useless. Because you can't... the definition of a child... like, unless you're specifically saying that it's only a child after it pops out of the womb, in which case this 21 week and 2 day old child is a child. But another child that's 21 weeks and 3 days old, but is still inside the womb, isn't a child. Like, the definitions break down. The definitions are... the words are useless here. Like, it's entirely a moral argument. Like, we could go full scientism and say that, oh, as long as the child requires parental support, the parents can choose to kill it. Like, okay, we're now killing 12-year-olds in the street. Or we can go full, all abortion is murder. Like, we can do that. It's not a problem. We can define abortion as murder.
Please, I'm good with going with abortion as murder.
See, now you got the religious guy to
Yeah,
pop his
see?
hand in.
That's how you get second's attention. Like murder being specifically the unlawful killing of a human. We can make all abortion the unlawful killing of a human. It's not a fucking problem. Like, it's entirely plausible to do.
Down.
Like, we can go... like, either... like, the leftists seem to be in favour of... they're 12, and so they can't survive without an adult's help, so we can kill them. And then you've got the super hard right, which are like, you know what? All abortion is a sin, so we should ban it. Which sounds a hell of a lot more fucking reasonable, but it's still maybe not ideal. Like, maybe there's a reasonable adjustment somewhere in the middle that we can pick. But it's not going to be not 8 months.
Yeah, I think you need to have a hard line in the development and then some wiggle room for, like, extreme cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I really have never liked the whole, oh, well, you know, if... I lost track of where I was going with that. But it's like the fiscal responsibility side of it. It's like, that's a very poor argument to me.
Yep. As Ardent Party points
Wait,
out...
the fiscal responsibility side of it? What do you mean?
Well, it's like, oh, well, they can't afford to have the child kind of thing. They
Oh.
can't raise it properly. It's like,
Okay, then
Well-
the solution isn't to make abortion more accessible, it's to make adoption more accessible.
yes,
Yes.
that has long been,
Well, it's also
I
like
think, the biggest
despise
sticking
the
point.
I despise the fucking argument
oh, you're not pro-life, you're just pro-birth unless you, like, support all my social welfare policies. It's like, no, fuck you. It's not hypocritical of me to say, like, don't kill that homeless person if I'm not willing to pay for the homeless person's cost of living, okay?
Mm.
We can...
But
Oh,
just,
but
you
it's
know,
just aborting the
make
homeless.
laws. They should be pushing for laws to make abortion more accessible, to make fostering more widespread, or whatever. Like,
You mean adoption
not to
more
make
accessible.
not to make abortion more accessible. Like, that should
Yeah.
be the last option rather than the first.
Yep. Yeah, because when the safe, legal, and rare part lost the rare,
Yes.
and honestly, I question the safe, where some states had tried passing legislation where hospital admission charges was required for abortion clinics, and the left just lost their shit over that.
Well, now they're talking
It's-
about, like, oh, here's how to make abortion pills at home. It's like, how's that safe?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
like go on, watch them overdose. Oh, what can happen when the baby dies? Oh, the mother's body can expel it. What's that? What's that over there on the floor? Is that the placenta? Oh shit, the mother's just died.
Or the famous case of Kermit Gosnell, where, oh, well, yeah, she died on the table, but we covered it up. It's fine.
Well, that's the thing over here. So during the coup and the lockdown and stuff like that, they brought in a change in the law that, like, I think for abortions you would have to go in to get both pills. So you would have like a 2-pill abortion or whatever, and you would have to be monitored by the doctor or whatever. And now, because of the coup, they would get sent them, and they want to bring that into being permanent. And it's like, okay, one, who is actually, like, checking how far along they are before they give them the pills if they're not going in to be physically seen by a doctor? Like, surely there's some, I don't know, blood pressure, whatever, checks to make sure that the medication isn't going to have side effects that it shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But no, now you can just phone someone up and be like, I need an abortion pill, please, and they'll just send them out. No medical observation or anything. And Koof made that worse, and now they want to make it permanent. Like, how's that safe?
Yeah, that just sounds like, let's just kill it because it's there. Let's screw all of our arguments in the past. Just no more people.
As Ardent Party pointed out, if you ask people to choose between either abortion up to birth or a full-on ban, most will choose the latter. Yes. And I believe that we saw a survey on that previously, where nearly everybody opposes third trimester.
Unless they're absolute animals, like most of the left are.
Indeed. But even some of the left are like, you want abortion up to where now?
But you remember after our previous article on the family sex show, they're not left.
True.
They're right-wing extremists.
They're hard right Christian extremists now. Oh dear.
I went from having zero opinion on abortion to after the first trimester, there need to be some serious questions asked and answered.
Indeed. But one of the things are like, oh, how is a woman meant to know that she's pregnant in the first 6 weeks? Well, maybe she shouldn't be fucking unless she's trying to get pregnant. Like, yes, I get that that's dismissive of their reproductive rights, but men shouldn't be fucking unless they're trying to get someone pregnant either. And
like,
by the way, it shouldn't be a different woman every day.
You mean bring back shaming of manhoes?
Oh, I've
Yes.
always been in favour of shaming of man-hose. It's like,
Man hose, woman hose, any hose. Shame them all.
Yes, thought control. Base thought control.
second, we need something from Jordan Peterson on why monogamy is a good thing.
Well, you need forced monogamy in a society because it encourages pair bonding. And because women select men, they have to get their shit together, bucko. They need to become the kinds of people who are desirable. And in return, in a monogamous society, there isn't a Pareto distribution of a minority of men getting all of the sexual partners. Because if you have that, it destabilizes society.
Very nice.
Well, Ultron wants shotgun weddings back.
I mean,
I'm okay with that.
I'm also in favour of shotgunning hoes. Sorry, wait, what?
Bye.
But, like, I've never been a fan of the casual sex thing. And as I'm getting older, I'm like, maybe you should... Like, I'm not in favour of laws about no sex outside of marriage, but as I've gone older, I've rapidly started to move to the opinion of, like, yes, you should save it until you're married.
Yeah.
Like,
or at least, a very serious relationship, just not something to be thrown around just because.
Like, I used to think it should at least be someone you've been dating for a while that you're interested in and want to... But now it's like, no. Marriage or serious committed relationship because you view marriage as the government getting involved in a good thing.
Yep. But that's removing all of our fun.
Yeah, like, marriage is ideal, but, like, a lot of people, quite understandably, are like, why the fuck would I get the government or the church involved in this? Which isn't terribly unreasonable. Like, the government shoved its nose into the fucking matter at some point a couple of 100 years ago, and we've never been able to get them out.
Well, that was also partly with taxes and eugenics, so...
Ardent Party's like 1 month before first sex seems good. Yeah, I'm more like 3.
I mean, it's one of those, depending on the way the relationship is tracking, that's go with what works in that situation. But as a general rule of thumb, yeah, at least a month.
Yeah, like,
preferably more.
None of this casual sex crap. True, it does depend on
Casual
ages and
sex
tracking.
is degen.
Agreed.
Well, there's actually, like, you can tell that it is because it's like sex is fundamentally sacred, okay? And that's something that everyone realizes on an intuitive level. That's why it's like much worse to grab somebody's penis without their consent than it is to grab their arm without their consent. It's why you're like some kind of fucking sex offender if you whip your dick out in public, but if you like show your knee or whatever, that's fine. Like, pretty
Unless
much
it's,
everyone.
an Islamic country, in which case
Yeah,
both
well,
can have stoning.
But that's connected to sex as well, though. It's just like a hyper standard around it.
Well, but that's because they have sexual distress at a much higher rate than the rest of the world.
But it's also like it would be much worse in a workplace to like talk about your coworker like, oh yeah, she's really fucking hot. I'd love to like get her in bed and fucking drill her. Like that would be much like worse in a workplace than saying, oh fuck that bitch, I hate that bitch. Right? Even though one of them is hypothetically complimentary, like nobody, if you really drill them down to it, is willing to treat sex as if it's just like any other activity.
Well,
they treat it like it's fundamentally special, except for when they want to excuse just doing whatever the fuck they want.
Well, that's exactly why the left wants even the non-pedo sex ed to be run in the leftist way. Because they're trying desperately to use socialization and indoctrination to reverse people's innate instincts on the topic.
If I'm remembering correctly, over-sexualization of young children was part of the themes in A Brave New World. With the opening scene with all the sex play stuff.
Sex play.
So yeah, I think that maintenance of innocence in some form or another is desirable for society as a whole, because once you've become jaded to life, it's all downhill from there. Let's see.
I think you've touched on something there with the jaded to life part, actually, especially in relation to the left. And I think it's why there's the extremists in particular are so, maybe partially why they're so laissez-faire towards abortion. They do not respect the sanctity of life at all. Like, they do not, like, they're willing to have people who disagree with them on the internet killed. Like, why would they give a fuck about some baby when they think that, like, just people that anyone other than them and their friends should just die?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have no respect for life. They have no respect for their own life.
You see them going, with the Brexit thing. Oh, well, they're gonna die soon anyway. The people who voted for Brexit, they're gonna die soon anyway. And the sooner the better, and then we can have another vote and we'll go our way. Or like with the vaccine stuff, where they're like, well, I hope you die of COVID, and I hope nobody gives you medical attention, and that'll show you. And it's like, dude, you're wishing death on people.
Yeah, like, they just like, they straight up do not respect the sanctity of life. Like, they don't care about their own lives, especially since a lot of them, like, nearly all of them have some form of mental disorder, in addition to the ones they've made up.
Yeah, being a leftist.
COVID.
Yes.
They don't want to catch that. They're like, you'll kill me.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, we've got to save Grandma. But those anti-vaxxers, I hope they get COVID and die, because they disagreed with me.
Yeah.
Because they don't respect the sanctity of life. Like, Christians, or the, what is it? The hard right Christian extremists, like, it's kind of written into their book that life is sacred.
Which is
that's just a bigoted position to have.
Indeed. Yeah. And that's why I'd be willing to bet they're sitting there going, let's go with the no abortion option, because life, if the life of my neighbor is sacred, or the life of the second, what's the one about enemies and loving them and stuff?
Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you.
Thank you. Exactly. Like, if you're supposed to love your enemies and respect the sanctity of their lives, like, okay, so it's all human life that is sacred because you're all God's children. Well, that baby's life is sacred. So, like, 2 minutes ago when it was inside that woman, its life must still be sacred. It's at least logically, it's internally consistent logic, at least.
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's also amusing because, like, people will be like, "Oh, that's fucking gobbledygook," but it's like, it's that idea that was like the precondition for the liberal conception of human rights.
True. That's the Locke's argument against slavery. Well, Locke's a bit weird with slavery, but it's Locke's argument towards rights. You are created by God, and God imbues you with freedom, and then you can do with it whatever the fuck you want. until you start interfering with another human.
Yep.
Life, liberty, and property. John Locke.
Like, Locke's got some weird fucking ideas, but in general, like, it's pretty on point. Like, from the Christian perspective, yes, God created men, and they're all equal, blah 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 blah. But if you skip that part and then start from all men own themselves and they own their labor. Well,
all men women.
What's a whammon? Are you a biologist?
You know, they're created by the the thing. And that's the moment I realized, yes, Joe, I do know the thing.
We're left with just acknowledge that they don't have any faith in the thing ever.
Yes.
It'd be easier to just have honest discussions with them then.
I wonder, how long can society go on after cutting off its roots?
Let's see. When would you say they've cut the roots off?
What are the roots that you're referring to?
Process.
I'll be back. I need tea.
I don't.
The tea addict strikes again.
Like, there'll always be society. Humans are social animals. We're pack animals. So there'll always be society of some description. Like, through all of recorded history, there's been city-states until the massive nations we see now. And city-states rise and fall, but the fact that that families are a thing is constant, and it's why anarchism, as in everyone lives constantly in anarchy, is just ridiculous. Like, you get a family, so you've got your 2.5 children and a dog, and then you've got a mother and a father. Okay, you're now living in a state of anarchy, right? So who's the strongest person there? Well, it's the father. So the father goes around the neighborhood to all his mates and goes, "Hey, we're at threat from roving bands of scumfuckers. Should we all get together and defend ourselves?" Oh, and Bob's in charge. Congratulations, you've now invented a tribe. Get a few more people together, you've invented the concept of a society.
I more so meant Western civilization.
Oh, Western civilization.
I think, maybe a cultural aspect would be a better way of putting it.
Yeah, like...
Yeah.
What we call of as Western civilization, like... It wouldn't be unrealistic to see what we think of as Western civilization collapse in our lifetimes. I mean, everyone's thought that, but, like, we're rapidly getting to degeneracy.
I'm like more sympathetic now to the reactionary types, because I'm like, oh fuck, it does actually seem like the Enlightenment is like eating its own tail like a fucking Ouroboros.
But I don't know. Well, I'll put this caveat on. I don't know if it's directly going with the Enlightenment. I think it's more of the rejection of any higher power.
Exactly. You're right. It's like the removal of the Enlightenment from that which birthed and validated the Enlightenment. Now we're in this weird, like, self-contradictory, post-irony, meta-ironic bullshit. Haha, pseudo-nihilistic.
Jordan Peterson has probably already said something along this line, but the problem is what you could call, in vague terms, duty, using the word broadly. Duty to yourself, duty to your family, duty to your neighbors, duty to your country. Like, those things mean different things in different times. But if you don't acknowledge at least duty to yourself and your family, then what the fuck are you?
Yeah. And I think, yeah, that's kind of been a sticking point with me, and the definitions you hear about nationalism, none of them touch on duty, which the old late 19th, early 20th century definition all seemed to revolve around duty to one's nation. And then it just became hyper jingoistic, rah rah, we're the best, rather than I'm part of something larger than myself.
Indeed, and George Orwell touches on that in his notes on nationalism, though he gets weird about it at some points.
I think he gets it very, very wrong, to be honest.
He talks about it, but fuck me, he goes weird. Like, I think he forgot his point halfway through it.
Because it's like he's describing systems of governance rather than the concept of nationalism itself.
Well,
in my opinion.
Well, he uses a definition of nationalism that no one else uses.
Yeah, well, until current times, and then that seems to be the only definition acceptable, and it's not right.
He uses nationalism as, like, group worship. Like, the left is nationalistic towards leftism, or communism, or abortion.
Yeah, because back prior to the the postmodernist movement, nationalism to me was always maintaining that which had come before and expanding the greatness of every nation possible, and preferably pushing the ones that really sucked out of the way for better nationalist movements in those countries to come along.
Well, the problem with nationalism
we're
is
really wandering off topic.
It can go like two ways, and it again comes down to duty. Like, the duty to your nation is part of the agreement between a man and his nation, where the man goes, where it's supposed to be or especially in the lock-in perspective, it's an informed decision by the man to enter into the nation, whereby he goes, I will give up this to the nation in order for the nation to collect all these other things together, and then, if necessary, do these things on my behalf. Which is why nations are inherently violent. And it's how societies are supposed to work. A man gives up his individual capacity and right to violent retribution to the government in order for the government to then use it on his behalf. So, like, Grandpa over in the corner, who's 80 and has done his thing, like, if someone steals his shit, he can't do much about it. However, he goes out, raises a hue and cry, the local magistrate gets on his horse, grabs a posse, and yes, I am aware that I'm mixing like 7 different colloquial metaphors. So the magistrate grabs his posse, because I can't quite specifically remember the British word for it, and then they go out, and then they track down the criminal, and if necessary, kill him, which is enacting violence on the victim's behalf. You surrender your violence to your ability to enact violence to the nation in order for the nation to enact violence on your behalf. The on your behalf bit has gone forgotten. Which and it's how armies are supposed to work. Like, you've got all these individual collective groups, especially in older times where people are more spread out. You've got all these different farmsteads, and each man's like, okay, I give up my capacity for violence to the nation, and if our nation is under threat, well, then I pick up my spear and I go join the army. And my family and friends my wife and children are safe because the Home Guard, and yes, I am again mixing like 7 different time periods, the Home Guard will stand there and defend them to the death. Like, you give the elderly men spear and young boys spear. Like, again, I'm going even further back in time now. You give the elderly men and young boys spears, and they stand around protecting the women and children, while the fighting age men go off and do fighting age men shit, like hunting and killing neighboring tribes.
Like, I'm seeing in chat where they're having it's duty to government by be Latvis. It's no,
the government can go fuck itself.
Government has nothing to do with a nation. A nation is, to me, a group of people with a similar ideal and cultural outlook on life.
Yeah, the government does not make the nation.
Which I think, amusingly, is why the Anglosphere seems to kind of coalesce amongst themselves much more than, say, the Francophile nations. Although
Indeed.
They're few in numbers, but there are also a lot of ex-colonies in that, too. But...
Billy Blogs is like, Spears Bezic is like a time traveler. Yes, because I am trying to use metaphors that require me to mix like 17 different time periods. Like, it's a lot easier to describe the idea of duty in a small tribal thing where you've got like a couple of hundred people at the most. Where you've got the woman who are gathering berries, making shit out of fur, and then you've got the young boy, the 12-year-old boys and the 60-year-old men standing around with spears going, "Is that a wolf? I'll fucking stab you." Like, and that was the metaphor to get to my point of you feel safer in the idea of leaving because you know that the people left behind have a duty to protect your loved ones. You feel that you have the capacity to do your duty against the enemy because the people behind you have a duty to protect you and yours.
Yes.
Like, people don't fight anywhere near as hard if they don't feel that they have a duty to fight. Like, time and again throughout history, you can see that a small force can defeat a much larger force because of either desperation, duty, the fact that their families are standing right fucking behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in the unlikely event that you had two equal-sized armies on a flat plain, chances are the ones who are committed to the act are less likely to break and flee. Like, if you've got a bunch of 16-year-old conscripts in the enemy army, and they're invading you, and they're like, "Oh, fuck, I don't want to be here. The enemy's got pointy things, and I want to go home, and oh god, it's getting all bloody and stabby in the front lines. I think I might choose to be somewhere else." While on your side, it's like, "Right, men, our families are staying behind us, and if these bastards get through, they'll kill our wives, rape our dogs, and eat our children." Chances are, you see...
You're going to be a little more determined to stick around to the end of the conflict with that scenario.
Who's
Exactly.
this tribe of furry cannibals?
Oh god. What?
California.
Furry cannibals?
Second collude on...
Like, he's like, "They're gonna rape your dog and, like, eat your children."
Well, you see, when you get Joe Biden in charge, that's what you end up with.
My answer is California.
You're not wrong.
But what the fuck was the point? Yeah, a government does not make a nation. A nation makes a government. It's kind of the whole point behind a representative democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all the people, like start in something slightly smaller, like, Athens. Does Athens work? I think Athens worked. They had democracy, didn't they? Yeah, fuck it. Greeks are weird.
Ah, yes, but
The
democracy is gay.
Yes. The spoon position.
Only if you're a Spartan.
But you've got a group of people, and when you're trying to organize a million fucking people, shit gets complicated. Like, you need people whose job it is to just sit down all fucking day and figure out what shit's going to be done. Like, someone needs to organize the army, someone needs to make sure that the people are fed and the army's fed, and someone needs to make sure that the bridge doesn't fall down, and someone needs to smack someone around the head so that they get the shovel and clear the horse shit out of the streets. Like, you need people organizing shit, and It's
Yeah, and when you
And-
have a sense of duty to something larger than yourself, it makes it much easier to assign those tasks.
Yeah. Like, even in monarchist systems, you have something kind of similar. It's just that the source of authority is different. In a democracy, you're supposed to have an elected government who serves the nation. Supposed to. But these elected officials seem to have forgotten that over the last 100 years. But they're supposed to be there to serve the nation. In a monarchist society, if you've got 1 million people in a monarchist society, the king can't do fucking everything. So the king has advisors and nobles, like barons, to do shit for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's got advisors, like, and... fuck. I'm trying to remember a word, but it doesn't... Like, you've got officers of the... who are bestowed with their authority instead of from bottom down, from the king down to them, and they go out and organize shit. Like, you're going to have the head of the
delegated?
army. Kind of. Ministers, that's the word. How I forgot that being from a fucking country with a Westminster style system, I don't know. But, like, you've got ministers. You've got your minister in charge of the army, you've got your minister in charge of taxes, you've got your minister in charge of cleaning shit out of the streets. Because, obviously, in that kind of system, you don't have health, and health ministers at the moment.
The most important department in San Francisco.
The cleaning
What's that
shit out of
mean?
the street department. But yeah, like, the king has ministers to do shit for him. Like, you've got to have a centralized group that's given authority either from the people to them or from the king to them to do shit, because otherwise, how the fuck are you meant to organize 1 million fucking people?
Yeah. Being a Yankee, I'm naturally anti-monarchical because it's just culturally abhorrent where we don't have a choice in being able to change out the corrupt, but both systems, and non-pure democracy systems, do have those checks and balances of accountability, which I think is severely lacking in current society.
Yeah, the problem is it's been so corrupted that the checks and balances are also corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, which is why the drain the swamp rhetoric was so powerful. Like, yes, we would like the swamp drained, because if you do drain the swamp, hopefully whoever gets in will to replace them will keep you in check.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why the Supreme Court is so bloody important.
Yep.
To keep the fucking government in line.
Thank God the Supreme Court is conservative, because the Supreme Court should be conservative.
Well, yeah, they should be.
The most conservative
function
branch.
isn't to change shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, yeah, they should be the most conservative people in the country. You're gonna have to give us a really good fucking reason to change this.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's, the Warren Court, I think, was the most aggressive advocates in the United States back in the day. And it's like, look at the shit they handed down. A lot of this was not really legal in a strict constitutional sense.
Exactly. And, like, yeah, America's got... How many... What's the rough population of America? It's like 300... a lot million, isn't it?
Yeah. Give me a second, I can get that for you.
So, you've got 300 and a shitload million people. One person can't organise that.
No.
A couple of hundred people can't organise that.
329.5 million.
Yeah, so 329 million people.
1.2 billion. So you stack spaghetti sauce in a store.
Yep. and from these people, from these people, you need to raise an army. You need to feed the army and supply the army. You need to collect taxes to pay the army and do assorted other shit like roads.
Well, interestingly enough, in Yeah, the colonial era with the United States, and really up until about the 18 teens, we had actually a lot of privately maintained roads. Now, you had to pay a toll to use them, but they were well maintained. A lot of them were referred to as corduroy roads, which were roads that had logs in swampy spots. So you had good traction, you paid this fee, and they're like 20 miles long on average. Now, just throw some government money at it and get all sorts of fucking potholes. Yay.
Exactly. But again, when you get super massive, like it's within living memory that I think it's the national highways or something like that. Like those aren't that old, and you need a government to do something like that. Because what was it? Someone's like, maybe we should check to see if we can actually get the army from one coast to the other, and like 6 months later, with several dozen casualties.
The Eisenhower interstate system, yeah.
Interstates, that's it.
Which, interestingly enough, is actually, while it's federally funded, it's state maintained. That's why
interesting.
We get a lot of weird, speed limits vary from state to state because the states have the final say in how the interstates are developed and used. But it's all federally funded with caveats and whatnot.
Yep. So here we go. Dwight D. Eisenhower National System of Interstate and Defense Highways. So let's see. Just trying to see if I can find the story. Yeah, in 1919, the US Army sent an expedition across the US to determine the difficulties that military vehicles would have on a cross-country trip. Leaving from the Ellipse near the White House on July 7th, the Motor Transport Corps convoy needed 62 days to drive 3,200 miles or 5,100 kilometers on the Lincoln Highway to the Presidio Army Base on San Francisco Bay. The convoy suffered many setbacks and problems on the route, such as poor quality bridges, broken crankshafts, and engines clogged with desert sand.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
and that's when the U.S. highway system started, which is different from the U.S. interstate system. But
well, they call it
connected.
They call it a system of interstate and defense highways.
Yep.
But yeah, so obviously, when you've got a large country and a military, and you want to make sure you can defend from invasion by sea, which is in 1916 is the problem because no one's gonna fly over from anywhere and drop parachute troops because those concepts didn't exist. So you want to get troops across the country to defend from sea or land invasion if Canada gets uppity.
Yeah, Canada is always uppity.
So you need roads to get the army, and oh yeah, you need the army, and you need food for the army, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And with that, you can't organise any of that shit without a government.
And, the other thing is relying on rail, especially once you get outside of, like, European-sized countries, is very difficult because you look at what happened during World War II, you blow a rail bridge in Europe, and it just completely fucks up all the logistics.
Yeah. Well, that's the most useful thing the French resistance did in the build-up to D-Day, is when they were given the signal, they went out and they just shagged the rail system, which meant that the Germans couldn't get their tanks into position, which meant they were extra fucked.
Yep. And I see a question from Billy Blogs. Bleach, how would you like to be in charge of virtual toll roads, electric vehicles, for example? It's one of those... There's enough of those here
Isn't that the stupid shit that the Lotuses were talking about the other day, where some fucking idiots want to charge people a fee for every kilometer they travel?
Yes, it's Washington State's pushed it. I know California's pushed it. And unfortunately, they're like, oh well, we need the tax revenue from fueled vehicles now passed on to electric vehicles, and
So
that's
basically,
just
they're
no.
like, it'll be cheaper to run an electric car. Yep, but then we can't tax you as much because it's cheaper. So we'll just artificially add the cost back on.
We can't tax you like in Australia. I think they take something like 50 cents a litre, which prior to the last 3 fucking years was about half to a third of the fuel cost. So all of a sudden you replace that with electric cars, government's like, but I want my 50 cents. So what do? They just get your internet-enabled, stupid fucking smart electric car to tell them how far you travel and then go, this dumb cunt travelled 100,000 kilometres. Here's his bill in the fucking mail.
Yeah, because, I know a lot of U.S. states, not all, but a lot have annual vehicle inspections and emissions tests, but ignore that.
Annual vehicle inspections are just abusing poor people.
Yes. But, that's kind of a backdoor way where they have to record odometer readings. So, you basically have a travel tax, because you could burn up the same amount of gas commuting back and forth to work as you could driving halfway across the country within a year period. So it's really, I see this as a insidious way of restricting people's ability to travel freely in the long run.
Well, it ties in exactly with their with the kind of thing they can do. Oh, we're having a climate/COVID/ where a bunch of cunts locked down and you can only travel 3 kilometers from your home. How are we going to tell this? Well, not only are we going to have the police committing massive, if you had rights, Fourth Amendment violations by just stopping and detaining people for nothing more than traveling. Because anytime someone's like, oh, why are you out of your house? And they're pulling you over only to see why you're out of your fucking house, that should be a Fourth Amendment violation, because fuck you, it's none of your fucking business. But in Australia, they were doing that to people. If cars were out and they'd run your rego and they're like, oh, where does this person live? Oh, they seem to live an awful far away from there. We'll pull them over and question them. Like, no, go fuck yourselves. But how could that possibly get worse? Well, if I turn my driver's license over, it says on my address on the back. So that's recorded by the Transport Department. And the license is linked to the registration on my car. So they know where my car's registered and where I live. And, oh, what if my car reports to the government via the internet? And all of a sudden, during the climate COVID fuck you lockdown, I'm 3 kilometers away from my home address on a weekend. What's that? My car turns off and the police are called?
Whoops. It's like this is the future they want.
No, I will not live in the pod and eat the bugs.
But
yeah, I think
we've got new flavors.
Something similar with like getting people's cars to like scan their body language to determine if they were drunk or something.
Oh God, yeah.
And make that required for all automotive vehicles by like 2020 something. It's like, oh my God. Get the fuck out, you fucking globo homo.
Yeah. And this is why used cars are the best cars.
Yeah. And don't forget, they'll also tie the system into your health pass. So you can't go to if you have your health pass, you can travel 5 kilometers from home. But if you don't have your health pass, you can only travel 3 kilometers from home. And because that's all going to be tied in together through your digital ID / driver's license / social credit system. And what's that? Biometrics? Why, yes, you do have to scan your thumbprint for the car to turn on.
Oh, and don't forget, you have to make sure your period is being checked regularly.
Yep. So if you do miss a period, 2 periods, and then all of a sudden you're getting them again, we can send an armed doctor to your house to molest you a bit, and then arrest you.
For your state mandated abortion.
Like
Doctor
China
shows up
used
with
to
a
do.
coat hanger, you know.
Well, hey, if the leftists like abortion so much, they can move to China because they'll let you do it all the way up to birth. In fact, they'll require it.
Yeah. We have to have the one-child solution.
Which has really fucked them. They've got millions of excess males. Like, well done. How to destroy a society in one easy step. What's that? You want massive amounts of crime and social unrest? Why, yes, we would like 10 million men who just by the numbers can never get a girlfriend or a wife. Oh, and what do we do with them? Hey, Taiwan's looking looking nice and shiny. Let's send our 10 million men who are of no value to our society over there because they can't get married over there to just invade. Oh, 9 million of them died. Who cares? They weren't doing anything of important anyway.
They weren't giving us the next generation of communists.
Exactly. If they're not making more communists, they might as well be dying for the glorious communist project.
Why does Klaus Schwab seem so turned on by that idea?
ACAB, all communists are best.
This is true. We need that on a shirt.
From here on out, every time I see ACAB, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, and don't forget, you'll have your wanking license connected to your digital ID. So,
oh, sorry, sir, you've ejaculated 5 times too many this week.
Yep. So, when you get onto the internet and enter your wanking license into the website, the government can go, oh, what's that? He hasn't watched enough black on white porn this month. Decrease his social credit score.
Well,
yes, I
you
can see it
remember
now.
the thing they wanted to do, like, to check that you were watching ads in certain apps? Like, to check that you weren't, like, looking away during the advertising coming up. So presumably they wanted to access, like, your phone's camera or whatever. It's like, oh, no, you walked away when we played an ad.
Yeah. Well, wasn't it like fucking Xbox with their stupid motiony sensor thing where they're like, what's that? You've got 4 people in the room and all 4 of you have to pay to watch this movie.
That's stupid.
It's evil.
Yep. But fun practical hint of the day from Bleach. Go out, buy your damn DVDs, and fuck the streaming.
Fucking oath. What's that? You haven't watched your state-mandated viewing of cuties yet?
Yes, the state-mandated Netflix watching.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't watched Cuties this month. Well, there goes your social credit score.
Yep, and don't forget while you're at it, what's that? Cash? Well, that's too expensive to make. Everyone gets a digital currency. Oh, what's that? That's also attached to your digital ID. So now the government knows literally every cent you're spending. What's that? You want to buy something secondhand that the government doesn't approve of, that is still legal? Yeah, we need to know that. Yeah, well, yes, we do want to know every single person that you've given $20 to. Well, homeless people. Well, don't forget to flick them 20 cents off your credit chit.
Oh, and then they go and collect income taxes from the homeless.
Of course. Don't even have to worry about it. They'll just deduct it directly from the 20 cents you give them. They'll take the 20% off. They'll take they'll take that 2 cents just straight off. Or what's that? You've been a bad boy. Or we'll just turn your money off and your car. And fuck it, we'll hook it into the power grid with your smart meter and your home automation system. Just wait inside your house while your doors refuse to open until the police get there.
Oh, trying to break a window. No, that's an electric shock.
Yep. Callum Dane says fiat currency is bad, but not quite as bad as digital currency. Well, yep. Like, that's why I've found myself over the last few years going back to cash rather than just swiping cards everywhere. Like, yeah, it's a pain in the dick and it's far less convenient, but also fuck the government. They don't need to know where I've been and what I've spent money on.
Yep. Almost like, I don't know, not having somebody stalk you at every move is kind of a nice and healthy thing.
What was that thing about coercive control again?
No,
Monitoring
no,
their
no,
time, monitoring a person via online communication tools and using spyware, taking control of over aspects of their everyday life, such as where they can go, who they can see, what they can wear, and where they can sleep. Yes,
you're
yes,
just being
don't worry about
paranoid.
that.
Get out of here, Alex Jones.
Alex Jones has only been wrong once.
Was he, though? Was he really?
Who knows? But I mean, like half the time when nearly most of the time when Alex Jones is wrong, it's because he didn't go far enough. They're not turning the frogs gay, they're turning them trans.
Seriously, there must be something in the water, given all these fucking glibs of TikTok videos where it's like, ooh, like 40% of my classes come out to me.
Well,
Ugh.
isn't there estrogen in the water because of birth control pills that's fucking up the fish?
If
We've
I
heard
remember right, yeah.
something about that, like
Ban birth
you know,
control.
going down the toilet or something.
No, I'm kidding. I'm not that trash.
Well, imagine if we put that into the recycling systems. Well, birth control's just molecules once it's dissolved, so you can't pull that out via filtering. Oh, what's that? We're now pumping estrogen into the water supply because I wouldn't put it past the fuckers. Yeah, go on. That won't fuck up everybody.
Oh no, unintended consequences. What are those?
What do you mean unintended?
Yeah, true.
But and people are like, oh, but that's just a conspiracy theory. Yes, for now, but what makes you think for a fucking moment that the government wouldn't do it if they thought they could get away with it? What about the last 2 years of
fact?
Like, what out of the last 2 years of QR codes and police stopping people for being too far away from their houses makes you think the government wouldn't do it if they thought they could justify it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, there's something insidious.
Yes, and its name is Klaus Schwab.
You will eat the bugs and like it, yeah?
No, I will not eat the bugs. I will not live in the pod. I will not drive an electric car. Oh, dearie me. That's getting too real and serious. Should we look at more pedophiles?
At least we can eat more actively.
No, let's talk about gun control instead. And how fucking useless it is.
Fuck.
It's always funny to me how the left is like, oh, right to bear arms. That's not what the Constitution means. Where is that in the Constitution? Oh, abortion. Well, you see, this implies a right to privacy, and that right to privacy implies that you can do anything you want with your doctor. It's constitutional, guys.
Yep. Let's see. So, Australia, with the best gun laws in the world that America's really, really, really should follow. Let's see. From the Tuesday, the 10th. Bikie boss, critical. Brother, dead after Western Sydney gym shooting. Oh, what's that? Two bikies, so gang members. Can you say... Oh, Comanchero. Right, so Comanchero Kingpin, right, that's a bikie gang, so they're criminal drug fight scum. And his brother, sustained multiple gunshot wounds after they were hit with a hail of bullets. Police sources say a large bounty had been placed on his head, but who put the bounty on him? Was it other criminals?
No. Don't be
Yeah.
ridiculous.
So the men were treated at the scene with Omar, shot multiple times in the arms, stomach, and legs before going into cardiac arrest and dying. His older brother Tarek was shot up to 10 times, including in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 30 officers were added to Sydney's gang fighting squad Strike Force Raptor in response to the street violence with guns by members of bike gangs. I see. So they're criminals. So are those guns they're using legally owned by licensed persons? They're not. Well, how did they get them? Oh, they're criminals and gang members, and they imported them the same way they imported their drugs. I see. That makes sense, because criminals aren't known for respecting the law.
Whoa. That's a bigoted take right there.
And of
Of
course,
course they love the law.
and of course, the shooting came after an underworld crime figure was gunned down late last month.
Criminals are just as law-abiding as white people.
Yep. Oh, and Ahmed, who was gunned down late last month, had recently served jail time over the fatal shooting of a man in 2016. Really? So he was a criminal. He was a convicted criminal for shooting someone, and he was shot. Really? Oh, and what's that? Less than 24 hours ago, nephew of lane Sydney underworld figure Mahmoud Brownie Ahmed shot dead. Oh, he was shot dead, was he?
I mean, how many people are shot alive? That's really the question.
Well, this is true. Well, most people are shot alive, then they're dead. So the nephew of the Lane Underworld figure has been shot dead outside his southwest Sydney home as police tried to stop the tit-for-tat gangland war from putting the community at risk. Oh, so it's a gangland war, is it? Right, so they're just shooting each other repeatedly with illegal firearms. And they're definitely not going to be licensed, because in order to be licensed, you can't be of ill repute. So if the police know you're a member of a gang, they're not going to give you a license. So these people aren't allowed to have guns, and the guns themselves are illegal. How are those gun laws working out for us again? Oh, here we go. Sydney's gangland violence. Oh, look. Bunch of fucking shootings. Here's a shooting. Another shooting.
That's not a shooting. That's just...
Oh, sorry. That was
life.
someone that was set on fire.
No, that makes it better.
Yeah, that's a shooting. That was another shooting. Home peppered with bullets, so another shooting. Another shot. 2 people shot dead in the front yard of their home. Oh, some more people had 8 shots fired into their home from a passing car. Oh, the guys we just looked at, the 2 who were shot at the gym. Oh,
I am so glad Australia has banned guns.
Yeah. Best gun laws in the world, but they somehow haven't managed to stop, at least 20 fucking gangland shootings in a couple of kilometers?
Yeah, but the citizens can't just run around with guns, so it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Only the criminals
criminals
are armed. Because criminals need a safe workplace too. And that's just the gangland shootings. That's not counting the shootings from these not the specific gangs. Like, there were shootings all over the fucking place in Australia. Like, there's shitloads of gun crime in Australia. And it's never people using a legally possessed firearm. Oh, except that one guy who killed his children, his estranged children, after the police gave him a license after he was refused membership at gun clubs because he was a bit dodgy.
Well, clearly that one.
Yeah,
case
well,
is justification.
and he had like 20 domestic violence charges on his record that the police didn't look at on their system before they granted him a license because they're fucking idiots. So basically,
It's not like he kidnapped his children prior.
yeah, exactly. It's not like he was had multiple domestic violence orders against him or anything. So it turns out that the only time that someone's shot with a legally possessed gun is when the cops fuck up and and say that a criminal's allowed to legally have one.
It's just your imagination. This is all just, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't look at the forest fire coming down to burn down the bush. Don't worry about that. Just focus on making sure you're a good member of society.
Yep. And this is with apparently Australia having a gun on every street in Perth. Oh, the ones that are owned legally that the police know about aren't being used in shootings. Suspicious.
That sounds like bigotry right there.
Oh dear. But basically, anyway, the police are idiots, the politicians are stupider, and the only people who aren't allowed to have guns are the people who deserve them.
Well, naturally. I mean, why would you want average citizens being able to defend themselves, maybe put food on the table, all those just horrific, nasty things that citizens do?
Ah, dear.
Yeah, we definitely need the game show theme going with, black pills with Bezic. Who wants to be today's contestant?
Black pilled with Bezic, black pilled with Bezic. Let's lose all of our hope. Let's lose it. Hey, it gets worse.
And clipped.
Hey, our first contestant today is Second Plague. Come on down and want to hate life.
Oh dear. On today's episode, why America should not copy Australia's gun laws.
Meanwhile, here's Disco White showing us the words of the day.
Okay, gamer word of the day is.
Calm down, Trim.
It's like, no.
Just like someone accidentally bumps the camera and just tilts over a bit, and there's Trim in the corner on a chair tied up, going.
I know this one. It could be like countdown where I'm getting the letters out, and the first one put out on the board. It's a big N, and Trim's like, Trim knows this one.
But Trim's not allowed to say it on broadcast. Oh dear. For our next game, we're going to play Dunk the Pedo. Here we have a pedo above the dunk tank, and the dunk tank is filled with hydrofluoric acid. Let's go!
Shit.
I mean, not post the idea. Oh, fuck.
This has potential. Horrific potential, but potential.
Yeah. Oh dear, I'm just trying to see if there have been any other shootings in the last week.
I mean, you could always, look up Chicago. They've always got a shooting.
True. But it's almost as if it's a problem with gangs, not law-abiding citizens.
Well, you know.
Oh, dear. Yeah, just a bunch of fucking idiots just getting shot down, but oh no, we need stricter gun laws because those have fucking helped. They haven't been,
Well, yeah.
if they can't stop people from bringing drugs into the country, what makes them think that they can stop fucking guns? And besides, if they stop people bringing guns in illegally, well, because they post maps of where the legal guns are, the criminals will just break in and take them. I'm not sure if I had a point here. Other than that, Australia's gun laws are fucking stupid. I mean,
that'll happen.
That's a good enough point on its own, I think. Oh dear, what else came out during the week? Let's have a look at the list. Oh yeah, this is a good one. This one's just funny. Undercover journo infiltrates British far right, gets violently attacked by far left after just 10 minutes of leafleting. An undercover journalist with Channel 4 taking part in a documentary infiltrating the far right in Britain ended up getting attacked by masked far left extremists after just 10 minutes of leafleting while undercover in Rotherham. Oh, Rotherham, well, here you fucking go. The scene was hilariously included in the show, The Enemy Within, the Far Right Dispatches. Patriotic Alternative describes themselves as a community building and activism group which aims to raise awareness of issues such as the demographic decline of native Britons in the United Kingdom, the environmental impact of mass immigration, and the indoctrination and political bias taking place in British schools. So they're good boys who did nothing wrong.
Sounds like it.
Oh, dear. Oh, it's up on Odyssey. So while being attacked, the undercover journalist could be heard begging for mercy from his master attacker and showing, "Listen, I'm an undercover journalist, I'm an undercover journalist." The journalist said the attackers came out now and just started fucking lamping us, just hitting us. We'd only been doing this for like 10 minutes here. So, sorry. Who exactly... Oh, yeah. Oh, and of course, if you watch the documentary's intro, you'd be led to believe it was Patriotic Alternative who carried out the attack. While they played footage from the attack, the narrator could be heard describing the show by saying, "Then this episode, we infiltrated a growing movement that's sparking clashes in the street. The clash was sparked by left-wing extremists attacking them for leafleting." Oh, shit. In another embarrassing scene, the documentary shows how one member of Patriotic Alternative had a photograph taken in the past of members of the banned far-right group National Action. One of the far-right figures can be seen displaying the logo of the Azov Battalion. Jesus Christ. Patriotic Alternative released a statement in response to the documentary on their website. They said they offered to do full recorded interviews to address all the claims in the documentary, but their offer was rejected. Because they don't want to know the truth to come out.
Shocking, that.
Yeah. So basically, lefty journo pretends to be far right, gets beaten up by far left, lies about it. Oh, and here's the Azov Battalion being Nazis again. Oh, fucking Jesus.
Can't make this shit up.
No. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
You know, I just wish more of this was just fake stories, but they're just not. That's the worst part.
Nope.
Well, that's it. They're
Like-
putting the Onion out of business.
Yeah, I was just gonna say exactly that.
Oh dear.
Disco Damas strikes again.
Yeah, where are our dollars for getting fucking predictions, eh?
Yes. Gibbs.
Oh dear.
But that's George money.
Not the
To be
George
fair,
money.
unreasonable amount of money goes on stuff for the cats, cat food and stuff.
Oh, tell me about
particularly
it.
this month, because one of the cats has been unwell, like really unwell, and before we go down more sort of serious medical intervention, the vet wants to try specialized diets. So currently, I'm paying an ungodly amount of money for special hypoallergenic food that has some of the protein broken down, and it's like, how much per bag?
Oh, tell me about it.
Oh, I love it.
My furry.
How large is your paycheck? Oh, yeah, we'll take 50%.
My furry little asshole has friggin' urinary tract problems, so he needs a special food for that. And it's like, how much? Like, excuse me,
Yeah.
motherfucker? The cat eats better than I do.
Yeah. And I got sick of trying to get them to eat different things, because like you put the normal food down for one cat and you put the special food down for the other cat, and
Yep.
the sick cat's like, I want that, and the non-sick cat's like, what's he got? It's just like, fine, okay, you're all getting hyperallergenic cat food this week until we figure out if it's needed. Because I can't be bothered to split you up and make you eat different things.
Yep. But, so, of course, then you need 3 times as much of the expensive shit.
It's an endless task. And then trying
Uh.
to give him the tablets as well. That's an entire other thing, because I have to put the tablets in something tasty, otherwise like they ain't going in. And so then I've got something like a piece of chicken or something that I'm trying to give him with the tablet hidden in it. And the other cats are like, he's got chicken. No.
Oh, it's something special and different. Can I have?
Stay over there. You can have some in a minute once I'm giving him his tablet. Oh my god, it's a nightmare.
Oh, the kitties.
It's a nightmare.
Oh, dear. At least kitties are furry and cute.
Yes, unlike people.
Well, I've been
Yeah, but
bitten
not
by
very
dogs
cute.
I like better than most people, so what does that tell you?
Poor dog choice.
Eh.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
Well, no. It turns out that volunteering at an animal shelter does have its hazards, but at least it didn't get bit on the tit.
They were just after your man milk.
Goddamn squirrels. I'm fairly sure I still have the goddamn scar.
Hmm. Explains so much.
Indeed. Oh, dearie me.
Look, all I'm saying is when working with squirrels, make sure it's not just your fingers that you keep an eye on.
No.
I mean, there are worse places to be bitten by a squirrel. Not many, but they exist. Oh, dear.
That's how the
It was
squirrel
funny
got his
'cause I'm
name,
all-
Scroat.
It was funny though. On the way to the wildlife shelter, I kind of phoned up the girl that ran it, and I'm like, just make sure you've got the big gloves. And she was like, oh, is he a bit bitey? I'm like, you could say that. You wouldn't be wrong to say that.
Oh, dear me. Well, does anyone else have anything? Otherwise, I think I might start wrapping up.
I always just send you anything that I have, so I don't know if there's anything interesting in
Yes.
the DMs.
And anything you don't send me specifically, I just steal from your Discord.
You're like, yoink. I'm like, hey, I've seen that link before, Basic. And you're like, it's mine now.
Oh, yes, this one. The sexism. Female Uber drivers will be allowed to turn down male passengers in Australia. So do you think it's fair? No, it's fucking not. And not unless men can turn women down.
Which they can't.
Yeah.
It specifically says that in the article that they cannot.
Yeah, it does. Rideshare drivers representative admits that it could be a bit sexist. Not just a bit, you silly cunt.
It could be just maybe a teeny bit sexist.
So female
Yeah,
and
so-
non-binary Uber drivers, congratulations, you idiots. You now have 10% female and 90% non-binary drivers
Yeah.
who have been given the power to refuse to take male passengers.
The
So-
thing is, like, what's to prevent a male passenger saying, "Oh well, I'm non-binary," or "Excuse me, my pronouns are she/her. Let me in the back of the car."
Yep.
Like, what's to stop that? Nothing.
Yep.
So all that's gonna happen is you're just gonna get either people who want to subvert the rules, subverting them, and then genuine customers who wouldn't have done anything, not using your company anymore.
Well,
Mhm.
I can't speak to many other places, but in my city in particular, Uber's managed to fucking shit the bed and people are going back to taxis.
Mm.
Like, the taxis are... I need to be careful not to dox myself in describing this. For about a 5 kilometer journey, a taxi is about $2 more expensive.
Mm.
Now, the Ubers, being full of certain demographics, I've sat waiting for an hour for an Uber because I've been cancelled on 5 fucking times. And sadly, the fucking taxis weren't answering either, and so I'm sitting there on the phone with the taxi watching the app going, oh, for fuck's sake, can some cunt come give me a lift?
I have money. I have a need for a service. Somebody.
What? Oh, it blows my mind how companies these days are so fucking desperate to not take your money. It's like, are you cunts
See, this
not
is
trying to
why-
make a profit?
See, this is why I love the fact that I just have my own car. I don't have to wait for somebody to come and get me in a car. I'm
Ugh.
just getting my own car, and I'm like, where do I want to go? Now, I may go to the entirely wrong place if I don't turn my sat nav on, but that's not the point.
It's called a map, Disco. Learn to use it.
She's a
I
woman.
mean, you can't really use a map while you're actively driving. That would
That's
be kind of
bullshit.
dangerous.
No,
That would be kind of dangerous.
no.
Dear. But it's so ridiculous. Like, the Uber service is so bad, and if half the time there'll be no one available until it pings a driver that's like 20 minutes away, and then they'll cancel on you because they're like, "Fuck you, I'm not going to do my fucking job." And like, you just can't pre-book or anything. So if you need to be somewhere at a specific time, you're shagged. Like, the taxis are now more reliable and provide a better service than the Ubers, which tells you how much Uber's fucked it up. Like, you can give the taxis company a call the day before and be like, "I need a cab at 6 in the morning," and chances are one will fucking show up.
Mhm.
And
Amazing how that works.
And interestingly, I've had to do this because of work cunt-hole hours, a long way away, when buses aren't running, and been like, I need a cab at 4 in the fucking morning. Can you make this happen? Yes, they can.
Yeah, but normally for a disgusting rate. It's
Well-
like, yeah, that'll be double the normal rate.
Well,
okay.
fortunately, the laws governing them are a bit different here, but yeah, it's a bit more expensive. But still. At least they're there. Like, you cannot get an Uber after like 10 p.m.
You cannot walk into a 7-Eleven unless you have a slight Indian accent.
Oh dear, but like well done, you idiots. Your company was already losing out. Like, you've clearly lost drivers because they're not making enough money.
Yep.
Oh dear. So what have we got? We've got Rosalina Perozzi, yeah, that's a traditional English name, president of the Rideshare Drivers Association of Australia, whoever the fuck they are, admitting it could be problematic. Whether you're looking at it from the passenger's direction or whether from the driver's perspective, it could be a bit sexist on both sides. Yeah, no shit, you silly cunt. However, she said female drivers make up just 5 to 10% of drivers, and more would sign up if they felt safer. Somehow, I don't think so. I think women drivers would feel a lot more secure doing the evening peak shifts so they could just pick up female passengers. Just fuck off, you sexist scum.
Yeah. And the other thing is, it's like, so an attractive guy who may just be complete scum is more likely to get a ride than some average to below average guy who just wants to get to work.
Exactly.
Yes, what a wonderful thing.
She said the policy also covered non-binary people because they're quite often discriminated against as a driver. Yeah, I bet it's by women too. Why the fuck is this man in a dress? But it's also unlikely to result in less service than men. There's actually an excessive amount of drivers, so I don't believe it would actually impact them. Well, that's a filthy fucking lie. Like, I already can't get a fucking Uber when I want one. Again, taxis. Like, when I get to the train station, I can walk out of the train station and there's a fucking cab rank. Oh, what's that? I can get into a car now and be home before the Uber gets here if I ordered one? Like, come on. You think you're actually helping your fucking service?
I do that.
So, after speaking to this silly bitch, the talk show host said he could see what Uber was trying to achieve, but wondered if it was legal. You're not supposed to discriminate on the basis of gender. Well, that's certainly discriminating on the basis of gender, he said. And I wonder if the female drivers can reject a trans passenger who was born male. That's a fucking good question and proves why your policy is stupid. Daily Mail has comments. Someone says, fair is inevitable. So are the complaints that women don't make as much money as men. Zero self-awareness. And someone else is like, what? Excuse me? Literally male drivers who assault female passengers are like 0.00 something percent. Someone else is like, Jesus Christ, this is pure feminist and like BS against men. Society is going to collapse due to this gender war. Someone else is like, this is absolutely illegal, you feminist. Dear. But yes, they've managed to successfully make taxis a better option already, so how is this going to help them? Ah, dear.
Yeah. I guess the only thing else I would throw in for shits and giggles with all this is, they're talking about diesel shortages on the East Coast. So
Yes.
that's going to be lovely.
Gee, Maybe we should open some pipelines.
Why would you want more fuel?
Well, indeed. Why would he want the trucks to keep running? The trucks don't do anything important, do they?
No.
Bread
Think
and milk
otherwise is nuts.
bread and milk just magically appear in the supermarket, don't they?
They do. Just out of thin air. Like with the
I-
HVAC system.
Exactly. I thought so. Wait, so trucking insiders are blaming the shortage on Joe Biden's move to divert US fuel to Europe so they can win off Not. What the fuck is US fuel going to Europe? In the first place? Like, never mind
Because
Biden.
it was a thing.
Yeah. Like, regardless of fucking Russia and Ukraine and Putin, like, maybe you should look up... Gee, I can't imagine why Trump's America First rhetoric was so fucking popular. Compared to Biden's
Yes.
America Last.
If ever.
Yeah. Just...
Yep. It's special.
Yeah, indeed. Dear. So what do we have coming up this week? We should Shilling is what we should do now.
You should definitely do shilling.
Yes.
And speaking of shilling, hoping to do Factorial maybe Monday, Bezic?
Yes. Monday.
With the monkey.
Oh, with the monkey this time.
I have pinned the monkey down.
If you don't have continuous eye contact with the monkey, he may disappear.
Yes.
We'll fling for contact, yes.
Yes.
So we can shill that.
Yes. So, yes, Discordia and I have been playing Factorio. We've been playing vanilla Factorio with the monkey, but the monkey's a flaky monkey, so he didn't show up the last time, so we played modded Factorio, and that was like 4 or 5 hours of crying.
We probably will be playing that as well later in the week.
Yes.
Possibly Wednesday.
Ooh. Yes, so
So Bezic will be making crying noises on that stream.
yeah, Trim hat. Go on, Bleach.
I was going to say as he should, but
Yes.
never mind.
Modded Factorio is evil.
Maybe I'll have something to shill next week. We'll see.
Ooh, that'd be nice. Trim has his Art Shack channel, where I am posting time lapses of his art.
Boomer Trim.
It's great. Trim's a YouTuber now, and I don't think he's ever logged into the account. Oh
That's
dear.
great.
When we get so what we're going to do with that channel is we've got the time lapses going up now, both as shorts and long forms, and when Trim figures out the concept of a Lightning to HDMI adapter and a HDMI capture card, we are going to be live streaming. Well, as Trim draws some things, chatting with chat and having no black pills. No black pills allowed. Black pills are banned. Over on the art
now I
channel.
just want to come in and comment.
So we'll be having some fun streams over on there. What else? So Disco and I are streaming both on my Twitch channel and on Disco's YouTube channel. The VODs go up on my channel later. I've got up the video there, which is has done quite well on the Rittenhouse game, which
Yeah, you got in on that just at the right time, I think.
Actually, I'll see if I can bring up the stats, because fuck me, that was a smart move. Like, there are people with more views and things, but still, it went quite well considering that I jumped in there early and I absolutely abused the fucking keywords.
Yes, and
Where did we go? Scrolling past what fresh hell is this? Modern Factorio.
What fresh hell is this?
Yeah, here we go. Video analytics for it. 324 views. And even now it's still pulling in like 3 views an hour at some times. 75% of the views are coming from like the YouTube search. Like a bunch are coming from Google. And
You
yeah,
did molest the algorithm with that one, I think.
I was very good at molesting algorithm because it's like acquitted, self-defense versus the brain dead, Carl Rittenhouse simulator. Why, yes, I am molesting the algorithm. 5.9 thousand impressions, 74.7% of which are from YouTube recommending the video on the watch page.
Nice.
And we can see where I'm pulling the searches from. Proportion of your total traffic, 9.8% of my traffic from the Quarterings video. 5.9% from the trailer for the game. And then I can see the actual search results. So quitted game, quitted self-defense versus the brain dead, self-defense versus the brain dead, Carl Rittenhouse itself, acquitted. Because, yes, I did a very good job of molesting the algorithm. So, not a bad fucking turnout. And the lefties are fucking mad, of course.
I mean, when are they not?
I mean, 12.8 hours of watch time on a 13-minute video. That's not fucking bad.
Excellent to hear.
But yes, that's enough closing there.
So yes, dear chat, when you get a chance, take a watch. Get the numbers up. molest the algorithm aggressively.
But yeah, people are still interested. It's still pulling in views, which is interesting. But yeah, it was a clever idea to jump on it because it's like the big channels aren't covering that because they don't want a community guideline strike. Oh dear. Now there's the Notes on Nationalism audiobook. How's that doing? 2.4 thousand views. Not bad. Not bad at all. Actually, the biggest like with that one is if you search Notes on Nationalism in YouTube search, I show up before the Lotus Eaters do.
Well, that should get interesting.
Oh dear. Well,
Yeah, seems like it was a good long run today. Maybe.
indeed.
I think I'm mentally wrapping up.
Yeah, a lot of people wrapped up about 45 minutes ago when we saw a decent drop in viewers. But it's fair enough. They stuck with most of them stuck with us a long time. So yeah, we might leave it there unless anyone's got a last message. Oh, that's a no. All right. We will.
Yes and no.
Yeah. We will see you all next week, and hopefully, second will have something fancy for us.
Ooh.
Yeah. So other than that, we'll see you all.
Nice.
We'll see you all back here next week. Otherwise, you can join Disco and I at various occasions during the week, doing various gaming. UCY Ibiduan says always white front to back. Thank you for that last comment. So we will see you all later. Goodbye, Geards. Goodbye, everyone else in chat. We'll see you all next time. Have fun.
Do 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 do.